out. Right as the buyback was used, right as the Sven was looking for the initiation. Team Spirit just playing too perfect right now.
Too disciplined, too ready, anticipating all of the moves here from Liquid. Aeon Disc starting to come out for them, but I think it's too little too late. Just nobody can tank the burst damage on the front line. About to have a level 30 Lina as well. These two carries just completely out of control. And you're saying, what can Sven buy in this game to change it? I mean, that's the issue with Sven. He's always struggled in these ultra late games.
Yeah.
His kit just doesn't scale as well. I mean, you just compare what Mickey's capable of to this Tiny. It's not a fair matchup, man.
Yeah, and the thought process is like, okay, the other two are going to be, creating enough threats that, maybe he only gets one kill on this Sven, and then he gets kited around. But you have a Necrophos coming in, maybe giving you another kill. The Invoker's going to burst down in third person, then you've got numbers advantage, and you're able to do what you want. But Necrophos is also suffering, and feels like the only core who's actually able to deliver consistent damage, every team fight, able to put out a lot, is the Invoker. And it's never enough to get a kill.
Even then, against these two supports that are just saving supports, it's tough.
Yeah.
Like, it's really tough to kill any hero right now.
And a 40,000 net worth lead makes that even more difficult. And Aegis might make that nigh impossible. So Liquid feeling compelled that they have to contest this, or making their way across the map to do so. Nisha is not going to join them, though.
Collapse just sitting on the hill. Reading the move. Looking to break any smokes once again.
Check inside the pit with Sunstrike.
Did hit 25 on the Invoker for the Radio Blast. It's a minor control upgrade here. Arrow will land on the Tiny.
Opportunity. Collapse sitting on the high ground, ready to go with the Rolling Thunder Blink, and he makes the play. Hot hit two immediately. There wasn't an avalanche to be able to chain it.
Great stop
Look
for
at the
Mickey.
Sven stun. It almost killed the Lina there, which would have been a dream. Tiny's getting kited around pretty heavily here. They do have a good depth ward being set up, and the stuns onto the Sven. Still, though, Mickey, very different fight. He was able to get an initial kill, and Lina almost actually died to Tofu. Tofu chased after him. After the hits from Mickey, Laurel managed to dodge that, doesn't die to Tofu, and Tofu will die instead. Collapse. He's the one cleaning house now. Killed the Invoker, kills Tofu, and back to the pit they go.
Great jumps from Liquid. Like, they found the supports. Very hard to bring these guys down through all the defensive items, but that is who you want to isolate first. And they almost got Laurel there. Could have changed a lot. If they can keep Nisha alive and slay Laurel, that fight may go their way in the long run. It's just overwhelming advantage at this point.
Yeah.
And that's the Lina problem. This hero is insanely tanky for a ranged damage dealer this late in the game. Like, he has so much magic resist, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, no, areas like the Roshan pit, right? It's a central area where he's able to play on a cliff. No other hero is able to play on the cliff like he is.
He's only a flying hero with 80% magic resist. Good luck.
Yeah. You can't reach him as the Sven. He's sitting on top of the Roshan pit walls, and the Invoker is not going to kill him with that much magic resistance. It's going to be Megas. Liquid here for the long haul, though. It may not last. Team Spirit are not going to give them much of a respite here. They're just going to keep the pressure on. Banner drop. Tier 4s are going to be falling.
More disciplined gameplay. Respecting the throne defense.
There goes the banner. Snowball pickup not needed on Ace. Ace is still difficult to kill at times. The base, not so much. Reaper Scythe up in 5 seconds. Not ready to go. The cast. Beautiful. Bouncing between all three heroes.
Mickey on the back lines. Will be able
trying to do what he can, but it's just a BKB TP out, and now he has to try and go through the front door, and that has been an indomitable force of Team Spirit. Collapse and Yatoro just simply too tanky, too much of a menace to defend. And yeah, these casts are just devastating. Rue has been killing it in that department. A buyback from the Sven. Who cares? Yatoro just chain stuns him up again. They finally drop the Reaper Scythe. It's still not enough to get the kill, and he had the extra life of the Aegis. So even as they do kill him, they took everything they have to kill this tanky Tiny. Now he's going to come back in his second life and get both of them inside that avalanche. A celebratory toss-up in the air as Team Spirits will claim victory in Game 1.
Yeah, Creeps will finish the job while they're farming some heroes. Adding to the stat pool here as a very convincing win for Spirit in Game 1. I mean, what point in that game, looking back, did Liquid have momentum? It's pretty hard to pinpoint any minute.
No, they had stall, they had keeping Team Spirit's momentum at a bay for the first 20, 25 minutes.
There were definitely some neutral points.
Yes.
But I don't think it was ever, oh, this is starting to go Liquid's way. Like, it just never felt like that. And I think that's a testament to how well Spirit can read the map, set the lanes up, bait people. Like that one go bottom, that was a bait. Now you're worried about where that is. The Tiny got involved in this game super early. To me, this Tiny has to go up in priority in game 2. It's a hero that is going to be really important for Liquid in this matchup, especially with what they've shown has worked for them in this event so far. You don't want to end up in a situation where they have the Tiny, you have the Sven. To me, that is one of the bigger trades that define this game.
I feel like Ace's hero pool is kind of a problem right now. I feel like Liquid, from the offlane perspective, right, they picked up their Centaur in the previous series with the hard play, and it didn't actually win them the game, right? I think the Necrophos has kind of looked, bit sus. They lost different games where it's just not really been able to accomplish much, despite having the items to do so.
I agree.
The draft composition has made it very difficult for the hero to be able to play it.
I think the Witch Doctor pick scared them off of a lot of the traditional Ace heroes they wanted to pick there, and they went for something cheeky. And I think from a theory standpoint, it seems good. Like, it is a hero that can play into the Doctor a lot better. You have some sustain. The lane should go better. They just got a little out-executed. It fell behind. And then the Necro doesn't really play well with the other two cores, I think. I think that's what really hurts you here. Like, it doesn't have a direct purpose in this game, especially against Ringmaster. There's nothing else that really forces the box in this game other than a Sven jump. And even in that situation, you're kind of happy to throw it out. Like, okay, are you going to commit all of your Sven and your Reaper on one dude? Well, we have multiple carries in this lineup. So, cool draft from Spirit. 17-1 and 18 on that Lina.
Laurel, I mean, he cooked this game for sure.
Absolutely cooked it.
Yatoro also wins 17-1 and 14 behind his compatriot by 4 assists. Both of them did a wonderful job, but I mean, Team Spirit as a whole, the supports were cooking in so many of those team fights. You talked about the fast decision making. Collapse was just a constant nuisance to Mickey most of the game, but it was able to hunt down Nisha a couple of times. A very definitive victory for Team Spirit in game 1.
Thank you very much, Cap and SVG, and we're here to break that game down. There's a lot to break down with this game because it didn't really play out the way we thought after we saw the draft play out. We had some questions about how the Lina was going to get into the game, and I feel like those questions were answered, Lacoste, pretty rapidly with some rotations from Laurel.
Yeah, I think we had some doubts about Lina 2 times in a row now, even though her win rate, this was probably the first Lina that we saw at the start of the group stage, and we had the doubts, thinking, maybe this is not a good overall pick, but after seeing it now multiple times, the hero seems to be kind of owning because of how tanky she gets, how much damage she can deal with the rotation that she's making, and yeah, I feel like we talked about a lot about this Mirana position 5/4, and maybe are we gonna get on the hype train? Lina is the one that we should be getting the hype train on because she seems to be the hero that doesn't seem to be losing any laning stages and also transitioning really, really well into the mid and late game.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I'm quite surprised also with this Lina. I think it's maybe my read on the hero is outdated in some capacity because it is deceptively tanky. It's pretty crazy. Sometimes you see the Lina, you're like, oh, he's too close, he's getting jumped, and you're like, wait, who's jumping who actually? He doesn't care at all. So very interesting hero. I have to agree with this one. Obviously, stellar performance by both. They have the exact same score almost. That's pretty funny. But Yotaro and Lar, they played. I mean, all of Spirit. Honestly, they all played an incredible game. So did Liquid, to a certain extent. I don't think it was as well executed and as clean, but it was a very good game of Dota from both teams. Honestly, very S tier game from both teams. But Spirit were just one step ahead.
Yeah, they were
perfect.
They were the better team in this game 1. That much is for sure. I have another hero that I feel like I might have an outdated look upon. We saw yesterday mid 1 on the mid lane with the Pango. Today, Collapse with the Pango. I feel like he's on fire, the hero and the player obviously today as well.
Love the build too, right? This Abyssal, I think you can see how much priority he puts in winning the fight. He's very obsessed with that, and he's just jumping Abyssal. Because I saw the Basher, I'm like, wait, he does Axe Basher? He's so big, and then no, not at all. He actually skipped the Aghanim Scepter for the longest time, which is very uncommon.
Yeah, I really love the build because he did go for Diffusal. You blink your shard, of course, but also picked up the Lincoln Sphere. understanding that against the Reaper side, for example, if Ringmaster is not in position, it could be a very good tool. And it's also the defensive tool against Sven's jump. So he's never going to get the initiated on because Sven doesn't really build into items to like remove it. Sure, you can like use your upgraded Echo Saber, use your Harpoon, but this is not something that you want to be doing because a lot of the times you need to reset. And we also saw Lina picking up the same item, understanding that, you know, this is going to be the defensive tool that we kind of need. And I mean, if we really go back, like this was also Team Spirit, you know, against LGD at the time. They were obsessed with Lincoln Sears. They are playing Magnus, and the True side, they're talking about, you know, they need 3, they need 4 Lincoln Sears in some of these situations. And, you know, they've been very familiar with these type of situations, and, you know, the same thing does apply to potentially this one as well.
Yeah, and I think both teams, Team Liquid and Spirit here, when they go up against each other, you have to pay attention to these team fights because they will be deciding who comes out on top. So we got the best in the case. Seb, the team fights, some of them, you're going to break them down.
Yeah, I want to start breaking down a little bit of the fights and really show you what makes these teams like best in the world, really, like, you know, that upper class of Dota teams. It comes to patience, it comes to discipline, it comes to what's called in Dota, what they refer to as formation. Formation meaning that, you know, heroes are well positioned in order to impact the fight as they are supposed to, and they never break that formation under no circumstances. So one thing to note is actually pretty funny before we get into the clip actually is that both teams are smoking at the same time very often in this game, which really tells the story of like they read the game the same way. They both understand when it is time to group up and take the fight. So you're gonna end up having these big, you know, 5-on-5 clashes, which essentially decided this game. So we can see here Liquid getting, you know, the first point of contact because Invoker was invis, and I'm gonna pause here to just have you focus on really the position of the supports. If I go in slow-mo, so Spirit, they don't freak out, they stay pretty calm. You know, obviously Tiny's getting jumped, and the Ringmaster here has blinked in to use his save ability. But take a look at Larl and his position, how patient he is with how the fight is going to develop. He doesn't rush into the fights, he just waits to see it develop. I mean, Yotoro's getting jumped. You could start freaking out. This is a very crucial moment of the game. And they're gonna wait for the first round of spell to be exchanged. And as soon as now we have Invoker entering the fight, which is going to make the Lina feel safer, Tiny has used his spells, Sven has jumped, Invoker has jumped, so Lina is very safe to enter the fight at, you know, her turn. And we're gonna see then Larl enter. And it's basically a dance of in and out. Yotoro, all his spells are on cooldown. Lal knows that he's pretty safe. He has now taken the front line. Yotoro is backing off, waiting for his spells to reset. It's just so well executed. It's not rushed, it's very patient. This means that Tiny's gonna get another round of spells, you know, Blink, Avalanche Toss. Lina has taken the second round of the team fight. And all of a sudden, you know, it ends up being a team wipe. And it all comes down to, yes, the fight has started. Yes, it's a very stressful moment, but they keep their cool. They know exactly how they have to impact it, and it ends up being very stellar. We're going to look at a second sequence, which is pretty much the same. Everybody's smoked. And to me, it tells the story of why Spirit has been one step ahead. They always get the fight on their terms. They get the proper jumps every time. We see here a perfect jump by Yotoro, follow up by the Ringmaster, and this fight ends up, it's going to be turned, funny enough, and I want you to look at the Sven cleave, you know, how funny it is, because look at where, like, the Witch Doctor is actually pretty well positioned in my opinion. So is Ringmaster and Lina. They're pretty far from the Sven, but somehow, I'm gonna play this in slow-mo for you guys because everybody's just dying to the Sven cleave. So to me, this is like a case of, again, Spirit being one step ahead of Liquid in teamfight execution. And, you know, you have clutch moments. You know, Mickey getting a couple lucky crits, very good angle on the Sven attacks, and all of a sudden it's a close team fight. But essentially, it wasn't very close. I think all the team fights were dominated by Spirit in how they decide to take them and how they execute it, like where and how they take it.
And then it's just game over. And when looking at these clips, Spirit, I mean, they're doing it a little cleaner. They're doing a little better, more controlled.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there is, I'd say, the bit of a spellcasting difference in this one coming out from the supports, the positioning that you did mention, and also, like, itemization-wise, I think it's easier for Ringmaster to itemize in this game and also keep the distance compared to Tusk, who needs to get in, and a lot of the times when he goes in, he's kind of dead afterwards. Also, this Necro pick on 18, I feel like maybe this could have been something different in this game.
Yeah, we're going to have to find out what will be different in our upcoming game. Game number 2, of course, is very close. But at the meantime, I mean, Dota's going on here, but there's a lot of other games going on as well. And we are actually going to check in with Milos, who's with Cheryl at the MLBB stage.
It is time for our check-in, and I'm happy here to come all the way over to the Allianz Vault to check in with our good friends at MLBB here with Cheryl. Please, let me know what's been going on here, because last year I was an avid enjoyer of MWI, and seeing Vitality take the win, they were still in the top 3 club championship. It was a really cool run to see what's been happening so far in day 2.
So far, our title defenders are back, and the pressure on their shoulders is heavier than ever before. Why? Because we are week here in Paris, and because of that, this is the home ground of Team Vitality. So they're gonna fight tooth and nail and give whatever they have to secure, this win, and of course, adding points to their club championship.
It adds the pressure that on the opening day also, you had the actual CEO of the whole company that's going around. This is, of course, the home, like you said, of the Buzz and Bees. They have their own HQ and public space, so for those that are coming to Paris, you can go and enjoy games.
Yes, the Beehive.
It's a cool experience. I think everybody that loves esports and wants to also experience Paris within that context should try it out. But that's the winners of last year, right?
Yes.
Are there any new hopefuls going into MWI this year?
For sure. There are so many people who are gunning for that spot for the longest time ever, and Team Vitality has held on to the throne, and that's why they are known as the Queen Bees, rightfully so, because of the Team Vitality branding. But other than that, we have seen new regions rise, and earlier on, China has actually showed a fair sharing in day 1, and Malaysia as well has, had a really, really good one, very convincing win. And these are emerging regions, dark horses, I'd say. But of course, the staples that we have seen, Indonesia, Philippines, these are powerhouses in their own rights. But we're incredibly happy to see that the overall gameplay right here has improved leaps and bounds. And of course, this is probably the only female tournament happening here at EWC. So we're so very happy to be giving all of our queens here a platform to showcase their talents.
I think it's incredibly important. I've gotten to experience that over multiple games, and the way it's done here in MWI is super sick because you got teams from all over that are challenging one another.
You have 16 teams duking it out over at the Land of Dawn, and it's just so exciting. It's just day 1, and we've seen so many high-octane clashes happening at the Land of Dawn.
I'm very sure there are no regional biases that have been developing in the talent team. I know they're all very lovely and not trying to poke at one another through it.
That you have to see behind the scenes.
That's something for the other side of the reporting, I guess, to tell. Thank you very much, Cheryl. Congratulations.
Thank you so much for having me.
On making it here and being with us. But we're going to send it back to Shiver and the gang on the panel. Let's get their check-in done.
Thank you very much, Milos and Cheryl, for that insight. And MLBB, of course, they'll finish their tournament coming Saturday. We'll be very excited to see how that all develops. We're going to move forward here with the Dota 2, and we are going to actually hear some words from Collapse about how he felt coming into today.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Hello, I'm here with Collapse from Team Spirit. Collapse, when we talked last time, you said you felt some kind of magical buff when you play EWC. Are you feeling that right now?
No, I'm sick.
What? Why not? What's different?
I mean, right now, like past few days I was sick, and now I am feeling better.
Okay.
But I don't feel the smell.
Okay.
So, yeah.
It's not good.
Yeah.
It's a bad day for that to not come. Okay. Your opponents are Liquid. Really solid team. They had a great series yesterday. What's your confidence against Liquid right now?
Don't know. I'm not scared. I don't feel anything. I'm just like I just want to play. We were having like few day offs, and I'm just a bit hungry already.
Okay. What's it like waiting a couple days to play matches?
It's boring. You need to play pubs, scrims. But you're on a tournament. You want to play like official games. You want to play on the arena.
Yeah, you're hungry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally understand.
Just boring.
Okay, so you're going to lane against Tofu here. He's been playing a lot of Witch Doctor. What do you do against Maledict as an offlaner? That spell is really annoying, right?
Buy as much as possible fairy fires. And like click them, like at the second he casts on you Maledict, you just click the first fairy fire, and then second one, buy off cooldown.
So every time he Maledicts you, you lose like 120 gold?
Yeah, why not? He's not getting killed.
Okay, all right, and then you just go from there, I guess, and kill him later when he's a Witch Doctor?
Yeah, I hope I will play some like semi-jungler hero, so I can like leave the lane. Why do I need to lane, bro?
Okay, you can jungle. What if they block your camps and zone you from lane? Is that...
I can farm day jungle.
Okay, there's always more camps. All right, that makes sense. You got all the plans ready to go.
Yeah.
The magic is coming back. I can feel it. Thank you for joining me, Collapse. Good luck in your match.
Thank you.
I think that magic that Collapse was talking about already came back to him during that game one. He was on fire. So was his team. The hunger was felt by Liquid on the receiving end here. Elimination on the line. We're going into game two of this best of three. Yesterday, we saw when Liquid was down a game, what happened. And I'm hoping for them that they can make the same result happen. I'm hoping for us as a viewer pleasure that also the same result will happen, because that was quite cool. And these two teams can go for best of seven if I had a choice. But we'll see. Liquid in that first game, Seb, it gave me a little bit doubts.
Yeah, I think the draft maybe didn't really play out the way they wanted it, because they picked this Necro and it started off pretty well. I mean, honestly, I think he did get first blood, and it looked like they were going to dominate this lane. I think there was like a big mistake from Ace that game where he just died on level 3, and all of a sudden, I mean, if you pick for lanes, you have to execute it properly, because you pick Necro, and obviously you concede a lot of team fights. You don't have stuns. You don't. On one side there's like a Pangolier with a blink, and on the other side there's Necro with Radiance. So obviously team fights are going to be a little bit harder, especially in the mid game. I mean, I think Spirit, they really abused it, and as we've seen from that team in the past and today, they excel at executing team fights. It's one of their strengths, and it's also why they're so confident going into the late game. They know that their core players and supports, for that matter, but they'll buy the right items, they will click their spells to perfection, and you're either on par or you don't stand a chance. So I think it came down to laning maybe for Liquid, where it didn't go as it should have, and then of course their lineup does not allow them to fight as well as Spirit.
Do you think they also got a little bit scared of the Witch Doctor and decided to go for ranged offlaner instead?
It's possible. I mean, at the end of the day, they are the Witch Doctor team. Right? Yeah. I think they were the one bringing it to the meta and spamming it, if anything. So maybe it got to their heads. That's like a classic thing also in Dota, where you're on a team, and one of your teammates, let's say, he excels at a hero. You kind of have to reach the conclusion, because that person could be like, this hero is too strong. Like the Witch Doctor player could be in that case. Not like, well, guys, Witch Doctor is a problem. Like, you can't lane, because that's how he genuinely feels when he plays Witch Doctor against their offlaner. He's like, I'm gonna own him on the lane. He cannot lane. But you also have to come to the conclusion that we own with Witch Doctor, and we can own Witch Doctor. Like, we can handle it. So it's it takes like a team conversation where, you know, you have to tell them, hey, I'll be fine against it. Like, don't worry about it. We can give it. We should take it, but we can also play against it.
Yeah, teams talked about potentially, you know, getting to jungle straight away, almost, you know, getting to that minute one and then transitioning into jungle. Collapse also talked about it, the Witch Doctor with the Fairy Fire counters, but it's a little of an underrated strat, I would say, especially because you are dropping those neutral items relatively early on. Even if you get them early on, this could also sway like the matchup in your favor. Let's say you get regeneration item, you get regen enchantment. You don't care too much about harassment anymore.
And you know, one cool thing to do in Dota when you're not sure of the value, because Dota is a game of like how to use your time, right? Like, do you You'd rather farm the wave, stack a camp, pick up a bounty rune. And at the end of the day, there's a famous quote going on right now where Dota is just about spells and numbers. Well, I mean, it is. I don't know how true that statement is, but it is a little bit about numbers anyway. And in that sense, you can always transfer what you are doing or what you're buying in gold, and it will give you like a good idea. So, for instance, the neutral enchantment that gives you 2.25 HP regen. You just do the math on how much gold would it cost you to get 2.25 HP regen, and it will cost you around 300 gold. So, and how many camps is that worth? And it's gonna help you understand what you should be doing, basically, and how to use your time and position on the map.
Yeah, and speaking of numbers, Ember Spirit is one of the most picked heroes here at this EWC. It's Liquid that picks it up after an opening from Clockwork, a hero that was mostly ignored in the previous game. We have, of course, changed sides for the team, and the pick order changed with them, so it was Spirit with first pick, and it will be Liquid with that overall last pick. They ban out the Huskar already to make sure that Ember Spirit will have a good game here.
And the reason why the opener is that much different is also because Liquid came to game 1 with a plan, which was the first pick Invoker, and they kind of forced Spirit to address it, which means that, Spirit, they thought, okay, it is more important to pick the Pangolier right now because we might not get it after, rather than the Clockwork or other heroes, for that matter, which explained why they went out of their script. Now, they seem to be prioritizing Clockwork as a hero, nothing surprising. Ember Spirit for Nisha.
It's looked good every single game.
Every single game.
Absolutely. Like, this hero is just popping off. Like, even in the losing matchups, they're still going to respect the Huskar, of course, but there are a lot of matchups. Like, we've seen this matchup against Lina as well. You're not going to be winning it. But it seems like Ember Spirits didn't care too much about the lane. They more think about, the game, because this hero isn't really a lane dominator, especially if picked early on. So many heroes does counter him in the lane, where like we saw a good amount of Snapfires, we saw a good amount of Necrophos as well, making sure that he's not having that good of a time, not being oppressive, but also a hero that can find farm pretty much anywhere. We saw it multiple times, dragging the creep wave from the mid lane into the enemy jungle, into triangle, farming the big camp on top of that, kind of even getting more farm than the enemy mid laner at the time.
Yeah, it's a very strong hero, honestly. It's been owning this tournament. It's hard to stop, as you mentioned, so we'll have to see. If this hero might end up being in first place banned against certain teams. Like, typically, these are games or series that can change the meta and how much respect is put also by other teams not participating in this game on Ember Spirit. Because if Nisha can prove that, hey, you can just blindly pick Ember and you'll be fine, well, that's very interesting.
It's an early tide.
Very early.
Yeah, this is I'm quite confused by this, if I'm honest. Like, I don't quite understand why they would pick the Tide, which again is a hero that can get punished on lane.
Witch Doctor, one of the best counters. Yeah. I mean, we saw a good amount of disruptors as well coming out. I feel like maybe in this one it could be also.
But like, why are you not addressing the Ember? Because you kind of had a free core pick in a sense. You see the mid matchup, so maybe if they want like a hero mid that could get countered, like it's a niche pick that Larl is gonna want to play versus Ember, and he doesn't want to reveal it yet. Else, I don't really see why expose the Tide where you could just have picked like a good matchup for the mid lane. We'll get the answers, obviously, to all these questions with the following picks, but it's very curious. So I'm sure Liquid is scratching their heads. There we see the Witch Doctor, as you called, very good hero against Tide in the lane and in the game, for that matter.
Yeah, throughout the whole game, and it's also like it allows you to pick different heroes. We are seeing some of like different pairings with Spectre. We saw like I think one Warlock pairing as well with Ursa, I think as well, and some of these carries that are weaker in the lane now that Witch Doctor is more like popular.
Yeah.
I think this hero feels very, very good. It's not like the great for the game. It's not countering anything, but we've seen decent amount of Spectre to see how good of a hero she actually is.
I think it's always good, honestly. I feel like Spectre's never bad. Like, it gives you so much teamfight presence. We saw the importance of teamfights in game 1. Like, Haunt is it's the best teamfighting spell ever from a carry. Like, you see the position of 5 enemy heroes, it becomes so easy to click your spells, to either back off or engage. You get all the info you need. And I have to say, like, this is a lane that Liquid has shown a couple times now, the Spectre Witch Doctor. I think it's amazing. Offensively and defensively, like, the heal allows Spectre to stay on the lane and sustain and eventually, Spectre's very weak first levels, and it gets better over time, which Doctor allows that. And offensively, because the chase potential of Spectre, and it's like you get mad addicted, you have to run, but there's no such thing as running away from a Spectre. You run away, you get isolated, now the Desolate damage kicks in, it becomes very scary. And okay, this explains it a little bit more. Like, now I understand why they didn't pick large hero. They go for the Monkey versus Ember. It's a great matchup for Monkey, but Monkey is a hero it's not so much meta because it has hard counters in the game. It can be hard to get a Monkey through the game, so they just wanted to see more heroes before they selected the Monkey King.
Isn't Spectre considered to be decent against Monkey because you can just find him?
It's okay. I wouldn't say it's great. At some point, the interactions with these heroes, I think, is Monkey favored. Like, you just go on a guy, click Wukong, and Spectre doesn't really want to fight in that area, so you don't really mind Spectre jumping.
If this is going to be Monkey mid, it's a good lifestealer game for Team Spirit. If they want to repeat another hero, but if they are going with the team where Yatoro can play the same hero twice, they are going to need to find something else.
They're gonna run out of heroes, right? If he's played already, like,
yeah, eventually,
15 or 16 heroes.
Not if you keep 2-0ing. Like, your hero pool is gonna be bigger.
Okay, that works. Larn Monkey, I think, very good hero. Like, very, comfortable on the hero. Expect him to dominate the lane. Classic wisdom play. I think, Monkey is not so much in meta right now, but it was the case a few months ago. We usually see these monkeys, mischief their way to the wisdom rune. If they're level 6, click Wukong on top of the rune, and it becomes really hard to contest it. So that is something that Liquid will have to factor in, especially if Ember has slightly lost his lane, which he should in this matchup. Like, how do you secure yourself a wisdom rune? You have to kind of invade theirs if possible, but you have a Spectre Witch Doctor lane. That's not typically a lane that goes overly aggressive. So a little bit tricky to play the early game for Team Liquid this time around.
I'm just thinking, do they want to have something like Enigma potentially from the offlane for Team Liquid? If they're thinking about that potential lifestealer that could come out, it's very good to counter initiate onto Tidehunter as well. They have like one BKB piercing ability, thinking about maybe slightly later how the team fights are going to be played out.
They have the ultimate last pick.
Why is Centaur no longer an option? Did I miss that?
For Liquid?
Yeah.
I mean, it's solid, but it's like you want to... The way game 1 went, it was very much about team fight condition and therefore ability to scale. And you look at Team Spirit's team fight right now, they have the vision advantage from the clockwork. They have this overwhelming amount of like AoE and control, like Wukong, Ravage, Willow spells. Liquid, it's more skirmishy. It's like, yeah, play off Ember trading situations, Spectre Hunt eventually, click your spells and support. Maybe you want to match a little bit of that teamfight presence for Spirit or from Spirit, or maybe the mid game will just be too difficult to play. And I don't know if Centaur really does that, to be fair.
Fair enough. We're going to find out what Team Spirit wants to select first. So far, it seems Team Liquid is expecting that Monkey to go mid. And we'll see which one Yatoro still gets to play. And will it be another different hero?
And you see with Spirit's drafting, like how obsessed they are, and even how they itemize with team fights. Like, one of the few fight conditions you have against Tide is Doom, because you doom the Tide and it ignores Tide's passive, and all of a sudden, nobody can frontline on Spirit. They ban that hero. So yeah, it's tricky. We get the Yatoro Morphling. It's a very slow
It's no draft. It's like you have Tidehunter plus Morphling. At least you have a very active mid laner, so he can fix some of these issues, bring the heat to the other lanes. Support duo is also very active. These are type of heroes that want to be fighting early on. But we haven't seen too much of Morphling. He played it once. We also saw, I think Ame was the one who played it. It also didn't end well for him. Yatoro did win on his Morphling. I believe he also got Rampage in that game that he played it.
Well, he sees Spectre at least, so that's like one of the upsides where he knows the game is not going to be incredibly fast either way. And they go for Beastmaster. That's okay. So they now take that's a great lane, by the way. Like Beast versus Clock Morphling, it should be very smooth sailing for Ace, especially with the help of Hoodwink. So massive, advantage I think on Liquid for that lane. This Beastmaster could just snowball the game completely out of control. If he has a great lane, gets an early Helm of the Overlord with, how active and strong Nisha is on Ember, aggressive, and the Spectre Haunt, like this Beast could just take over the game. Like, you just snowball the game, basically. Like, take areas, get objectives, get throwers, take towers, and as Lacoste said, Liquid Spirit's lineup, it's kind of slow with the Tide and the Morphling, so that's their angle. If somehow Spirit is allowed to stabilize the game,
Yeah.
this is where it gets tricky.
If Monkey makes all the right rotations, if he doesn't get shut down, like this type of a lineup, if you're like even 1-2k goal down 15 minutes into the game, it can still play really well. But Liquid, they're trying to push the tempo. I like this Beastmaster pick a lot. I think it can take over the game easily, as you mentioned, but we'll have to see. Also, Nisha on Ember, every single time we saw him play, he looked unstoppable.
Yeah, and if they can get away with picking first phase Ember and coming out on top, that also is a big mark for games going forward. Gives them a little bit of a draft advantage there potentially in the future, of course. This is a series for elimination. We got on one side the defending champions, Team Spirit. They are 1 game up, so they only need 1 more win to be able to punch their ticket to the playoffs. Can Team Liquid force out that game 3 and taking them the distance and still have that chance to make it further themselves, or will Spirit be taking this 2-0? We're finding out with Cap and SPG.
You know, it's always a pleasure to be able to cast Team Liquid and Team Spirit matched up against each other, but Avery here was particularly excited. In fact, he basically jumped out of his seat, if you could believe it. I felt like I was casting with Nahaz because he had a very interesting stat to be able to put forward.
That's
off
right.
Of his Lenovo
On my
Legion
new
laptop.
Lenovo Legion laptop, I was able to look up some stats. Austin, do you know what Yatoro's most played hero of all time is?
I'm going to guess it's Morphling.
Look it up. Look it up, Austin.
Oh my god, it's Morphling.
It is Morphling. He is going back for the Siggy. He's bringing it out in his time of need. And he's bringing out the water hero against the water organization.
You're really on this, aren't you?
Perhaps a symbolic gesture, Austin.
Well, it did not work for Ame in his blue hair, but maybe it's more about the elements than the color, but it's also not a water hero anymore.
That's
It's a robot.
He went for the automaton skin. What does this signify? He did not play with it yesterday. And yet today he decided to equip it. So perhaps Yatoro is getting into the spirit of the Dark Carnival. As we all enjoy the nice, beautiful season of Dota 2.
That is true. We also have another Siggy. Nisha also rocking his most played hero. 134 matches of Morphling for Yatoro. 116 matches of Ember Spirit for Nisha.
A lot of experience on these two boys. And trying all in the Tide Hunter, bring that watermelon down with the Maledict. He has to recommit and pays the price for that rune attempt. First blood to the Witch Doctor.
That's the power of the Maledict right there. How much a First Blood does for the Witch Doctor, though, I'm not convinced that is much of a game changer.
The experience is probably more valuable than anything. If you get to level 2 and 3 faster on this hero, you can sometimes just all in people again with the Maledict. So could be a scary lane for Collapse over the long run. This Spectre can be an annoying hero with the Desolate going through. If you're going to isolate the Tide, just burn him out with the Maledict. A lot of potential burst damage as they're going to try and all in Tofu. He just gives it right back.
Okay. Collapse striking right back. I feel like this is... Okay, Spectre is better at being aggressive in lane than maybe she's ever been.
Yes.
But I'm still not convinced that this is actually a combination that they're going to be able to really threaten the Tide Hunter. Just the two of them with Maledict.
I think it's enough. With Maledict, Dagger, Shadow Step, some Desolate hits going in, it's a lot of damage if you can start to run someone down. So I have some faith. See how well this Morphling lane goes for Yatoro as well. Seb said this is a free lane for the Beast. I can absolutely see Ace free farming up here. Not a lot of pressure going into him with this duo up here.
Yeah.
Very passive lane for Spirit. You're just trying to secure farm for the Morphling, not get aggressed on too much. If you can get some pulls off, that would be amazing, but all the potential, it lies with Liquid in that top lane. So I could see them doing pretty well on both side lanes here. Mid might be the big problem area. But that is always going to be the case when you first pick Ember. You are giving your opponents the entire hero pool with a bunch of cheese counters in it to deal with this hero. They go for the Monkey King. Not the hardest cheeser here, right? It's not the Huskar. It's not a Viper. It's not a Sniper or something. But it's a very favorable lane. It can get a little out of control if you can get some big Jingu hits up. And it's a very easy lane to rotate into and fight with. That's the real threat of the Monkey in this matchup. It's like, if you bring supports here, you start crashing this lane, Liquid gets sucked into that skirmish, and he's just building Jingu stacks off the Ember. It can turn 1 kill into 2, into 3, suddenly you TP back in, you die a 4th time. It gets out of control really fast, and Monkey can take that and start winning other lanes with it. So you got to be really careful around the mid lane in this game if you're Liquid, and potentially play reactionary. Try and bait some dives from the Monkey, TP Boxy in, land a clutch push whack, get that turnaround kill. That can make all the difference here in this early game.
And Laurel is very good on the Monkey King. 77% win rate. Do you think of Laurel as an oppressive mid laner? I don't really. No. Mostly because he's not a Huskar player, right?
He's a very difficult player to beat in lane, and he's a very difficult player to shut out of the game completely. Like, he will always find his entryways, he will always find impact in the team fights, and he's not given a lot of farm priority from Spirit overall, so that is his strength.
Maybe that's where it is, because I was looking at it, his best stats are, his highest win rate heroes are Monkey King and Snapfire, who I would say those two are very oppressive mid laners, right? Usually counter pick matchup, or at least Monkey King often a counter pick matchup. So maybe that's probably what it is, right? If Spirit don't give him that much support, then when he is in a position to really win his lane, he really thrives.
Also, if you're not going to get the support, then being in a position where you can kind of fend for yourself, and not have to be like, oh, I lost the lane, I need stacks, and there are no stacks, well, then you're just screwed. Probably works out a little better for him. So I think this is the type of hero that can work really well. I think Puck is also kind of in that category. Like, pretty hard to destroy the Puck on lane, even if he's not demolishing you. But Laurel off to a very good start here early. 20 and 15 for that Monkey King with the clown nose on top of it.
Yeah, he is killing it. And by it, I mean denying creeps, apparently.
This will create a large opening in that mid lane. I don't know if Spirit have the best supports to go there and snowball it. Especially if you leave this Morphling alone, he could just get pressured out of the lane. Same with the Tidehunter against the Maledict. So you have to be a little careful with how many resources you try and pull into mid here. But there's definitely an advantage being opened up by Laurel that you would like to exploit in almost any situation.
I guess that it's one of the downsides of this hero winning its lane. It doesn't have an ultimate that's like super impactful right away, right?
No. But you can take that point in Tree Dance and just leap in, start running people down.
That's true.
All about the early items here.
That is what we've seen many Monkey Kings do. In fact, the early meta of Wisdom Shrines, when Monkey King was being played a lot, was all these Monkey Kings would always go to the enemy Wisdom Shrine, set up with an ultimate, and be like, okay, you have to fight into this.
It's the classic maneuver to try and get value out of that ult early. You could see it here. You will be very strong on the map in order to make that move. You're going into a lane that maybe is a little annoying for him to fight if the boars are already set up there, but that kind of requires the bees to read this move and be positioned for it. I think you could make it. I think you could make it.
Tofu gonna get low in the bottom lane. Step forward, trying to shut out Collapse. Does manage to get a two-man Maledict here. Mickey will try and play off of that one with the Shadow Step. And the dagger does finish him off, so perfectly fine trade-off. Collapse is still going to be happy getting experience out of a rough lane, but not happy about dying, no doubt.
You're happy getting Spectre extra kills, that's for sure. You also get the earn charges on Mickey. The other game we saw him play the Spectre, he went the early earn, and he just never got charges for so long. So that's a big deal here, especially as you push towards the level 6. Haunt plus the earn plus the dagger is almost a guaranteed kill on the map. His level extra threat in the tank. See if he ever upgrades it here, if he just leaves it casual.
Trying to sneak a kill on Yatoro. Caught him on the bushwhack. Follow up Maledict. Not likely to be enough damage.
No.
But a bit of harassment.
Pretty rough matchup for the Witch Doctor overall. Just not a spell that does a lot against him.
Does kind of kick him out of lane, at least for a bit. Can we talk about a draft? Game 1 to Game 2, right? Whenever you lose this Game 1, you're going to make some sort of adjustments in the draft. What do you feel like the biggest adjustments Liquid made?
They went back for a hero that has given them a lot of mid-game control in this Ember and a lot of backline jump. And they went for a hero that probably scales more reliably for mid-game.
Okay.
I don't think we're going to see the Spectre run into the same issues to spend it. Like, this is a hero you can always have guaranteed impact in the team fight. It's also a hero that can kind of just break formations very easily.
Yep.
They have a lot more formation break with the Ember and the Spectre, which I think is an interesting concept against Spirit, who in that Game 1 were very good at putting the frontliners on the front line and making you deal with them. Here you can kind of just bypass that.
There it is. He held on to the level. Now he's going to pop the Wukong's command underneath the Wisdom Shrine. Team Spirit I mean, Liquid might still all in for him, even if it costs Tofu his
They
life.
gets one.
If they get the Monkey King for it, might be worth. Now, Yatoro comes in through the back and does get the other support, but ultimately the Wisdom Shrine is defended. Who do you like that more for? 2 supports for a mid Monkey King.
You take that if you're Liquid. Monkey's supposed to be the strongest hero in this early game. You take him off the map, you get a Shrine, you get a lot of XP for that kill. It's really nice for the Ember, who is a little bit behind. Those situations can go a lot worse for you if he has backup. He just had no backup.
Plenty of heals available here, and in fact, they're going to go after this Dark Willow. Bushwhack doesn't land, so a TP out. And now it's 3 heroes trying to hit a Tidehunter without Maledict. That's just not really going to work for them. Ace on the other side. The Monkey King bounced right back. After that death, he still wants to play here and TP away from Ace. Nicely done.
So this is 2 moves for Laurel that have not been successful for him, despite opening up that mid lane advantage. A little sad in terms of him trying to build early game momentum here and break the game open.
Especially if you're giving power runes to an Ember Spirit.
Oh, he got a good one too. I'd say this Ember maybe even stronger on the map right now with the haste rune in the bottle. Does get a little bit of his mana burn though. Might have to pop it, yeah.
Maybe go after Collapse. They did manage to get the Maledict on him. Nisha can provide enough magic damage. The Maledict will be a threat and eventually take him out. So Collapse, who was trying to get a recovery off of clearing through a medium stack, and just ends up dying. He is getting no love in this game, that is for sure.
His net worth is still okay, but he is getting punished kill-wise off the Witch Doctor counter. Witch Doctor doing work in this series, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's been a while since Witch Doctor was this good.
They're going to smoke both supports up top, trying to alleviate this beast lane pressure. Going into the Morphling would be a huge kill to snag.
You're not going to be able to roar
Okay,
your
4
way out of
heroes.
this one, AC. Pulled it off last time in the 1v2 and a 1v4 with the roar on cooldown for a few more seconds. There is no chance of him surviving.
This is kind of an old school concept where if you have a carry that can't deal with the beast on his own, you just continually smoke and gank this beast over and over and over. So you can never just run at your carry, kick him off lane, and start pressuring this tower. And if you can gank this beast 2 to 3 times, you slow down his entire game. He's not pressuring your towers. You buy a huge amount of space for that hard carry to get into a position where he can fight the beast later on. I don't mind the heavy committal into this type of hero.
Do you think that went away a little bit? Oh, he actually got the Bramble on him. Trying to hit him with the cogs, no luck. Do you think that some of that went away because Beastmaster ended up spending more and more time in jungle and less time in lane?
Yes, 100%. We can blame 33 for that.
I feel like with many things in Dota, you could probably blame 33 with that, with all the ways that he's led Dota. Arcane Rune pickup for Nisha continues to get some very powerful power runes.
He's honestly doing okay here. Like 1-0-4, hasn't bled that bad kill against the monkey or anything. Laurel didn't find a lot off those moves, so it's not as if he's completely out of control here. And you're getting power runes, so you're maintaining your resources on the map. It's honestly a pretty good outcome for Liquid in this matchup. You first pick Ember. I think if you ask a lot of players, I'm going to first pick Ember, and you're going to be in this position at the end of the laning phase, they're fine with that. That's above the 50% in terms of the outcomes. So he's chilling. Can go into the fast vessel here. You will stack the urns, but that's okay. It's just kind of a cheap mana regen item for the Spectre anyway, as you push towards that Radiance, and you have some good matchups here if you're Mickey to scale into. Like, I like the Spectre against the Morphling here. It's really annoying for Yatoro, especially if he waveforms in and then you get haunted on. You're just kind of a sitting duck.
How do you build up the Spectre? Like, you still get Radiance for the farm and stuff, but those second, third, fourth items?
It's almost always Radiance Manta.
Here comes the Ember Spirit. And you already used the waveform on Yatoro.
Nice Bramble connection.
Mickey isn't opting to join in on this fight.
Gotta be careful, the Monkey King here.
You're gonna pick up the 2 supports. Ace still has his Primal Roar, but he has been left alone. He's gonna roar and run. You can't really get far enough away against
no shot.
So he's just stalling for time here.
Spirit, they know the point of attack, and they are not afraid to bring numbers into this Beastmaster lane and continue to shut down the momentum there. That's a really dangerous fight for Liquid. If you overextend and you give Laurel free Jingu stacks on the backside, and then he's just going to start clearing through you, it gets real dangerous real fast. Then you're going to have to commit the Spectre in. And that might not be the fight that Mickey wants to join, as he is free farming bottom right now.
I really enjoy watching, it's kind of cathartic, watching pros walk into cogs. Because then it's like, okay, it happens to everybody.
Oh, there's the isolated Desolate damage. Looking pretty good.
And it does mount up.
I think you just go with the Radiance Manta here. There's a possibility for like a faster Orchid in this game if you think you can connect it on some of these cores, but I don't think that window's going to be too big.
Spectre.
Oh, he bounced into it.
Completely isolated. The Witch Doctor was going to try and come in, bail him out with some extra heals. Again, Team Spirit bringing more numbers. Despite having, like, I would say, kind of equally mobile mids, it seems we're kind of one step ahead.
Their supports have been on point this series. They're just landing every spell. Like, these Brambles have landed every time. In the previous game, a lot of the Ringmaster spells were exactly on point. Not me. Beast in this series so far. And Naru right there with him. Look at this, holding the high ground. They're once more just reading the play.
Yep.
There's just no opportunity here for Liquid. Would love to kill this juicy Tidehunter again with some Maledict. We'll land a 2-man Maledict.
And the Bushwhack, well, it's dodged. Now the Terrorize attempted, but they dodged the Terrorize, so... Laurel is still going to hit a really good Boundless Strike, so they're committing so much to be able to get this Dark Willow kill that they're going to hit by the Ravage with the Cogs off the top!
God.
That was beautiful from Spirit!
That, you can't ask for better execution there. And it's Liquid forcing the play. They know the strength of the Ember. He had a full wand and an extra bottle charge. He got nothing off due to an absolutely perfect chain stun route into Boundless Strike, into Hookshot, into Battery, into a Cog hit, into Ravage, into another Cog hit. Like, just nasty. Nasty stuff. Curse Crown procced as well. Look at the chain stun.
Curse Crown. Wow, that was so good.
It's just so hard to attack Triangle if teams are ready for it.
Yeah.
You can feel that's a bit of a forced move. Yeah, maybe in a lot of situations you can get the Ember out of there, but what are you achieving? And they're going to try and send it straight back.
Well, they don't have Ravage this time, boys.
That's some serious hate. Will work out a little better, I guess.
Yeah, they want to make sure that Collapse doesn't get the opportunity to farm these Ancients for free.
The downside is you committing all the attention here means you're not kicking the Morphling out of top. Which means Ace has to go back to the jungle. This tier 1 top is going to stand. Yatoro gets a lot of solo time up here. You have to question, is there a point where this isn't worth it anymore?
Break the Tidehunter, and he will die, but he'll die to the neutrals.
He didn't even get the kill.
And of course, Laurel is always here to get at least one of these supports.
The thing is, you can't do this.
To do the same. I mean, it's just mid laners hunting supports on both sides. Double chain, slight, and away. Wait, he went back in.
Did he want to do that?
I don't know. I mean, he does have the Spectre to back him up. If the Bushwhack had landed, maybe they could have killed Laurel, but instead, Laurel kills Nisha.
He's getting Deso charges.
Uh-oh, Mickey. He's going to be run down rather easily by Yatoro.
Oh, boy. These are some big missteps for Liquid.
Massive.
You can't be beat. Oh, big
Cask with the ultimate going off as well. That's going to get Laurel.
Look at it go.
And Ace, Yatoro's going to wave farm away, and there's the disengage through the Cogs. It's got the Helmet Dom creep, and he's got a spooky one too, the Ancient Prowler Shaman. So you really can't afford to get isolated by this beast now.
He's very far and very high level. Same with the Morphling, but the beast is going to be able to exert the map pressure a little better here. You have to bring numbers to deal with him. Ravage is up in 3 seconds. Collapse signals that he wants to defend this tower. Does not want to give up map control. There's still that Ancient stack there. And all in on the Morphling.
Immediately in response. Hits 3. Yatoro's still going to die. But the damage, well, Tofu's still alive, man. These heals are constant. They have to throw extra spells on him, which means they have less for Ace at this point. Hookshot grabs him. Nisha trying to play the edges here while Ace is in the middle of hell. And he's not getting out anytime soon. More Cogs. Nisha, of course, is always going to look for that support, but not going to get it here. Boundless Strike actually still nabbed him, and he's stuck. He has to go for another Remnant in order to get out. The Curse Crown is going to land. Try and follow him. And they just take the kill on Boxy instead. That's good enough.
Got some of the beast creeps, too. Decent amount of gold. Liquid do get the tower. And the Spectre gets in, gets out. This should push Mickey to a pretty okay Radiance timing here.
Not the fastest.
did stomp off for the urn, but yeah, ultimately this will win the stack for Spirit, which is what they were defending this entire time. Collapse will finally get to clear that objective. They got a decent amount of Deso charges on Laurel through all this skirmishing.
Yeah, he is very rapidly going to get to a point where he's just kind of like one-shotting supports. As seen here.
This is what you don't want happening. Well, if you lose the Spectre here...
No, you can't afford to lose this, and it's going to be hard for him to get through everything. Nice bushwhack, though. It caught
Perfect
him,
timing.
and here comes the Ember Spirit. They immediately drop the wards just to try and play out this team fight with the slight chains. Yatoro, he comes in clutch here, morphs into the Ember Spirit to get the disables there. Laurel caught in the bushwhack, looks like he's going to take out, but Nisha caught on the other side, push back the cogs, and there goes all of his mana. Once again, Yatoro is here, and he's got a free fight to play.
He's so strong with the slight chains. That's a max level chains.
Here comes another round, slow down on Boxy. Actually didn't get the chains.
Oh. Mercy shown.
Boxy's going to be running. He's going to be running for a while.
No mercy shown.
There we go.
Gets the pick-me-up. Level 13.5 for this Morphling now.
Once again, Laurel and Yatoro, their KDAs are out of control. 6-1 and 6 for Yatoro, 8-9, 3 and 8 for Laurel.
It's not that kind of runaway game for the Ember that you want to see for Liquid. Anisha, he has 8 kills himself, but he's still pretty poor in this game. You need to win some of these fights convincingly. Maximize the vessel value right now. They are running it down mid while this replay is playing, and
might get the tick out on not need to. This Rue is just killing Nisha's game, man. These cogs have been incredibly disruptive. Once again, enough that Not B survives, and he's got Tranquil Boots, so it's not even like he's going to go anywhere. He could still play on the map.
You're going to try and push into this triangle once more.
Well, there's not much to claim here anymore. The Ancient Stacks are gone. Ravage going to use on the Ember Spirit. Chaining up the stun. 3 stuns in a row. With Laurel pouncing on him. A Goomba stomp to the Ember Spirit.
Perfect timing again. The execution from Spirit. It is here today.
And Ace is going to get Wukong's command slowed down underneath it. More than enough damage. To try and hit him with the Bushwhack and the Maledict. Nice block there from Collapse. Stands in front of the Sharpshooter. With the Radiance burnout, that might end up being enough alongside the Maledict. No, he dodged the damage with that last Maledict.
Mickey does pick up a support, but can he get out of this? It's looking tough.
No. Well, the cask actually makes things a little bit more interesting, slows him down a bit, but of course the stuns don't last for long. The Witch Doctor heals are doing some serious work. The cogs, the double cogs, dude, again, Rue. He is an absolute sharpshooter.
Way
Perfect
too good.
Aim.
Nisha's like, there's no way I'm letting you get out of here.
Oh my god, he went the wrong direction. He went the wrong direction. He knows it too. He's going to go back, but he's already out.
Remnants wasted, ankles broken, and cogs landing. Spirit get the rundown. You know who gets the most damage out of the fight? It's the Morphling, who also gets the most gold, the most XP. That's the last hero you want cleaning up these engagements.
Team is just setting the plate for him time and time again.
Beautiful changing of the guard here from Laurel. He dodged, I think, 2 of the Maledict ticks.
I think so, yeah.
And he dodged the last one, which is the most important. Keep himself alive. This is a little scary of a rundown. Like, you do have to respect how tanky the Spectre is, especially if some evasion from the Radiance comes online into the Morphling hits, but you got the spells to do it, and man, that's a brutal way to die.
And Team Spirit. Oh! Okay. The one time you're going to see Rue miss is with the hook shot on a stun target.
Yeah, the easiest one in the entire game. Yeah. Too easy for him.
Oh, maybe a little bit catch and release.
Still should be able to do Tormentor here, though, as Liquid going to force the Roshan. Trade these objectives out.
Do it fast enough. The Ember Spirit's not going to be a threat. We'll try and kill Collapse.
Do not want to let him steal your Aegis here.
Yeah, just push him away. Make sure they can...
Is he dead off that? He might be dead off that.
He's going to blast lifesteal on the neutrals. Almost dies to him.
No, he's
another
dead.
round. Now it's Bushwhack control.
Okay. A little bit of a feed there. Not respecting the Witch Doctor.
Do you think that the Aegis changes much for Liquid? Like team fight-wise.
A great Aegis carrier. You just haunt in the middle of the fight. You got to deal with the Spectre, with the Dispersion, with the Radiance burn twice. It's really annoying. So I think it can be influential here, for sure. A lot of this game does revolve around the Morphling, though. I think if Liquid can manage to control the Morphling, they don't have to necessarily kill him at the start of the fight, but if they force the Morph out early and you lose a lot of that damage, then all you have to worry about is some control on the Monkey, and you can kind of push through with the Spectre. But if Yatoro has a free reign...
Oh, massive pickup, massive pickup.
Okay.
Boxy is the one to take the last hit for the 500 gold, but Mickey will still be content with the assist given how easy it was thanks to Boxy's setup there.
Great find.
And Liquid, despite the aggression not working for them from before, they're not slowing down. They make a play in both top and middle. They will trade out supports in the mid lane.
BKB is done for the Beastmaster.
So he can finally
can get in there.
Yeah, be a presence, which feels like he hasn't been able to accomplish too much here. Beautiful bushwhack off of that Roar lead off. I asked you about the Spectre item build, and the reason was I was curious, how early do you get the Scotty in this matchup?
Potentially very early in this game.
Yeah,
great item against the Morphling. Not bad against the other cores either.
Sure. Yeah, he's looking at Manta and then straight Scotty. He's going right away.
I don't mind that. The build-up's very slow.
Yep.
But again, the other item you're kind of looking at afterwards here is maybe Butterfly in a game where you're battling against a real true hyper agi carry. The Orchid into Bloodthorn can also be very strong on this hero, but I think there's going to be too many dispels here for you to go that route.
If you were like ahead a lot early, I feel like that's a build-up that could really, keep the Morphling down.
Yeah, Morphling's just a first item mana buyer. It's obnoxious. You still could end up with Bloodthorn in this game.
Like dodge and away. That is a close call. Any stun hits him, he's dead in the water. Like figuratively and literally, so.
Shard is online for Collapse. Feels like Liquid are stronger in the fight. They can find it in a nice way right now.
First down Tofu.
Damn, that did a lot of damage. What the hell? 440 adaptive strike after reduction. Pretty nasty.
As TPs to the other side. I think Spirit is one of the teams that plays the fastest off of these cross-map kills. Like, they get one kill here, and then they just, like, mass TPs to the other side.
You think faster than Liquid? They're also pretty fast in that category.
Cogs pushback on Ace. And Creep is gonna... Oh, we got him up to the high ground. That's gonna force a BKB use. Collapse apparently didn't know about the BKB use.
Okay, I guess they just didn't see it. Lost vision of him for a second.
Yeah, that's fair. Like, he sees it as he blinks in and pops it, but he doesn't stop it fast enough. That's fine.
That's an opening for Liquid. They still have Aegis for a minute and a half. So you have Aegis Spectre, you have Haunt available, no Ravage. Surely you can try and aggressively force some action here.
It's true. I thought they were going to wait for BKB on the Ember Spirit, but I totally forgot there was an Aegis on this Spectre, which,
This isn't the most important one to use, but I mean, you just lost a tier 1 to Morphling. This feels very defensive. Like, why would you want to be giving Yatoro space right now?
Nisha, Remnant's back. Yatoro is going to be the target here with the sharpshooter. Hook shot trying to run interference. A big burst of damage. Wait, I think he even might go to agility there.
I think he did Agi morph at the end.
Whoopsies. Well, rare time you're going to see a Yatoro misplay, I believe.
He might have been dead either way as the sharpshooter landed before the Maledict was going to kick in, but he definitely didn't help the issue.
No, not so much.
And just not
he had
respecting.
Vessel on him, so he morphs into strength. He's probably not going to regain that much HP.
No.
But
he makes it a little easier for him at the end. Yeah, he went to Agi. Maybe he's like, you know what? I want to get out of here quickly. I'm not going to waste any time.
He doesn't want to have a lingering death. Well, Avery said, don't want to give Yatoro space.
No. Important kill in this game. He did have a streak too, right? Yeah, 5x streak going into the Ember of all heroes. Very juicy for Liquid.
And also off of that kill, they're going to get an objective. Mickey should get the last hit on the tower. Oops, didn't get the last hit on the tower. But that will progress the Scotty, which this Scotty is going to be a very big timing for Liquid. Maybe they still feel better in fights right now.
I think they do.
I think the Scotty is an even bigger game changer.
You just can't wait for it. Again, the build-up's super slow with double ultimate orb.
Yeah, that's fair.
If you get good fights with the Haunt off cooldown, you take it. And you have to respect the big cooldowns in this game. It's going to be a back and forth. Both teams trying to dodge like Ravage against Haunt. When the Morphline's able to fight, BKB done for Laurel means he's going to be able to look a little more aggressively here, survive a bit longer.
Ace's Helmet Dom creep is almost taking a tier 2. That was a lot of damage because that was a full HP tower not so long ago.
It feels as if Spirit would want to just do a Roshan right now if it were available.
Yeah.
I think their lineup is not. It's a little clunky. Like they have some map mobility with the monkey and Clockwork.
Ace is sitting on a lane ward right now. He's got Blink and BKB, so he's got 2 very fast reaction abilities that can get him out of this initiation. Collapse actually just goes for the supports, which there are 2 of them.
Liquid might just
the one
fail.
who might get out with a sharpshooter, pushing him away, but seems unlikely. Scurry's on cooldown for another second. They got the curse crowned on him. Hookshot actually nabs Ace there. He's going to be roared up, but what he really wants out of this is trying to force these BKBs on these cores as they clean up the supports. Nisha, he got hit by the stun. The Ravage to follow it up.
That's all it takes.
1 stun will lead to 2, will lead to 3, and that leads to death.
I can't believe Liquid lingered around there. The instant those supports got caught, I would have just instant bailed with everybody go push the lanes out.
Yeah, that feels like not respecting Spirit.
A little bit. Being a little too cheeky there. Yeah, you had BKB on Ember, but what are you really hoping to achieve here other than just mess with them a little bit? They really messed that creep up.
They sure did. They sure did.
Just get chained. Again, you don't want to use the BKB here, but you didn't have a remnant out early. Too big of a window against the champs here.
Yeah, just the way that starts, I'm surprised. Like, your 2 supports got jumped right away.
Exactly. Just leave them and bail, right? Like, it's a big committal of a move for Spirit. There's no Roshan to get. You're not going to lose an objective. Should be fine cutting your losses there. Surprised to see Liquid get dragged into that and then end up losing a big core on top. There's another creep death. These are adding up a little bit. A little extra gold injection. It will be Butterfly for Yatoro versus the Scotty for Mickey. Very strong item times for both the carries in these games. And they should both line up with this next Roshan. So very pivotal objective on the trajectory for both 1 positions here.
If it's a fast enough Roshan, Mickey might not have his Scotty done fast enough. Should be kind of awkward. He's a little bit farther away than the butter on Yatoro off of that fight.
Kind of suspect Spirit will instantly try and go with this butterfly timing. Should be one of your stronger moments in this game. And you're not going to wait on the other 2 cores here. Like when Yatoro wants to send it, you send it with him.
Yeah.
So there's that butterfly. Instant smoke. They waste absolutely no time. Again, decisiveness of Team Spirit in this series. And they're going to try and find a pick off
on the Spectre.
Yes, this is Spectre farming territory. You're either thinking he's at this ancient camp or he's in the camps behind it. You can dive for him here. The turnaround's not insane from Liquid in this game.
Especially with the pattern that they set up, right? They ganked that bottom lane 3 different times off of a deep lane ward that they had. They finally, on Liquid, picked up a gem and found one of those wards.
Oh, did they see him? They see him here.
He's going to be spotted. Lead off, found the strike, chain the stuns. They've got him.
What a find. What a smoke angle.
I like that they didn't give up on it, right? They go triangle. They don't find anything. They just kept thinking, okay, if he's not here, it's not on the left side of the map.
They had some really nice wards too. Like this bottom obs on the bottom lane, it's scouting that farm pattern where the Spectre is like going through these camps into that bottom. They know he's not there. He can only be on this upper half. They basically eliminated every camp that Mickey's going to be on in sequence there.
And that guarantees that Scotty won't be up with Roche.
Yep. In fact, he's going to be dead for 30 seconds while it spawns. If Spirit have instant vision on it, there is a world you just force it. And you can bring it down before Mickey's ready to fight. They don't scout the pit, however.
Liquid is going to try and take the trade off. I mean,
they see it now.
Spirit's doing Roshan right now, then they're doing it. We just got to try and get the most out of it, which is taking Tormentor.
Man, what a timing alignment here.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
You get a Spectre kill, and Mickey doesn't even get the fight for this Aegis. A brutal trade for Liquid. Yeah, they're going to make the most of it with Tormentor, but this is not the exchange you were looking for.
And high ground fights are I think it's way more simple for Spirit than in many of these matchups we've been watching, right? You've got a big AoE team fight to play off of with an Aegis hero that is very good at sieging down tier 3s.
I would agree. This does not look like the scariest high ground defense lineup of a lot of them we've seen.
No.
your biggest worry is stacking for a cask. I mean, that's about as good as it gets.
Yeah.
The one thing you're maybe concerned about in all the fights, not just a high ground, but it becomes a little easier on high
Really
ground.
want to go through this? They are. And it's Collapse who's going to be outnumbered. There's no way he expected this many heroes DP up here. It was just a squirrel.
That is Haunt down. Every time this Haunt's on cooldown, you have to think about, our Spirit going to try and make a move? You know, on the respawn, you have some time to farm here.
Right, which is where part of the reason Spectre, like, you get stronger and stronger as late game, because every single one of these ult pops, if you get a hero kill, well, that hero's gone for 60, 70 seconds, right? And that just leads into a very small window for the enemy team to play off of. They're still going to try and take the fight with the extra life that they have on the Morphling. Hookshot lands on Ace, pushing back with the cogs. Terrorize on top of that one. Man, they're so good at chaining these disables. Ace, he barely gets off the roar, and he's still going to die. Now, Laurel's going to die for this, because look at that positioning from Tofu. It's just beautiful. And Mickey, well, he ripped through one support. He's going to try and go for another one. Nice bushwhack. Pulls back Yotaro. Yotoro's now left alone against all these heroes. He's going to die the once.
He's in big trouble.
And he's going to be maledicted when he comes back up. If they can hit a stun, a chain, anything like that, they got the maledict on him. Waveform away, trying to get some distance, but of course the chase is always going to be there. The boomerang's placed on, the damage over time, it'll finish him off. Spirit, they thought they had this. They said, surely we don't need the Tidehunter. We have 2 lives on Morphling.
Yeah, who's your damage dealer? It's the Witch Doctor for Liquid. Just a full channel Death Lord on a stunned Monkey King who could never stun him back. You're sitting there BKB'd as Laurel, and you're just dying to a support. Insane value out from Tofu there. You took a fight without your Tidehunter, and I think it showed. You just don't have that big presence on the front line. You don't have that AoE control off the Ravage. It takes a lot longer to bring these heroes down. A smart TP cancel from Tofu gets a really nice cask off. It bounces onto Yotaro multiple times there. Full channel Death Lord. Mickey, he's just sitting here waiting for his moment. Monkey King dead. I get to go in for free. No way this Morphling is going to fight all my HP with Scotty done. Very different situation.
Just like they forgot about Dre, they forgot about Tofu. And he punishes Spirit heavily. This is now a game that is in Liquid's favor, a game that they desperately need to win. Just stay alive in this series and stay alive in this survival stage. Move on to playoffs. While Spirit, they want just the 2-0 so they can focus on the road ahead.
They're going to have to find a way to scale in this game. And it is never easy scaling against Ember Spectre. Like, that is... It just is not fun for your support duo. It's not fun for your front line trying to position in the fight and make sure the formation is set up correctly, because your formation just gets backstabbed so easily. The fight becomes chaotic very fast. This is not a pipe Tidehunter.
Yeah. Aghanim Scepter is going to be done at almost level 20, though, so these Gush talents make this this timing ridiculous.
And Satanic for Yotaro does help his sustainability a lot, which has been an issue here, particularly against the Maledict, kind of just wearing through him over the long run. Pretty unsuccessful Aegis usage, though. I thought Spirit were going to be able to get a lot better fight out of that Roshan advantage. Pretty much got completely nullified. Now this game has swung back Liquid's way. And the Butterfly for Mickey coming out soon. So Spectre continues to get scarier here.
Roar lands on Laurel, and he dies so fast to the Spectre.
That's a gem. Lost as well.
They just bought that.
You just can't get the lanes out. The power of the Spectre Haunt. It creates a threat off of any single stun landing in this game.
You actually buy out the Butterfly? I thought he was going to break apart the Radiance. Use the Talisman for the Butterfly, build up a Nullifier.
Radiance is just so good on this hero.
Yeah.
I think it is easily a fine item to keep in your 6 slots. If you want to go the Nullifier out, then yes, you break it apart. If he feels that there's not a reason to have Nullifier in this game, which I can kind of see, like, this is one of those rare games where I don't know how much you need the Nullifier here. Particularly if Beast can buy one, if you really need it.
Well, you got to nullify the Tidehunter. Because he's got a Krellis.
Does have a Krellis Crochet.
He didn't buy out the Axe?
Interesting. He just needs to survive more? That's what it signifies here. Buy time.
But I feel like Tidehunter is only a hero that needs to survive in team fights when he's got Axe. right? Like, otherwise, you're just kind of like a Ravage, Anchor Smash, and like then if they go on you, all good. Nisha getting some information right now. Yatoro felt that burn.
Maybe Spirit feel they can only win a fight off of the Ravage pop and bringing someone down in that duration.
So then they have to make sure Collapse stays alive long enough to...
Yeah, I guess even in that scenario, the item
I'm
is
still
a little
confused
awkward.
'cause, yeah.
MKB for Yatoro. Should complete his slots nicely here. It's just very hard to get a jump now. The initiation's a lot easier for Liquid when the Spectre can follow up anything instantaneously. Can guarantee you find Monkey too. Like, you can't just hide in some tree line as Laurel this game.
And he's got 25. So those Spectre illusions are hitting very, very hard now.
It's a lot of damage coming out.
Next item, Refresher. I'm down with that. Double Haunt is going to make these supports' lives absolutely hell.
Becomes impossible.
And they didn't really itemize to deal with that in the first place.
Nope.
Like, if they had, then maybe that's where the Nullifier becomes more value. But you've got, what, 1 Force Staff and 1 Yule
That's what I'm saying. I think he was watching this game. He's like, I don't need a Nullifier here. I'm just going to kill him anyway.
And he's mostly been jumping on cores anyway. Laurel's going to stop the Doctor here. They do manage to get the break on Collapse, though. Collapse needs help. He's on a sliver of HP. Is it even worth the Ravage at this point? He's making a run for it. There's that Krellis. The Krellis keeps him alive.
Gets him out of danger for now.
It does. They survived through it. It was almost him just dying right outside their base.
That was a brutal amount of damage.
No buyback. That could have been a high ground push rather easily for Liquid. Instead, he stays alive, and they can go.
Gotta look for something
here.
here.
Of their own. Yatoro with the Ember Spirit morph. The slight chains, long range, against his boxy. Support for support in the end.
Something off of that Haunt. Every time Haunt's down, you have to get aggressive as Spirit. You can lose the fight so badly. The Morphling will be strong when the Spectre is unable to join the exchange. And we'll see how fast this Roshan timer is. It's a long one.
Yeah, that'll benefit Liquid.
For sure. You're going to have your Haunt cooldown guaranteed here. Gonna take another nice fight. Basher done for Mickey as well, so the control grows.
Trade out that urn. You don't need it anymore.
Look at this setup. Ooh, that was quick.
Nisha breathing a sigh of relief there. Speaking of, we talked a lot about Nullifier. It is going to be an item in this game. Ace is going to be the one to grab it. So his Roar initiation puts the Nullifier on him to make sure they can't, Wind Waker save or Force Staff.
He saw that Krellos for the Tide. He's like, someone's got to deal with this.
Seriously.
Will be a quick smoke from Spirit trying to abuse Haunt cooldown. Still there for 45 seconds, and they have Ravage available. The ultimates are favored for them right now. They're going to break on a Witch Doctor.
Smokes at a break, and Tofu gets the blink away.
Yeah, not what you wanted here if you were Spirit. Might still try and just force the fight straight up anyway.
Yeah, they're walking into potential high ground vision, though.
See Nisha. Gonna try and chain stun him.
You get him. Hook shot, terrorize. The Roar goes out trying to delay. Now the Ravage over the top. All for Nisha, and they got him. Once again, Liquid. So good at being able to chain those disables. Now they're in pretty deep here, and they've used a lot. Rue is almost dead. I was going to say, if Nisha chooses to buy back, he could really do some damage. He's already killed 2 supports. Almost self-fuels on Not Me will allow him to get 1 more round of spells before he eventually goes down. Yatoro almost killing Ace. Force that forward. He does manage to get it, but now he's been maledicted. And here comes the Spectre form. They got the Bushwhack and the Death Ward. They combo together to kill the carry. Yatoro's down, and now the chase. They got Collapse as well. Mickey runs him down in the end. And these are heroes that do not have buyback. Surprisingly, though, now the later Roshan actually plays against Liquid. They would love for Roche to be up right this minute. Not going to be the case, though.
They will have 30 seconds while the Morphling's dead if they instantly scout it. Inspector does it super fast here. So we'll see if they end up getting it here regardless. One's costly on the Nisha buy, but he makes up for it. It'll push him to level 25. Kind of a necessary buyback to win that fight. You don't know when that Roche is spawning, so you can't afford to let Spirit get out of here. They chain stunned him again beautifully. Even with the stuns coming out on the Morphling, I thought maybe they're not going to have enough damage as Yatoro got Caskied there, but You have enough disable to power through it. The issue with these chain stuns for Spirit is a lot of them are the big AoE, the Terrorize, the Ravage. You're using your teamfight control to take one hero down, and that's why this buyback's so powerful. When you come back in here, there's nothing really to regroup around other than just the Morphling's raw strength. And eventually, Yatoro, he's just running out of mana. Yeah. He just doesn't have enough resources to live through all these stuns being thrown at him, all the multiple initiations. The Roche will spawn, and Liquid will scout it instantly, so...
Yeah, Liquid sat in the pit, made sure that if it spawned, they would be able to do it immediately, and it because they caught it so quickly, Yatoro isn't even up yet.
This is a big concern for Spirit in terms of how do you win this game? Because it basically means you have to take a fight in a way where you can win it 1.5 or 2x with those buyback coming out from Liquid. Be able to get a Roche and then push again.
And also, you're incentivized to like make this play again on the Ember Spirit. He's the one now with the Aegis. Because it's going to be the same problem, right? Like,
yeah,
you make that move on Ember Spirit or you make that move on Spectre. Both of them are heroes that can buy back and instantly punish you for it.
And that's the issue. The buybacks are so strong for Liquid between this Ember Spectre. That's why the late game's so scary here. You need refreshers if you're Spirit. You're going to need double Wukong. You're going to need double Ravage at some point in this game. That's what it feels like. Maybe even buybacks as well. Like, bait some fight onto an area where you have either high ground defense or outpost defense, something of this nature, and you can instantly get the Morphling in twice. It's real dangerous, though. And this is why Spectre late game is just always terrifying, no matter how much you want to argue the hero's stronger or weaker than she used to be. You have double Haunt with Refresher, and then you have the buyback Haunt as well if you need it.
Dude, Tofu, by the way, he still has his Gree. He's got 2,000 gold he can pop. He's also getting no love on the Tormentor. Still does not have his shard, which, considering how impactful Tofu has been in these games, I would love a little bit of extra security for him.
He's rocking a strong triple-double right now. Man's doing work here. He's got a cheese, though. That's pretty nice. He'll fly out the shard.
It's the Aghanim Scepter with the slight charges in. Laurel!
What?
He was supposed to use the shard there to get down with the Boundless Strike, but he messed it up. And now he's just going to die there off of the high ground setup. Ace, he does get a hook shot. Ace making the run for it. And once again, Yatoro's left. Okay, do I wait for him in after him in order to get that kill? It didn't work out so well the last time. Meanwhile, his backline's being decimated with the double ultimate. Now he's going to be Abyssal Bladed up. Oh, they missed out on the Croaker stun to chain it all. Yatoro still has a chance to get out. The supports, they're looking a little worse for wear here. This last light, not going to finish off Root. So they go back for the Collapsed Tidehunter. They do have the answer to the Corellas. It's not going to survive against the Nullifier.
A big mechanical mistake there from Laurel. We saw the idea, bait some sort of Haunt on the high ground, and then you just get out with that Boundless Strike shard. Didn't activate it.
Look at Liquid. They say, well, we've won back-to-back team fights. How many buybacks do you really have? We're going to hit the tier 4s. Now, this is them playing without some ultimates here, deep inside the enemy base. This is not guaranteed.
Yatoro's just control.
But they are super tanky, and yeah, Yatoro's not really good, but they have to use Satanic on creeps just to stay alive against the Maledict Sharpshooter once again. And he gets roared through everything, they kill him. It's just too much for them to handle. They neither have the damage to get through these heals that are coming out from Liquid and these tanky heroes, nor do they have the defensive capabilities to keep Yatoro alive.
Is Witch Doctor just broken?
It might be.
Is that the story of this series? Meta. He is absolutely owning these games right now. This game is just over. GG.
GG with the security of a Spectre late game. You know, they went for the triple core late game in game 1. And Spirit just hit a very good timing in the mid game, got enough of net worth lead, just kept pushing Liquid down, giving them no momentum whatsoever. But here, off of a back of a harder carry that could still play the map the way they want to, Liquid are both able to play the map like they were able to do in game 1 while still having this scaling carry and still playing a little bit more active, right?
It's a very good Spectre pick. It gives you the active capability. It gives you threat off your stuns wherever you go, and you have the carry-on-carry matchup hero-wise. Like, you're not afraid of scaling into Morphling with Spectre here. It's such a big difference compared to that Sven to the tiny game 1. Liquid really addressed a lot of issues here. They got the Docta. The Docta has a 100% win rate right now. I don't know what that means. I don't know if I'm suddenly being converted into a believer of this hero, but that Voodoo Restoration talent and just sitting in the fights with so many defensive items plus Locket, Ghost Scepter, Shard, Aeon Disc, whatever it is, you become really annoying. Like, you can't focus this guy down, and if you don't, he does 5,000 healing in the fight. Okay, I mean, that's just basically you saved an entire hero right off the bat. It's a guaranteed spell. You can't stop this spell. Something about this hero is kind of cooking right now, and I'm liking it. So maybe that hero goes up in priority. It's also shutting down a lot of these frontliners in the offlane.
Yeah,
like, that's a big
had
deal.
a terrible laning phase because of Witch Doctor.
And not only the lane phase, the fights. Like, he can't go in the fight and exist as the frontline for Spirit because your frontline gets evaporated by Spectre plus Maledict in this game. I think the Morphling answer was cute. Like, it did do work in this game. He had, 14 kills. He morphed into the Ember a couple times, had some sick chains. I think Yatoro did his job in some sense, but the Monkey King did not build enough early momentum. And then he's just getting hunted every team fight. I think that was the biggest component for me is, like, Laurel's impact. It's just not there in these later exchanges. And I think that's part of why we haven't seen the mid-monkey. To gain the same momentum that you used to is way more difficult. And if you don't, you just don't farm the map as fast. You're not a pick-off presence. What are you really contributing to your team in terms of, like, either out farming them or I'm out killing them? And if you're doing neither, you're just kind of falling behind against this really scary late game. So very cool draft from Liquid. And a lot to think about going into this game 3 for both teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so much of it is we saw in game 1 the stability of team spirit, right? Playing around each other and having a team fight formation that it was like running to a brick wall for Liquid. Whereas in this game 2, they have a draft that creates chaos that is able to break down the front lines with the Witch Doctor while still hitting the back lines with these hypermobile cores on the side of Liquid. And that now brings us to a game 3. What is going to ensue in that draft?
We'll see how much priority the teams will place in that 100% win rate Witch Doctor. There's a lot else going on as well with that game, and I think a lot of Team Liquid fans are very familiar. They knew the team would pull through because they normally lose game 1 and then win game 2. We'll see what happens in game number 3, but I'm here with Lacoste and Seb, ready to break this one down, and it can't all be Witch Doctor, Seb.
It was not all Witch Doctor, but I have to say that I'm also becoming a big fan of this hero. It does so much. Like, the laning presence is there. Like, it kills the scaling of certain heroes like Tide, Morphling, especially when you have overwhelming amount of damage like Witch Doctor, Spectre. Everything is just perfect about this combo. Like the lane, the mid game, the late game, and eventually like this level 20 talent and just sitting in the fight. And you pair him with like heroes that benefit a lot from the healing. Spectre is the perfect example because like every HP you take from Spectre, you work for it, right? And dispersion, and he's just healing back up. I don't know. I'm a big fan of this hero.
I think it's gonna get bumped up in priority pretty heavily. Like this might become a first pick in the third game because it feels so good. Like it's shutting down the offlane we saw in the first game. They tried Necrophos. It didn't really work because they tried to go for the range carry or offlane hero in that sense, but didn't really work out for them. And you are never tanky enough. A lot of the times in this meta, you see these unkillable, these centaurs, this Necrophos, tiny with the 5,000 HP. You're never gonna feel too comfortable when you have Maledict on you, and the heal is the presence of the heal in every single team fight is just too insane.
Yeah, it was super strong, but to go back to your first question, which was it can't all be Witch Doctor, it was also Ember. Like I think this hero, like I don't know, we'll have to see. But this was 8-pick Ember. It got super shut down on the lane. Like Lar did more than his job. I think he had like more denies than Ember had last hits. Like he destroyed him in the mid lane. He went to fight for the Wisdom Rune. He defended safe lane. He turned the Morphling matchup against Beast, helped the Morph, slowed down. Like he played an amazing monkey game. I think he was like 12-3 or something. But at some point, this Ember just comes online. Like look at the numbers, like the damage numbers from Nisha. Like he did twice the Monkey's damage. And obviously Monkey is not like the top mid hero right now, but still like this Ember hero, it doesn't matter like how bad his game is, like at some point it becomes a menace. And there's also this play that we've seen many times now where they take fights in the late game and they buy back Remnant It again. It's just too much. Like honestly, I feel like this Ember hero maybe deserves like either more priority or a ban, but his like his rating by teams needs to change.
Yeah, you can tell that Spirit, they had an idea in this one. They brought back a little bit of a blast from the past, picking up this Monkey King as a counter to it. It looked okay-ish, but nothing too crazy. I feel like his presence in some of these earlier fights, it was great with the Wukongs and everything, but in the drawn-out fights, he didn't feel that comfortable. Like, he also got caught a couple of times because he had Spirit Vessel on him. There was one fight near the tier 3 tower in the top lane where he got caught. Spectre jumps on top of him, kind of counters what he wants to do because you see him immediately with the follow-up spell. Monkey's gonna die or forced to use a BKB, jump out. So not the pick that I think we're gonna be seeing as a counter. It was an idea. It didn't work out in this one, and I feel like it also, Shiver, could be potentially, you know, every single time that they were running different heroes, Spirit, they were doing well. Now they played Morphling 2 times in a row.
That's where it went wrong.
Could be it.
Solved.
It's going to be a tough tournament if he's never allowed to play another hero. Good luck for him, good luck to him. But I was a little bit skeptical on the Witch Doctor Spectre, like as in the answer, Morphling as an answer to that, because it's. And then I'm like, it's Yotoro Morphling, you know, like he knows what he's doing. I don't know, now that the game concluded, if it was like the best pick, because it felt like he was really big that game. He had every item he could ask for, right? He had the butterfly, the satanic, like he got to where he wanted to be as Morphling, and it still felt like he could not stand his ground for more than like a second or something. Like if any stun he ate, he would just die 100-0.
We haven't seen the carry-to-carry matchup. These are not two traditional carries in a sense, because Morphling hasn't really been picked up. Nader was Spectre, you know, she gained slightly more popularity recently, but with the Desolate, with Radiance, it does feel very good. You're also building into Scotty, there's Spirit Vessel from the mid lane. Even though he has Satanic, he has this Manta style to dispel things, it's also not very effective. Like eventually it's gonna kick in the healing reduction and you're gonna die, because like we've seen how strong it is when once you isolate one of the heroes with the Desolate, the heroes just die.
I don't know. To me, my Dota sense is just telling me that the Spectre hero is not okay. But I'm maybe biased, to be honest. Like, I have a history with the hero. I've always been a fan of Spectre. But we'll have to see. I feel like Amber not okay, Witch Doctor not okay, Spectre not okay.
We got all these heroes rising in priority here. And I feel like maybe we're slightly on the recency bias because they did just win.
Maybe.
We'll see how it turns out in Game 3. But Lacoste, I believe you also have something to show us regarding some stacks that Team Spirit protected.
Yeah, they were doing really well. This is something that they needed to do at the early stages of the game. This was where they were kind of most vulnerable, where they needed to protect the stacks. And if you see where they are right now, you can see the Observer Ward on the side and the carrots that Drew was giving to them throughout the whole game. He was, I would say, single-handedly keeping them in that game, and also making sure that Dark Willow, this is the second time that he does this little trick, tries to TP out, and then instead of just TPing out, knowing there's still another spell, he just cancels it, does extra bit of a damage, you know, an extra bit of a to prolong the team fight in a sense, and then after that they just don't feel as comfortable taking that fight. Collapse in a very good spot to protect those stacks, and there's gonna be another one because they already used the Ravage, so right now Liquid, they feel pretty strong again, trying to invade one more time. Nisha, he was really pushing the limits on the hero. You can still see the stacks being there, and they did not want them to take those stacks, trying to punish them. Unfortunately for them, Neutral Creep does take down Collapse, and at this point of the game, this is where Spirit, they felt, as I said, most vulnerable, but they're also going to be punching back, bringing in numbers. This is where Monkey feels kind of strong with this Deso item build that he did go for as his first item, dishing out quite a lot of damage, and also baiting a little bit maybe the rest of the team in this position where they don't want to be. If you lack lockdown fighting against Monkey King like this, knowing that he can drop down the Wukong's command, and this time around Spirit, they are bringing in numbers, understanding that they need to protect those stacks. Like 1 minute, 2 minutes after, they're going to be able to finally farm those stacks, but very good thinking, very good approach from Spirit, understanding that at this particular moment of the game, they need to be able to pretty much bring everybody so they don't bleed out.
Yeah, and I know that the three cores on the side of Spirit, they're the TI winners. You know, we know that they're good players, but I want to highlight the support duo. I think not me and Rue, I know they lost, but I think this game in particular, they both really shown very bright set.
Yeah, honestly, both games. I think so far they've had an incredible series, like both of them. I was talking to Miposhka for a content piece that's going to be out someone this tournament, and asking him how does he enjoy coaching and whatnot, and he's like, well, he said that he has incredible support players. He's happy that they took over in a sense, and he's helping them with voicing what they want to do in the game as much, because he used to be the big voice of Team Spirit. So this is something they're like working on and improving. But once these guys are also able to communicate what they want to do in the game, like as well as he used to, well, it's I don't want to call it an upgrade, but you know, they are very, very good at playing their heroes, and the micro things, everything is just perfect.
Yeah, having someone like Miposhka behind you to point out the mistakes does feel, you know, like a turbo mode in pretty much big buff how you're going to be playing the game, and the team's definitely gelling together. But I also want to point out the way like Liquid played the map, how aggressive they were. As soon as they understood that they can definitely bring down this Tidehunter, they can bring down this Morphling, you could see the full aggression coming out from Liquid, finding out these pickoffs. Boxy again, like even Ace did really step it up in this series, did have a couple of these early deaths, but also managing to find the openings as well, playing together as a team. Team Liquid, they cooked in this second game.
Yeah, they really did. And the question is, out of the two games we've seen, is there a clear favorite? Or is it heavily draft dependent? Because I kind of don't feel it might, like, I don't feel it is.
I mean, my take is that Spirit is still looking a little bit cleaner. I think they're a little bit more, polished. So in that sense, I would still favor them. But the second game, I felt like Liquid had just a better approach to the game than Spirit did. So this one is your game at this point. Like, if they get that kind of advantage in the draft for game 3, it could just seal the deal. But if it comes to an very even game, I think Liquid still has to step it up. Like, Spirit has looked really clean. I mean, we saw the whole sequence that Lacoste just showed. We know with defending stacks and whatnot, it looks very, they seem very like in place. Like, everything is just where it's supposed to be. They're attacking when they have to, they're defending when they have to, and it's clean. So, yeah, Liquid is up to the challenge.
A slight edge to Spirit potentially going into game 3. We'll have to wait and see. Potentially the draft does make a big difference. We'll see what comes out with that. And we're also going to be finding out how Liquid felt going into this matchup, as we're hearing from Boxy.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Hello, I'm here with Boxy from Team Liquid. You guys had a very fun series to watch yesterday. 3 games. The first one was 60, the second one was like 90 minutes. What was that series like to play?
Quite exhausting. I mean, the second game was really, really long. And I feel like we also had like a big lead in that one earlier in the game. And I was like, man, if we lose this game, I would feel like really bad, because I feel like we kind of threw a bit.
Are you thinking about that at like minute 70? It's like an after?
Not really, but I was like, at some point when I died, like late into the game, I was like, how do we end up here,
Yeah, it's hard, and they did a good job defending in the game. You guys were back and forth in so many fights. I felt like all the fights were really spread out too. It's just chaos everywhere. The observers were having trouble watching it. What was that like in game when the fights are so all over the place?
I mean, usually you like start a team fight. Maybe you have a plan on what you want to do as a team, but then you just have to play your hero. Like if I'm next to an enemy hero and I'm Clockwork and I used all my spells, like I don't know, I guess I'll just follow this guy, or like I'll run away. You can't like. There's not so much you can do individually when you're out of juice, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, game 2, absolutely crazy. How stress relieving was game 3? Because as an observer, I was watching, I was like, we know how it's going. They're stomping. They're dumpstering the whole map. You guys didn't give them any ground at all. Did that help like cool you down a little bit at least?
I mean, game 3 was a lot easier to play. I feel like maybe we had them a bit like outdrafted or out of their comfort zone, because the game was like flowing really nicely. And I don't know. I mean, I feel like after like 15 minutes, we all felt like this game is kind of in the bag. We just have to like slowly see it out. Yeah. So that was, I guess, the opposite of stressful.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. You've got Spirit up next. In one of the first interviews I did here with Collapse, he said he feels some kind of magic at EWC. Like he's always powered up. Does that intimidate you anyways, or are you not superstitious at all?
I mean, Spirit usually does well at this event, yeah. We lost to them in the finals like 3 or 4 years ago. I don't know, I feel like I kind of like playing them, because I like how, or like I know pretty well how they play, and they're not like some unknown like thing. I feel like they're Spirit. So I'd rather take what I know over what I don't.
Okay, that makes sense. And how do you think you're going to do as a whole? You know them? Is it no good, or?
I mean, I think we're going to win.
Okay, you got the momentum.
I always think we're going to win, so
sometimes you don't. Needed belief as a pro player, I suppose. All right, well, thank you for joining me for the interview. Good luck in your match.
Thank you.
We're getting ready for game number 3 here between Team Liquid and Team Spirit on stage. Elimination on the line. When we heard from Nisha yesterday, he was looking ahead already towards facing Yandex, which is in the playoffs, and didn't give Spirit much thought or many words. This series is proving that maybe a couple more words would have been maybe needed, but he was very confident. We also heard Boxy being very confident that he will make it through here too, Seb. Promising.
Maybe Nisha just genuinely forgot about this round, about Spirit, and then game 1 happened, and he's like, okay, you're gonna have to pick me Ember, I think. Like we have a situation here, and the emergency measure is Nisha Ember Spirit. But I'm enjoying the Liquid interviews. I think they're delivering. Like Nisha's interview yesterday was very interesting to listen to. I really like some of the Boxy takes. Like I always think I'm gonna win. Like it doesn't sound much, but it's a pretty deep statement.
Yeah.
And I'd rather take what I know over what I don't. I think is also a very interesting approach to Dota. It's like, give them what they like, I guess, and we know what to expect, and we're just sure of our strength and our ideas on how to break it, and we'll make it work. So I like these takes. I think these are takes where it shows confidence in yourself and in your team, and these are good signs if you're a Liquid fan.
Yep, you got to be confident, and also to go back to his point about playing unknown versus playing against the known teams, their playstyle, because Team Spirit, this is the team that kind of has the same play style, same players. The core of the team is staying the same ever since the team is kind of entered the big stage. They are known, so you know what to expect from them. And a little bit of a spoiler, on the other stream as well, we saw Rune Eaters, a team that maybe hasn't really been known to like other teams, because this is a relatively new squad. They managed to eliminate Aurora.
Yeah,
the
Aurora might have needed to know them a little better.
Yeah, top teams bleed.
Yes,
that is
do.
the information here. And if you think about it, this is the first time this event that Team Spirit is back against the wall, because they had a pretty smooth sailing in the group stage, and all of a sudden they're one game away from getting eliminated. One bad draft, bad execution, bad laning phase, you name it. On Liquid side, they've had 90 minutes yesterday. More than that, actually, 90 minutes and the third game, so maybe 2 hours or 3 hours of being back against the wall. So I'm sure at this point they're completely numb when it comes to that. They don't mind. So maybe like a mental test for Spirit, which Liquid has already passed successfully yesterday. We'll have to see how they, how they fare when the pressure's on their side, because they do have new players. We said new to this kind of stage anyway, so let's see if this gets to them or if they're gonna stay composed.
Yep, so far they look good. I think their performance on side of Spirit's supports, they look pretty stable. Like the game 2 that they lost, they also looked incredible, especially in the first 15-20 minutes of the game. So want to see what kind of a draft they're gonna cook, what kind of supports they're gonna be playing. I also feel like Spirit's draft took a little bit of an odd turn on that 15 pick with the Tidehunter. Seems like that was an idea to hide the pick for Monkey King that could come out as a response to this Ember Spirit, but they didn't really work out in the game. So I would like to see something slightly different.
Yeah, it really wasn't optimal in my opinion. Interesting idea, cute, but didn't pay off. They go back to a Spirit Classic at this point. It's Miposhka drafting at the end of the day. Of course, Bane is going to be first picked. This hero won them TI once upon a time. Great hero in the hands of Rue and not me, actually. They're one of the teams that is definitely okay with running the Bane on the offlane also, on the position 4. So very strong opener.
Do you think Team Spirit will still want to get their hands on the Ember at this point, or will you reply with a support? Because we do have, for the first time this series, the team that's Dire has second pick, which is the same, basically it's the same pick order as previous game, it's just switch sides.
I mean, it's interesting, because when you think about it, Liquid just first picked Ember and they won with it. And now Spirit is basically like, yeah, you could go for a second round of this, because Bane is not necessarily good against them. I mean, it's okay, but it's not like a counter. Like I'm sure Nisha doesn't mind playing this, especially if they start getting saves. We've seen like Ringmasters and these kind of heroes like Tusk, where your Ember's gonna be safe. Okay, they decide to go for the Beast. I mean, that's like a great answer versus Bane on the lane and in the game. You have summons to remove sleep, so you don't. Beast chases the Bane rather than the other way around, where usually Bane is often the chaser, like the predator.
Is that a reason to put Bane 4?
Maybe. I think they have it in the back of their heads, but sometimes I'd say you need to take an L just to see the bigger picture. You can't just be like, oh, our position 5 is countered, we can't play the game. But Beastmaster does counter, like any Zoo hero counters Bane pretty heavily. That's why we see good amount of Lycans coming out as well as a response to it. And also Beastmaster, he got bumped into priority. You talked about the Ringmaster, a hero that Team Liquid, they don't really play that hero. At least they didn't play it so far. They didn't play it at the last Blast Slam. Seems like they're not putting a lot of faith in that hero.
Right, maybe not an answer. I mean, I like the Bane 4. The Bane 4 idea could be cool because they're going to have to decide later, because essentially either Yotoro has a hero that's fine against Beast, and in that case you could run the Bane in 5, or he's looking at, he really wants to play something else that's bad against Beast, then you're going to need the 5 to enable him basically and allow him to lane. So whatever, let's say he wants to play like a Spectre or something, then you're gonna have to, you have the option of putting the Bane 4 and maybe picking like an Anch or something that will fare better against Beast on the lane. So I'm sure ideally they would keep that option open so that they can set Yotoro up for, yeah, success, I guess, like whatever he wants to play.
Taking their time thinking about this second ban. It will be the Witch Doctor. Keeper of the Light is also in there. It's up to Liquid to only ban one hero before they get the chance to pick something.
You know, we heard Puppy in one of the content pieces here saying that one of his biggest trap he fell into in his Dota career was try to beat things, you know, like just beat it.
Yeah.
Don't ban it, beat it. And he said, I've learned, I'm wiser now.
Just ban it.
I'm banning it. You know, so I like the adjustment for Spirit. It's like, don't bump your head against the wall. It's an elimination game, survival stage. You can't afford to, you know, if you try to figure it out and you don't, then you're out.
Yeah.
You know, try to get through the series and maybe rethink the approach to Witch Doctor, but not today.
Yeah, try it in scrims or something. Klinks gets banned out, an instant pickup of the Hoodwink. That's your safe lane set for Liquid, I would imagine.
Super strong lane. Like this type of a lane pushes out Bane if he's gonna be position 5. Not gonna be an easy pick for Yatoro either. Like we saw, I think 1 or 2 gyrocopters as well as a response to, I believe, Beastmasters as well. It didn't end too well, but because some of the carries are stronger right now, the hero also received a little bit of a nerf. And Team Spirit, they are going to be picking up Beastmaster, which is another saving support. When you think about it, overall better saving support against these initiations that they have from Bushwhack, where they have it, you know, stopping the sharpshooter damage from coming through, and of course, very good against Primal Roar.
It's very good against Beast. Yeah, the save against Roar. Also the Wheel of Wonder versus summons, very annoying. Like your summons are just stunned for forever, essentially. So very solid support. You also have the darts against the boars if you want to run it on the safe lane. Like very effective. It does extra damage to like summons and neutrals. So a very good hero overall, I think, against Beastmaster. Like quite underrated. Even the save, like. Because usually, like Bane, for instance, if you ever run into Beastmaster, like into his boars and whatnot, he just runs you down, even without Roar. That doesn't happen against Ringmaster, because the box and the extra movement speed that you get, you just run away. So I like this pick a lot, and I think it could be a Ring 5 and a Bane 4. Like, now they have the option to do both, typically. They pick the Gyro. It's an early Gyro pick, which, again, I don't think is what Spirit enjoys, because Yatoro usually likes to be the win condition. Like, they like to put him on 18 or 24 pick and make sure that the game scales in his favor. It's not going to be the case this time around. He picked for the lane, and you know, Mick is going to secure himself a better win condition.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Spectre is very good against pretty much all 3 of these heroes, kind of, because you get on top of them, you provide vision. You already have vision coming up from the Beastmaster summons. Hoodwink's very annoying to play against as well. And, I mean, we did mention Gyrocopter, but I don't think I believe in Gyro in this current patch. I feel like he is... I would put him, like, slightly below middle at the moment.
Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, there's maybe a reason for why we don't see it that often. And then, if anyone can make it work, I feel like it has to be Yotoro. But if he can't, well, at least he respected the rule. I don't think he's played it so far. So that's a new hero for Yotoro. So that is like the bright side, where he's expanding his hero pool.
The buff is there.
That is what matters, yes. He gets the buff. So what do you do if you're Liquid here? This is like typical, like Ember is still in, right? Like this is your typical talk about it first phase, end up doing something else because like pre-counter and whatnot. Oh, they go back for the abysmal win rate of Puck. Wait, well, how much did we say it was? It was around 20%?
It was 25. Yesterday it won one game, but I don't know if that was enough. Lacoste, could you check the win rate of Puck?
Yeah, I just checked the win rate of Gyrocopter. He's sitting at 25% as well. And we're going to check
fire with fire, you know, like be honest drafting. It's like you picked yourself a really bad hero, we shall do the same.
Oh, it went up. It's up to 31% right
31.
now. Yeah, big numbers.
31%. That is crazy. 31%, that is not good enough, but we'll have to see. And it's also going to get countered on the lane.
Yeah.
What makes it a good Puck game already is that he's very good against both supports. Like, he's going to get on top of them. He's going to prevent them from clicking their spells as they want to. Ooh, the Oracle team picking Oracle in the, you know, continuing the legacy of Insania. Former Team Liquid captain.
They wanted to have a save of their own, I would imagine.
It's a very good hero against Bane, typically for many reasons. You can, you know, save from grip, but you can also unsleep your teammates with just your third spell on Oracle. Very, very handy.
Ooh,
it really nullifies everything Bane does. Like, you dispel all of his spells, like Enfeeble, Nightmare, Ulti, so big counter. I think... Do you dispel the box? I think you do, or no? If
you should, yeah, it's dispellable.
So if he precasts his Q spell, which, what's the name of it? I forgot. The first spell of Oracle, whatever. I forgot about the name. So think about Liquid starting the fight on Team Spirit and Oracle pre-clicking the first spell. The box is just not going to work. They will be able to shut down. It's going to act like a nullifier.
That's the Faith Edict, right?
No, the Fate Edict is the second.
No, that's Purifying Flames.
Yeah, we forgot. We actually can't remember the name.
My goodness, I'm getting old. Either way.
HQ. Anyway, I think there was a high chance of Spirit potentially picking up Night Stalker instead of this Earth Spirit. I feel like this hero could have also worked, seeing that you see Puck, it can be played from the mid lane. It can also be played from the off lane. It's one of the best counters to Oracle. Earth Spirit is good in a sense, but also... you need to be able to find this Oracle, and you only have one guy because both of the supports are ranged. They want to keep the distance. Gyrocopter also wants to keep the distance away from the fight. So want to see what kind of a gap closer they're going to be picking from the offlane.
Now, typically Oracle is considered a good hero against Earth Spirit. Like, as soon as he gets his blink, let's say, and he's able to like play further away. Obviously, early game is not going to be as effective because the cast range of Oracle's ulti is very small, and Earth Spirit is going to be able to silence him because he's going to have to be in vision to cast that. But as soon as he gets like maybe a cast range enchantment, a blink dagger, the matchup's going to turn. With that being said, Earth Spirit is really good against Puck in the lane and in the game. We've seen Earth Spirit dominate this matchup. Fortune's End?
Yeah, I think so.
It still doesn't ring a bell. I think my brain literally just erased that spell from my memory. Probably some trauma from losing games against Oracle. But yeah, like I also think Earth Spirit is not the best against Beastmaster. Like his timings early are pretty rough. Like he doesn't really get armor before a while, and he's just very susceptible to dying to Beast and his summons. So I have to say, I think Liquid's draft is looking very good right now, and they don't even have the win condition against Gyro. We're also going to be looking at the last pick and looking at Gyro and maybe worrying about his scaling ability. So
I would also prefer if they just picked that Night Stalker on 18 instead. I feel like because of the dispel mechanic, Earth Spirit can still own this game. Like 3.5 second silence is super annoying, but you also have a little bit of a save coming out from that Oracle. And this is going to be the jump, disengage, even though it's not super effective against your Roar, against the Coil as well at the later stages. It does become a very powerful spell to bring in everybody, like we saw what Centaur can do with the Heart, like even double Heart build.
And it's the infamous like Centaur Gyro combo, like Aghanim Centaur at some point, Gyro getting Aegis, buying a Rapier. We've seen that happen. It can be very powerful. Gyro's not really meta, but when it was, this was like one of the deadliest. It was so good that it was first pick. It was literally like Centaur into Gyro. First two, doesn't matter. Any lane, any game will win. So it can... I think it re-enables the scaling of Gyro, and it allows him to maybe go for a more aggressive build than he would if the Centaur gets the Ags at some point. And on Liquid side, I have to say I'm a big fan of the draft. Like, I think the lineup works really well together. Lots of synergy between heroes, great against what Spirit has. I guess the downside of Liquid is the laning phase. Theoretically, Spirit have three... It's not like winning lanes per se, but they have the upper hand on all 3 lanes. I'd say 60-40. So they could just run away with the game off a really strong laning phase and just snowball effect. This time around, if the game is a little, which again I don't think is really their comfort, they kind of switch roles. So Liquid has the faster playstyle, the slower playstyle, and Spirit the faster. They need to bring some sort of pace to the game after the laning phase.
They also are okay playing the long game. That 90-plus minute game they played against Extreme Gaming, that second game, they also had Alchemist. So thinking, if it goes super late game, we have this security that eventually we're going to have that insane amount of gold influx that we're going to be needing against Team Spirit. But yeah, I do agree. I feel like if Team Spirit's off to a good start with the laning stage that they have, like with the lane matchups that they have, it should look pretty good. But then again, Liquid, they managed to surprise us with some of these drafts. I feel like a lot of teams also got slightly inspired by what Nigma Galaxy has been doing. Type of a healing strats, bringing back Alchemist as well, throwing in some Dazzle position 5. This time it's going to be Team Liquid bringing in Oracle, one of the old school classics as well. So going to be very interesting to see. I would maybe give the slight edge to Team Spirit, especially if they can execute. And so far in this matchup, it looks like they managed to execute slightly better.
Who's going to be responsible for stopping Spirit if they do get ahead in the lanes?
It's hard to say because they have rather slow here. I mean, the Beastmaster, it should be him to tempo control the game, but he has a really bad lane. He has the worst lane of them all. Like his lane, which is Gyro. So we have to see.
He's their first pick, so he's countered.
Yes.
Well, we're gonna find out. This is elimination on the line. One game between Team Spirit and Team Liquid. Who will come out on top? We're finding out with Cap and SVG.
We said at the beginning of yesterday that whoever came through this little part of the survival stage, whether it was Liquid, Extreme, or Team Spirit, they were going to be a battle-hardened threat going into the playoffs. And now it's just come down to this one game to determine if that will be Spirit or if that will be Liquid. Avery, the start of the series, you gave the advantage to Spirit. Now going into this game 3, has that narrative changed?
I think so. I think this is anybody's game. I don't think Spirit looked that terrifying in the game 2. And I think the gap kind of closed in the series a little bit for me. I'm a little more convinced by Liquid, not as convinced by Spirit as I felt watching them early on in this event. That gap has shrunk.
I like that it never goes far enough for you to actually favor Liquid. It's like, yeah, Liquid looks pretty good. They actually have a 50-50.
No, okay, if you ask me draft, I actually like the draft just straight better here.
It seemed like Seb liked it as well.
I think
the panel did.
I think the synergy just lines up really well for me. The only thing I don't like about it is Puck has not been winning. His win rate is atrocious this event, and the hero has looked really weak in some games. You have to get him to that ultra late game territory where, yes, if he's 6-slotted and he becomes unkillable, and you get to that Ags Divine Rapier, he's a menace, and it will cause Spirit some problems. We've seen a lot go wrong for the Puck in getting there. So that's my one like asterisk on this Liquid lineup is how strong is Puck really? Is he going to get punished in this game? Because there's a decent amount of stun. The Bane is always a great answer to this hero. The instant silence off the Earth Spirit can set up some of the other stuns to land. I'm a little worried for Nisha. Does have the Oracle to bail him out, but you're kind of looking to use this Oracle with the Alchemist combination for some heal amp and just getting him in there. Yeah, maybe if Alex tanking up in this game, you can prioritize the Puck. We'll see how influential that is. And somewhere Insania has a smile on his face, Austin.
That's right. Liquid have gone for his signature hero, the Oracle, and it does look like a very good Oracle game. I love the idea when I saw, actually managed to get the first blood there. Tofu ends up getting the final hit over Rue. Yeah, when I saw I was actually very concerned when Spirit picked up the Ringmaster. I was like, ooh, that's a sick pickup. Like, this hero has been doing so well. Liquid seemed to have struggled against it. And then when Liquid also got a save of their own that also counters the box by being able to have a Dispel, I was like, wow, that's actually kind of sick. And then they get a carry that synergizes with it very nicely.
There are a lot of saves in the Spirit lineup, though. You have Geomagnetic Grip / Kick. You have the potential Earth Spirit Ags later. You have potential double box if Ringmaster gets Ags. You have the Centaur Ag save. So a lot of it requires some Ag Scepters to come out. But in theory, you could just have so many saves in this lineup. Even Nightmare, Interrupt. I don't know how you're landing a Roar and getting anything out of it. It seems almost impossible in this game. So maybe control will be an issue for Liquid as we go later here. You got a lot of saves to play through in a Gyro Gyro is a hero that uses saves pretty well because he gets pretty innately tanky. And if you save him, he can sometimes get another round of flak in and off pretty quickly. Suddenly that fight becomes impossible. He's a nice carry to just kind of put on that front line and play through. So in that sense, I do like the saves and what they can do here for Spirit. Oracle can only dispel so much. I thought you were going to talk about a different synergy here, Austin. I can't believe you haven't brought it up. The ultimate synergy in Team Liquid's lineup.
I mean, there is a lot of synergies, but...
Sleep. You have enough damage here?
Pull him out of position. Tofu. And Collapse should be able to get this kill. It's just a question of whether or not Mickey can get the turnaround kill with the corrosive weaponry, slowing down Rue. It's only level 1, but it does add up, and he does have the movement speed advantage, and he'll just run away from Collapse.
Not bad. I do like the support lane swap here for Spirit, though. Gonna get some damage on Mickey with some body blocks. Maybe a lot of damage here.
Another double edge? Is that going to be enough? Oh, we got him! Mickey, he ran away from the Centaur initially and then thought, no, I could probably do this. He would be incorrect about that assessment.
Sick
well
pickup.
Played by Collapse.
Got to be worried about this double wave going in. I would bring the Ringmaster through the gate right here and play with it. At least force Alka off some of these range creeps. Could be nice. He's busy bottom, though, so see how much Mickey can pick up here. But
What
again,
is the ultimate synergy on Liquid?
I'm glad you asked, Austin. You have an Alchemist lineup.
I swear to God, if it's about
you
bending
pull the
forces
Ags
or
to, nope, you pull an Ags to the Oracle.
Okay.
He has the Diviner deck. He divines.
Come on, man.
He divines the gold gain and instantly pays back. You played with this Diviner deck. You know how strong it is.
Yeah, I have.
You get that in gain in the late
game.
game.
It's been forced upon me by my
so
party
good.
Q
It's so
teammates
good.
who play it.
We'll see who's the fool in this game.
Also, what
Who
does that
draws
mean,
the fool?
100% gold gain?
Every tick of gold that goes into you is double.
Okay, so if he were to buy his own Aghanim Scepter, and he gets that 100% gold gain, and then he is given a refund Aghanim Scepter, the gold that he gets from that, could that be doubled?
I guess.
Why wouldn't it be? You said every bit of gold that you get.
Well, that's like a refund, not a gain, you know? Tax laws, Austin. I'll let you figure that one out.
Okay, well, either way, that is obviously not going to happen in this game. Because Oracle Ags is trash.
We'll see what we'll see what happens. Lanes are going well for
pull
Spirit.
back, Collapse. They really have putting the screws to Collapse in game 2 and now in game 3. When he's in a matchup that he can actually win 2-on-2, they say, okay, but can you win it 3-on-2? Now Laurel, he's going to be the difference maker here. He rolls in, gets one of the support kills. Can he battle this out 1v2? It's not looking great for him. They do manage to kill Ace on the other side, though. The support leaving does punish Ace rather heavily. That's a full wave and a half. That's actually triple range creeps that are dying under tower right now with no Beastmaster to collect.
Has to go here. I'm concerned for Ace right now. He's just getting left to the wolves off the boxy rotations, and this was the hardest lane, especially with the Ringmaster being put down here.
Look
so
at the
much
setup.
aggression.
Not me was sitting behind the tower waiting for him to TP in. They want to go for the punish. Can anybody of Liquid help this out? The TP is going to come in. It's going to force the Oracle.
There's a tonic here, though. You gotta look at the Carney Classics.
Yeah.
Be aware of that.
Big heals. Boxy does spot him in the trees here with the Fortune's End. He's going to go for the Ancient Deny, likely.
Too tanky for it, though. You just stick TP, maybe? Nah. Too much damage. Oracle snags another one. At least you get something out of the rebuttal here, but I'm still just concerned for how slow Ace's game has been. At least you have Alchemist to pick up some of the slack. A little extra gold injection for Mickey up top.
Ooh, Boxy makes a run for it. He will stop the Power Rune from going to Laurel. It still gets picked up by Rue, but that isn't really a big deal whatsoever.
Still a very solid start for Spirit. All three of their lanes are cruising well here. You get to an Earth Spirit ulti, you get to a Stampede, your aggression potential goes up considerably, and they play really well around this Bane setup. Got to be careful of where Rue is on the map. He's going to get a sleep top. This is the exact type of setup that can easily turn into a kill. Not with probably just the Centaur, but I don't know if you get another double edge.
Wand charges, unstable concoction to separate, no more double edges to be had.
It's just scary getting slept on this map.
Yeah.
If you have the Oracle behind you, you're fine. If you don't, you're probably screwed in this game. We'll see if Spirit can contest the Wisdom Shrine. They're kind of angling towards it. They don't have 6 on the Gyro. They don't have Stampede. Or they do have Stampede. But, yeah, they're not going to risk going in there with the potential for Puck to rotate over. If you lose your Gyro, you throw a lot back this Beastmaster's way. It'll just split the Shrines.
Tofu is a very high level because of the kills that have
skills.
gone in lane. Yeah, this is going to be an Oracle, which I find sometimes, kind of gets stuck in this rut. If you don't get kills, you get a very slow level 6. This is going to be a fast one. We'll see if Liquid can utilize that in any way, because Spirit are definitely going to be trying to run you over. Mickey, Yatoro coming through the gate in the Stampede. Run him down. All he can do is Unstable Concoction to slow down the damage, but it will not stop it. Pulled back in by the Hurricane from Collapse with a Helmet Dom creep. Very nicely played. Team Spirit, and this is what we kind of envisioned to see in this Game 3, right? This is going to be Spirit bringing speed against Team Liquid.
That's what the Gyro pick is designed to do against Beastmaster. It slows his tempo down, it gives you a lane advantage, and then Gyro can easily join early fights, make moves, throw that call down into a team fight around mid lane.
So much emphasis to stop Power Runes from going to the Earth Spirit, but Team Spirit have the better of the 3-on-3.
Regen's going to do a lot for Laurel here. Got to remember that Oracle prognosticate. Liquid know where the runes are.
Right.
So they can go there every time, but I don't necessarily think they're stronger in the contest.
Yeah.
Which kind of sucks for them. That's sometimes the issue with Oracle. He's had a nice early game here, but the Heroes isn't necessarily that strong in the 3-on-3 early on. There's a lot. Okay. Courier on Courier battle.
With the Orb doing a lot. Unstable Concoction from Mickey. That was actually pretty necessary for Mickey to show up to this fight. So good call from him to make that rotation over. Still, it's a heavy commitment from Liquid. 4 heroes just to kill a support.
And that Wild Wing just denied the bounty room. Pretty nice to take these away from Liquid while you're just farming the lane anyway. Nice micro plays from Collapse.
They got one of the defensive wards set up there from Liquid. You look at all the defensive vision they have around mid. They had that one ward, and then they've got 2 other wards around this mid lane.
First Spirit TP bottom, trying to punish the Beastmaster. It's a pretty hard move to read for Ace. The Earth Spirit's been off the map. He has no vision down here because all the wards went around the mid lane.
Ace is probably just like, leave me alone, man. He's going to use the board to try and drag creeps so deep into the jungle that he feels a lot more comfortable farming them. He is getting so close to his Helmet Dom creep, and he can't afford any more delays than he already has, because considering how fast Collapse's Helmet Dom creep is, well, it just means Collapse is going to be one step ahead of him for much of the game.
Spirit are going to be able to drive the tempo here, no question about it. They get another sleep on the Oracle, and he is dead. The other thing about this game is they have a decent amount of gap close for the Oracle between the Centaur and the Earth Spirit. You know, it's one thing that, like, there's great synergy in this Liquid lineup if you can maintain the formation. Again, like Game 2, I think Spirit have the better time breaking that formation and just getting on this back line. And if they do, if you take Oracle out early, if you land an Earth Spirit silence on him and you're focusing on somebody else, this lineup can kind of just crumble pretty quickly. The Beast is going to be poor. The Puck is going to be a little squishy here. Those are my big concerns. And you're looking at this Beast versus Centaur disparity. It's massive here.
Yeah, huge net worth difference. 2,000 between the two of them. That is the net worth difference entirely between Spirit and Liquid right there.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Spirit try and do that classic, bring your all-planer behind the mid-tier 1, look for that fight.
Yeah. I mean, especially with the way Spirits have been playing, I wouldn't be surprised that they brought the Gyrocopter too. Or just like they've been playing a lot of 5-man.
Dogpile on Ace more. I mean, that's
why not?
way.
Why not? Rue is going to be pretty deep here behind enemy lines. Gives an opportunity for Ace to hit a good roar. What does he roar, though? The wheel goes out. He doesn't want to turn around for him. They do have the Oracle save, though. That's going to save him from a lot of magic damage. And Ace just kind of charging in. I thought he was holding on to a point there. He did not. So he did not have roar to level up to use in that fight, which I don't know if it makes a difference, but it certainly makes the fight impossible to win.
I think he's also identified that roar is just not a good spell in this game either.
Yeah, I mean, it's fair.
There's just too many saves. I mean, yeah, you probably do a little better with the roar there, but I don't think you get anything.
Ooh, unicycle initiation. Hits him with the whip.
Styling on him. See Collapse creeping his way towards mid. That thread is open. I guess with Magnetize on cooldown, though, you're not looking to get too aggressive right now.
These level 6s are going to be so crucial. We already saw the wheel a bit of impactful, but the Bane, who now has Fiend's Grip, okay, now it's a lot harder for Nisha to be able to play the map. The Oracle got his 6, so now you have a save against the Fiend's Grip or some of these initiations if he can keep to the back line. It feels like this is a game you may need like a really early play dagger on Oracle just to play so far back.
Probably yes. Still, what do the team fights look like for Liquid? I think if you can't rely on Roar or Coil because of the saves, I feel like you're just getting run at with a bunch of really tanky heroes. It might be a game where Mickey just has to put it on his back. That's the feeling I'm getting. Like, he is going to have to do an insane amount of work with the Alchemist here and the timings that he hits and abuse the Oracle spell power.
Has to be a big enough threat that it gives Ace better openings.
Pipe is already done for Collapse.
Sheesh.
I mean, there goes even more of your team fight presence. Oh,
Beast grip already on the Beastmaster, but they have the Bushwhack to stop it. Rue is almost dead already. They do have stuns here on the Beastmaster, but there's the false promise. He turns around, get off the Roar, and now the backstep from Liquid. They had heroes wrapping around. They do have the box save on the Jarcopter for now.
Oh, we got
the
shot.
Sharpshooter brought him down, so that was enough to kill the carry. Still, though, Team Spirit looked better for the engagement as a whole. It's a 2-for-2, and they're healthier to chase down more, but everybody is already retreating. The problem for Spirit is that was a 2-for-2 with 5 of their heroes. That Alchemist wasn't in that fight at all. He got to farm on the other side of the map.
That's a great fight for Liquid. This Beast is just a creep in this game anyway. If you can trade him for a really high net worth core, you're going to take it. Great Oracle ulti. You cancel the grip early. The Summon's going to do its job. Buys a lot of time and space in the fight. If the Centaur is here earlier with the pipe, I think this will end up looking a lot more one-sided.
Yeah,
but Liquid got that fight without it.
Right?
Yes. Like, if he gets piped there, you see Collapse TP and he insta-popped it just a second too late. Very nice timing on the Sharpshooter from Boxy. It's like, got him. I did my job. Later, boys.
Oh, trying to get the haste rune. Now he doesn't have an orb.
Big trouble.
Yeah, he's just going to be silenced up. Beautiful stuff. Great catch from Rue.
My favorite hero to play against Puck was always Bane.
Yeah.
You get an Aether Lens on Bane, you can just sit in these tree lines, sit on the edge of the fight. You just land that sleep on Puck. You can always chain stun it up. It just feels super nice to play. And now you're starting to take space away from Liquid. This is a concern. The tempo is this one-sided that you're just taking a lot of the Ancients away from the Beastmaster, away from the Alchemist. How do Liquid ever accelerate back into this game, especially against a lineup that is extremely tanky? Look at these 3 cores. They all already have basically 2,000 HP. That's a big concern for a early game spellcasting lineup that needs the nukes to do most of the work here.
All right, Mickey is going to come in and hit heroes, and nothing's really going to die. That Radiance Burn isn't going to do much. As you said, these heroes are so tanky.
He hasn't had the best camp luck. There haven't been any stacks for him. This is going to be a 15-minute Radiance. It's an okay timing, but not when you're looking at how far Team Spirit are in this game.
Yeah, meanwhile, 9,300 net worth on Yatoro.
He's so massive. He's got an extra 30 CS on this Alchemist. And an extra level. And it's going to do some work here. Another sleep setup.
And committing pretty heavily to kill this Oracle, Nisha. Doesn't have the damage. I mean, he's going to pop Coil, and Boxy then has to finish the job.
Oh, the true cut.
He managed to get off the Fiend's grip. They finish him off with the orb. Nisha's already taken a lot, though. He's not sure if he's going to jump through the orb or not. Now he's going to be silenced. The missile's going to hit him. As a result of that, the Earth Spirit continues to hunt down Puck with silences over and over again.
These Spirit supports have been MVP of the series, man. Like, the small plays that they have made in every single game. Just buying so much time and space for Spirit. That tree cut, you get the grip. It forces the Puck to re-engage a little bit longer. That ends up getting Nisha killed by your Coiling Blades against the Hoodwink. Matters a lot.
Meanwhile, Collapse is just playing in your triangle because he can.
He's a big boy.
No threats on the board from Liquid. When will there be threats?
Well, that's why I kept asking, like, what? I think a lot of your draft was predicated on this Beast having at least some presence here.
Yeah.
Or the Alk being hyper accelerated. Okay, if the Beast gets shut down, then let's have a free farm Alk in a favorite match against Centaur where he has stacks and golem camps and he's highest net worth in the game and you can fight around some early Radiance BKB. We're not even close to any of that. I don't think you have the damage to kill anything in this game right now if you're Liquid. I think you have to split the map. You have to abuse Puck Beast Ghost Shove potential.
Back to the stall then?
Yeah, try and dodge the Bane pickoff. That's why this Bane got first pick, by the way. It's the best hero for catching some of these split pushers around the map. and shutting some of that down.
Sure, that makes sense.
You always have an option to just get that sleep into the setup.
Hey, this is where I like the early Blink Dagger from Collapse. He's not going to go some heart build. He's not going to play to farm and really scale up. I feel like this is your time right now as Team Spirit, and you want to get as many kills as you possibly can while you are so much stronger than Team Liquid. Roar's going to go off, but the Magnetize is going to take out Ace anyway. So that just puts an ability on cooldown. Meanwhile, at a wheel attempted, he managed to get hypnotized onto the Oracle.
Okay, doesn't matter.
He still gets a bit of heal to keep himself alive. And, the Alchemist actually showed up to this fight, trying to get the fast kill on Aru. They do manage to do so. A Purifying Flames to finish him off. Big A's got to get out of here, though. 5 seconds for a blink. He's getting out. Maybe Boxy, not so much. The Mist is going to chase him down. Boxy's just got to try and play for time here, make this kill as annoying as possible. Team Spirit, like holding back Yatoro with the Bushwhack.
Yeah, kick him into your carry. Speed up his farm here. Right on top of the Ancient stack. The Flak will go straight into it. Yatoro in hyper-efficiency mode.
Yeah, if anything,
that helped him.
Maybe this was not the place to drag them to.
No.
The stack's already here.
He's level 15, by the way.
15 at 18 minutes.
And you know the talents on this hero are insane. Like, you get really fast levels on Gyro, you just run away with the game. This game is spiraling right now, out of Liquid's hands. We haven't even seen a false promise. Well, we saw the one false promise bottom, I guess.
Yeah, the one fight that they won, which is kind of barely, as you pointed out, from the collapse, almost bailing out the gyrocopter with the pipe.
You got to make something happen here if you're Liquid. It's just not going to be fun to play the map. And you have to make some space for this Alk to get to BKB.
Too late to punish Laurel there. He had so many heroes set up. Her Spirit's not an easy kill to get. Manages to roll away fast enough, but even if they did catch him there, he's 2,500 HP. The smoke is going to break from Liquid, and a stop initiation for Collapse. That's the Blink Dagger in play. And with the two supports falling over at the start of the fight, there's no hope for anybody else of Liquid to play this out. Ace has no retreat mechanism, so he's caught. Nisha's the only one who can still play out on the map here.
Instant TP's top. They're looking for the Alk up here, trying to predict that he's going to farm out this next wave or get greedy on the other side of the map. He is in this area.
Would be right about that. Did they bring enough damage?
Yeah,
they run into Nisha. Nisha, they're going to go. Oh, whoops! Oh, was surely supposed to be a silence into a stomp, right? Where did the kick come from?
I think he just jump scared him.
Yeah, I guess so.
Too spooky. Nisha popping out of the woods.
Yeah.
This is why you buy Blink Dagger on Centaur when you're arguably the best Blink stunner of all time.
That's true, that's true.
You know, I think there's a lot of players who would just buy Heart because it suits their style, but let's be honest, Collapse, he likes to get in there. He likes to stun some heroes. Every hero for him is just plain Magnus.
And again, when team fights are like so guaranteed for you, why not? All you want is more catch.
He'll go back for the Heart potentially later anyway. I think it is kind of a good Centaur Heart game.
Mikke is working his way towards BKB. They'll still have a damage problem, but I assume Liquid is going to try and take some fights off of that.
You have to. You have to. If you can get the Parasma done on the puck and line it up at least within a couple minutes, that's your best chance to swing this game back in your direction. You want to team fight into the Roshan, and you want to do that before Spirit are strong enough to just man up and take that objective away from you, because they're going to start to take objectives here. Tormentor is likely theirs. They could just go in the pit when it swings down here at the 25-minute nighttime. I doubt they do it on the upper half.
Ether Lens already for Rue. Not going to go a blink. I thought maybe there was a chance against the puck, but
Ether Lens is really nice.
Scepter is very good.
Yeah. Going Ags against the Oracle's a bit of a mixed bag. But it does put Tofu in a lot. It puts him in a much higher pressure situation to hold that ult no matter what, which sometimes backfires. Like, somebody gets gone on, they're dying. You kind of have to false promise them there, and then all of a sudden you can just Ag rip anybody. I think it's totally fine when you're in an advantageous position like this and you have a bunch of initiators on your lineup. There's the BKB for the out. The puck Parasma? Is he still going Parasma? Nope. So you kind of just have to go with this out BKB.
This better work for Liquid, because if they don't get some sort of wins out of this timing. It feels like their next time is going to be like 10, 15 minutes from now.
Send it.
Good initiation to start off. Being able to kill the save. It'd be nice if they'd be able to take some more fights off of that, but Team Spirit, they're too disciplined to let that happen. They're just going to play behind their towers, which they have all of their Tier 1 towers currently. So even in defense, they still own 50% of the map.
We need more off this ALK timing right now. Just no way around it. If you can't force the Roche, can't really go for another play. You're just left to farming the map.
Chase after the puck here. Tofu's been playing around Nisha, though, this entire time.
Collapse has been so annoying with these Dom creeps. He sent like the last 2 or 3 into the Liquid Ancient camp and just body blocked it every time. Ace just keeps going here to farm Ancients or get like a Helm of the Overlord Ancient.
Yeah,
and there's just a Collapse creep sitting there.
He's holding onto an Alpha Wolf right now because Yatoro was blocking out another camp with his Manta Illusions. These guys are saying, like, even if you feel like you could take team fights right now, like, we're just going to hold this map, and you're still going to be the worst for it because we're blocking away so many of your valuable camps.
Oh, full kill on the Centaur.
And he used a false promise on a Hoodwink there. Now Nisha comes in, and Nisha does have an amp damage. That makes things very different, especially with Mickey coming in.
Behind the
have some damage. Laurel making a run away with a Stampede. And now here comes the supporting cast, especially with Hypnotize on Alchemist, stalling things up a lot. Fiend's Grip and the Gyrocopter.
Perfect
now
grip.
Here with all the damage. They give him what they can, but this Alchemist is left behind.
That was so unlucky for Mickey.
Yeah, what was that?
He got stuck behind the Hoodwink tree from the Acorn. He was effectively cliffed for 5 seconds.
That's crazy unlucky.
Sometimes the fights go your way and sometimes they don't, and that was one that was just not going to go his Liquid's way after
that one again.
He gets stuck here.
Oh, man.
He had no quelling. He basically just got stunned by his own Hoodwink for 5 seconds, and then he got hypnotized into the wheel, and then you're like, oh, I'm trying to get out of this fight. Nope, you're gripped from downtown, and you have no false promise to bail you out. So this out got absolutely nothing done. Didn't even get the pop to BKB. Just a bit of bad luck that compounded there, and Spirit take advantage of it.
There still seems to be an issue, though. I mean, that was... I thought the fight was going to work for Liquid because they had amp damage on Puck. But Team Spirit is actually so strong and so tanky right now that even with an amp damage, they didn't really come that close to killing Laurel, let alone big old Collapse.
You have 2 of the top 3 highest strength gain heroes in the game in this Earth Spirit and Centaur. And it's going to do some work for you in this game. That's for sure.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And these item progressions have been slow for Mickey as a result. He was trying to build up an AC, doesn't even have one of the components yet. Ace is finally getting a tower, the first tower of the game for Liquid at 25 minutes. I feel like there's a win rate chance there that is pretty abysmal.
It does not bode well, no.
Foxy. Nice, real defensive ward, which in a way is very deep into Liquid, where they're going to try and be farming a lot of this game. Foxy just walks through that ward, easy setup for Laurel. And they could do that kind of setup because Yatoro is untouchable. He's got an Aegis, he is level 19, he has a Daedalus.
There's planning the Ringmaster behind him. You have Stampede to bail him out anyway.
Yeah.
Impossible to go on this gyro right now.
Surprised he didn't stick around to finish that tier 2. He goes back to it.
Felt like there was going to be some move coming in with them showing heroes bottom, but Liquid have no intention of trying to fight this Gyrocopter right now.
Mickey just blocked his own camp. And spat it up with Spirit blocking your camps, but got to pay attention to that timer.
Still 3 minutes on the clock for this Aegis. That is a lot of time to continue to take objectives here and just hunt the map with the Bane plus whoever. Which right now, that's Bane plus the Earth Spirit.
Spotted the Bane, hit him with the Unstable Concoction, could not get the Geomagnetic Grip save. Takes a little while to get that kill, though, and Team Spirit had plenty of chase. In fact, the wheel, ooh, it almost got him. Still hits him with a bit of a slow, though. BKB from Mickey.
Probably have to Nightfall out of
right,
here.
Yeah, you're going to have to TP.
I mean, not the worst exchange. You're at least getting some map pressure. The Puck got another wave. His Parasma's done. It's buying time. That's what you want right now during this Aegis period. Just don't want to bleed any bad team fights.
Well, you're still going to bleed a hero, apparently. Maybe Ace.
Chilling.
Can they keep chasing? I mean, sure, they can, right? Nope. Blinks out ahead of them. The roll is going to come too late. Oh, actually, it was just too late. It was also the Ancient Prowler Shaman hitting him with the Petrify.
Successful dodge. Buying more time, trying to even out this lead right now.
But of course, Spirit are just right back to it. They just keep putting threats on the map, trying to get him on the Fiend's grip.
That was close.
Not to be caught by that. It's really spooky, especially during nighttime against Bane. In a game that it almost feels like, I mean, he's going to go Aeon Disc, which between the Fiend's grip and the silence of their Spirit, I kind of get it, but also feels like you're not solving your damage issues, right?
I almost think he has to go something more offensive here.
Yeah, that's.
I don't see you winning fights with Aeon Disc Puck. Maybe they just don't see a way to win the fight in the short term, so you go Aeon Disc and you rat this game.
Yep.
However, Spirit can just go high ground.
100%.
So I'm not sure I buy that as a pathway to victory in this game. Three tier 2s for the price of one Aegis. You still have a minute left. Daedalus and level 20 done for Yatoro. He is absolutely massive.
AC finally done for Mickey.
Another timing for this Alchemist if you can try and get something going with it. We'll have an Aegis expire soon. And finish up that last tier 2. Could poke the high ground here.
Absolutely should. With a minute on Aegis, it feels rather free. How are they going to go on you? Roar, Coil, both. The box save is good enough, and they're even smoking up to keep the formation, keep 100% sure. Nami is going to be able to get this. There's the box save. Bushwhack eventually wears out. They hit him with the Fortune's End, but it's already too late. Yatoro, you got a Hurricane Pike down to the low ground. That's Chemical Rage on cooldown.
That's good enough value. You're not really looking to take that fight with the Sages nearing expiration. You just want to get Liquid back in their base. It's going to help build the gold lead, get the lanes in. You have the Earth Spirit or the Bane setting up bottom anyway, kind of looking for that puck split push, so didn't have everybody there if a true fight broke out. It's going to give you full map control here. A lot to play off of. Still nighttime for 30 seconds.
And you did say the Collapse is going to go back for the heart. He still gets it before 30 minutes, despite having all these other items ahead of it. Lotus Orb, Blink Dagger, Helmet Dominator. He is the third most farmed hero, almost keeping up with an Alchemist. Very impressive. An early gem picked up for Liquid because in order to rat the map, they have to make sure the team spirit doesn't have vision of them. Hard enough to dodge this team. Even worse if they have information over you.
A cross map smoke, trying to catch anything and everybody. The Aeon does get delivered for Nisha just in time, and he's going to need it here.
Just they went for him. See if they can get some damage on him. The missile's still going to chase after him. Now Tofu's also here. They got him on the Fiend's grip, and there is the False Promise save. So everybody is away.
It's all free for Spirit, though.
Yeah.
That was probably the fastest Aeon Disc pop I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Lasted about 2 seconds.
And outside of those times where you could assemble it.
Have to keep the puck alive, though. He's your gem carrier right now. All of your promise of some future map control lies with Nisha.
BKB is almost done for Ace, in which case there's another hero that can BKB, TP out.
It is a strong BKB game for Liquid. There's a lot of magic damage on the side of Spirit that you can ignore and try and just all in the gyro.
Gyrocopter it's pretty tanky, pretty hard to kill. Tofu rolled in on by the Earth Spirit and the Centaur. This tanky duo of theirs, they go on any hero they want. There's not going to be a rebuttal whatsoever from Liquid.
Playing for that next Roshan. Get as much as you can for that moment and try and turn the game around that objective.
Oh man, it just kind of feels like Team Spirit is going to be ahead for so long until we get to like it literally feels like Liquid have to get like 45-50 minutes in where you start giving away Aghanim Scepters and get that kind of advantage. Because again, like now Mickey is going to get a Shivas. So he's going to be very tanky, and he's just going to stick on top of the gyrocopter. But that gyrocopter's already going to have Butterfly and going to be well on its way to Satanic. So you could stick on him all you want, but if you can't hit him, and then he also could just heal back up, does that matter?
It's a good matchup for Alk. He will have the false promise behind him. Guarantees you can go in and just last the full duration of the fight to guarantee basically second life with the regen going.
Yeah. And I guess you get enough of those hits, the attack damage reduction does a lot on Gyrocopter. You never really think about that aspect of corrosive weaponry. For me, it's just usually just thought of as a slow.
No, it's good. It's definitely good here if you can just stick on top of Yatoro. This is the guy you want to jump early on in the fight. You need to take the big damage source out and use BKBs to ignore the two other cores for as long as possible. Going on one of these beefy frontliners will likely not work out for you here. I think that fight's going to be too free for Spirit. They're grinding it there, though. The lead has not grown for some time. And Experience is actually swinging back Liquid's way, so they're ratting out more of the map right now. They finish up the Shivas for the Alk.
Okay, now
basically
what?
Caught up.
Overwhelming Blink. Still no Aghanim Scepters to be given away, which you
can't afford it in this type of game.
Yeah, I mean, it's fair enough.
There is still a ultra late game win condition with this puck, and you got to keep that in mind if you're Spirit.
Yeah, of course, of course.
You have a lot of saves to play with, but you don't want this game getting to a point where Nisha has full 6 slots, Divine Ags territory. The Ags can get pooled, things get really weird. Liquid, they do not want to give up this Roshan. They will have to contest it.
Bane with the Ags Fiend's Grip for this Roshan fight.
Oh, there's a shield rune on Laurel, too.
Could be crucial. Collapse. He's going to be the one to break smoke here. Trying to get the initiation. Nisha, very easy phase shift dodge for him. That'll blink back vision and away.
Trying to open up the fight for the Alchemist jump.
Yeah, you got an amp damage on Nisha. So if Nisha can hit the back line, we've seen that amp damage isn't enough to deal with the Earth Spirit, to deal with the Centaur, but it could give you faster kills on these supports if you can find them.
Chemical Rage going down, however. You did not find something off this ult, which means you have to back up, reset. Might have to re-smoke here to engage. If you show on the map, Spirit can just force the Roshan. Yatoro straight back into the pit, recognizes the situation.
Yeah, there's no like clockwork, there's no vision mechanics for Liquid. Unless Nisha feels confident enough to be in range to throw orbs into the pit, which he does now.
Need to stall for another Chemical Rage. 15 seconds.
It's almost up, and Spirit are going to respect this enough.
What is the buyback situation? They have none except the Ringmaster.
Now going to swap over to the other side. Is this a fight that Liquid...
They also don't really... Yeah, they also don't really have buybacks. That's what I'm saying. If you can just abuse it on the outpost, it's one way to leverage your gold situation. They only have the Beastmaster here. You have to do it the old-fashioned way.
Gem spots on the high ground. They got the initiation on Laurel. Did not hit the bushwhack, though. That's a bit of a problem. Nisha's going after Yatoro. Takes a little bit of damage because that amp damage on Nisha.
Doesn't look too bad for Liquid. They still have the amp damage puck to play through here.
At the same time, they just can't seem to stop anybody. They're unwilling to use the coil because there is going to be the box save, so there's no real point. Like, Liquid don't get caught there or anything, but they also aren't in a position to actually win the fight, which I think requires you to hit the supports. Meanwhile,
yes.
Team Spirit, as long as you just maintain that formation, just like you did in Game 1.
Need a nice angle here if you're Liquid. Maybe dangle this punk on the front lines, get one of the big meat shields to bite, and then have a surprise second point of attack. That would be ideal here. Pretty hard to get that defensively. That's the issue. If Spirit just going to you, all you're going to see is the Earth Spirit, the Centaur. You're not going to see this back line.
That's a big old wave.
That's a lot of gold, yeah. Pretty nice.
A lot of farm from that one. Thoughts on... Oh, so we talked about this a number of times. Overwhelming Blink versus Swift Blink. Alchemist.
I like the Swift Blink. Just depends what style of Alch you're trying to go for. If you're trying to be tankier or trying to deal more damage. Liquid definitely stalling this game up right now.
Nisha is playing it just right, where he's playing in their face, but not quite getting caught. As soon as he gets caught and then the false promise is forced to be used, then that might give Team Spirit enough an opening that they either can push forward and take the team fight or just force the Roshan and you know, make Liquid try and take that fight into it.
It's a dance right now.
Yeah.
You have to play on the front line with the puck. You have to try and bait a little overcommittal from Spirit that your team gets the right opening without dying in the process. I'm kind of surprised that Spirit are hesitant here. They didn't just run into Liquid. They didn't force the Roshan. They're kind of stuck between the two options right now. This stalemate might last long enough that Roche goes back top, which is better for them, which is kind of crazy. Maybe you're just waiting for Satanic on Yotoro. He did go the BKB first, which actually surprised me because I thought he would have just gone straight Satanic and maybe even skip BKB because you have so many saves behind you. But now he has both, so he's an absolute monster.
Might not get everything.
4,000 HP on this gyrocopter with the pendulum. That's a lot of time to play with and a lot of HP. That gives you a lot more confidence to force the Roshan. They're still not just doing it though. Again, they are respecting the hell out of Liquid right now. In a situation from...
Too much respect. This is basically 5 minutes that we've been waiting for these teams to take this Roshan engagement. And yeah, okay, the orb is right on top of Roshan. Team Spirit's still hitting it. So Yotoro has kind of made the call. Even still, they're going to, go up to the high ground here. Yotoro really wants them to go on it. And Nisha will have a poke here, but of course...
Chemical Rage.
Yeah, they managed to hit him with a pushback there. Got the stomp out. They go for the burst. They got really down about half HP. And there's nothing to stop this Fiend's grip. Oh, poor Oracle just got gone on. Mickey took so much damage here. He's making a BKB. Chemical Rage run away. Maybe he actually gets out here. So despite the full Ags Fiend's grip going off, got the silence onto the puck. Now the puck is going to die. And one way or another, Team Spirit will get that core opening kill that they need to 100% secure the Roshan.
The fight got split so early on. That's the power of finding Oracle at the start. You get that free grip, and that counter's completely out of play. So much zone control between Centaur running in, Shiva's Earth Spirit. The wheel got dropped right on the stairwell. That fight just looked impossible to run into. Your out gets out alive, and it shows how tanky he is in this game. But both teams are just looking straight for the support duos. It's a nice coil. There's a decent amount of damage coming out from Nisha, but he can't stand there alone. The whole team's just getting zoned.
I just can't believe they win for that gyrocopter.
Kind of surprised he got caught here. He almost had another orb phase shift. Cast range reduction on the Enfeeble doesn't help him at all.
And now Team Spirit, it's been a bit of a stall, but they're in a position to just end the game. This game could be over in this next 5 minutes. You've got
insane timing for this gyro.
Gyrocopter hitting high ground with an extra life. Satanic back up the full. There's no tier 2, so they can just continue to occupy this base. They're going to force Liquid to take another team fight.
Do have the Nullifier on the Beastmaster for Nullifier Roar. Helps you deal with some of the saves here. And there's an Ags for the Alk. He's got to pull it to the puck. Nisha doing a lot more damage now. Dream Coil is a big threat. He got the Conjure's Catalyst as well.
Goes out, Nullifier as well. They do not have a box save for Yotoro
nice
here.
Coil
They
the
managed to chain up all the stunts. They're trying to get him inside the cart. They still buy out the Gyrocopter. He's good, and that's the Aegis. If you can't even kill the Aegis, then a longer fight, well, it's the only way Liquid can win at this point in time. Trying to hit the bushwhack, only got collapsed. Another Nullifier placed on Yotoro. He just Hurricane Pikes down to the low ground.
Gotta find something here.
Concoction bounce back onto Mickey off a Lotus Orb. He needs a bit of help. They still have the false promise. Any hero gets too low. Laurel gets the kick out onto the Hoodwink. All they need is little pickoffs here. Eventually, Liquid will run out of steam, and they can take a second lane of barracks. Magnetite is going to push back the course. No Chemical Rage up.
Nisha
dead.
No Aeon Disc, no bailout. Still an Aegis on this gyro. They got nothing there.
And now it's a level 25 Gyrocopter.
The puck did 7,000 damage. It killed nothing.
Yep.
The power of the sustain in this lineup. Just too many tanky heroes.
And now, one last stand at a 4 versus 6. Boxy's going to buy out for it.
Again, who do you go on? Going on the gyro is just not the ticket.
Yeah, at this point, your only hope. They sneak up the side. All the way up the top part of the map. It breaks. but it runs in. Shiva spots the supports. They're going for him now, but the geomagnetic grip. Laurel is there to save the day, and it's the Fiend's grip turn around on Mickey. The gyrocopter will go make his way to the Alchemist, who's still going to try and hunt down this Bane, even with the Fiend's grip. Use another save from Laurel. He keeps it up. A bushwhack onto the Earth Spirit. Mickey's getting a little bit lower here. Off the stomp, and there goes the dieback on him. Mickey lower and lower. His chemical rage is running out soon. Same goes with his BKB. He's not going to have any way out of this one. He's deep in enemy territory. All they have is his false promise. He's making a run for it. Got to get back to the fountain. 12 seconds until the puck is back up.
They stalled the push. Aegis, I guess you still have a minute on the
They've
Aegis.
only stalled it so much, though. Yeah, Yataro's just going to run right back into it here. Secure Megas. The puck is back. They had the glyph.
Another grip in 22. Just waiting for Nisha to go in deep.
Chemical Rage in 4, 3, building, gonna drop before they can even make the initiation here. Liquid's playing against Megas for their life.
Don't even find anything on the return. You need Divine Rapier on this puck. There's like no other way to create a threat on the back line because no one else can join Nisha there. He's landing some great coils on the supports, but nobody's able to follow it up. So either has to have enough damage that he can do it himself, or somehow Liquid find an insane angle to get the Beastmaster or the Alchemist in there with him. And this Alch is tanky though. Like, goddamn, he just sits in the middle of the whole team. Couldn't care less.
He is, but he's not hitting particularly hard.
No, he doesn't do any damage. He's getting enfeebled too. That doesn't help.
And Collapse?
He's a wet noodle.
Collapse is a 5,000 HP Centaur, right? See these hits from the...
They hurt.
The Alchemist, right? Well, put a Crimson Guard on that. I think your hits stop doing anything. This damage block that collapsed with the late Crimson Guard is going to completely neutralize it.
They might not wait for this next Roshan. Your Aegis is about to expire, but you can absolutely just send it here. A grip on the out. Okay, force a false promise. I don't think you mind that trade anymore if you're Spirit.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with Laurel seeing that positioning of the supports, rolling straight to him with the Shivas. Mickey's gonna go back. Nami actually got pretty far forward here. They have the coil on him. Mickey, he has to finish off the support and then reset back to the fountain. He can't even get the kill on the support, and they're taken out to the magnetized now. First it's Ace, almost boxy as well. Mickey dies right in front of his own fountain, and he has no buyback here. Liquid, they don't have anything left in the tank. They may have survived against Extreme Gaming, but Team Spirit is just another beast. In a Game 3 on elimination, Team Spirit, they lock it down with their tricore of just mass HP heroes. And they are going to go to the playoffs. Team Liquid will be eliminated, and Team Spirit will move on.
That's one of those series that can definitely easily go either way in that Game 3. But Spirit, they showed up. They gave him the Beastmaster. They had a plan for it with this gyrocopter. And to me, that's really what determined this game. There was no tempo coming out from that Liquid off lane. It gets completely shut down, and then it's Gyro who gets to take that net worth, join some of the top fights, join the fights in the mid game, and just power through some of these objectives. Like, they park Yatoro in the Roche pit, they park him on a Tormentor. How are you contesting that? Yeah, Al can go there, start swinging, and not die, but no one's dealing damage in this game. And I think this is part of the issue for Puck in this tournament, is why his win rate's so low. You end up in these situations where you can't get to his timing because his timing has been shifted later and later and later as the hero's nerfed. Yeah. And it's like you're just waiting, and at some point I need Divine Rapier, and he never gets to Divine Rapier because the game just ends. Sick gyrocopter pick, sick performance from a hero we don't get to see a lot, but was really set up for success this game with all the saves behind him. And you know Yatoro loves playing this hero because you can just get uber fat off the flat cannon. So very cool draft from here in this Game 3. They're going to be a force to be reckoned with in that playoffs.
Get fat, he did. A 36,000 net worth on the gyrocopter. 10K up on anybody else in the game.
He was ahead of the Alch the entire game.
Yep.
That is how fast he was farming. And that is a good position to be in. Sick support performance from Spirit, though. Like, to me, if I have to give MVP in this series, I'm giving it to the support duo. Not me and Rue. Yeah. I think they performed well all 3 games. Like, even in the Game 2 they lost, they were still making huge plays across the board there. They played a wide variety of heroes. The spellcasting is immaculate from this duo. The way they skirmish is pristine. They're constantly baiting people in, constantly surviving on that low HP. And honestly, this might be one of the scariest Ringmaster teams in the tournament. I put them and Falcons up there as the two. Like, you need to respect what this hero does because it changes the paradigm of the fights. You can't play these like, I have a roar and we're going to play off roar. It goes out the window. Yeah. And so I think some respect has to be put on this clown right now. You know, we're in the middle of Clownfall. It's a clown event. He's got the red nose honking. Like, you got to understand that Valve made this event about this hero for a reason because he's probably the most broken in the game and they know it. So you got to show some respect.
All right, well, they say the supports perform wonderfully for Team Spirit. Let's talk to one of them on the stage now.
Thank you so much, guys. Great cast. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Team Spirit's Not Me! Congratulations! How are you feeling winning on the big stage?
Fine.
And I'm sorry, we have a fantastic translator as well, so glad that you're feeling fine.
Fans.
What?
I like fans.
You like the fans? He likes the fans. That's for you, my friend. There we go. There we go. Okay, so first question for you. Absolutely incredible series. A lot of people did not have what it takes to beat Liquid. It seemed like you solved it. Instead of letting them get to the late game, very aggressive in that early game. A lot of pressure. Was that on purpose, or was that just what happened with the draft?
No, we have good drafts because Miposhka joined.
Okay.
Yes. Good drafts. And mid-game, we're playing super good into this team. I think they play a bit passive, but they play too good anyway.
Yep. Great game. They did play good. You did play better, though, I have to say. In fact, I don't know if you know this. You have the record for the most assists at this event right now. 43 assists on Rubik. That's pretty good. Now, how are you always in this fight, in these fights? Because Team Spirit is an extremely aggressive team. You seem to just always be there.
I think I have a record with assist. It's all about crazy game versus mouse. We're playing like bots.
Oh, no, you can't say Mouse are playing like bots. That's not cool.
We are.
Oh, okay. You guys are playing like bots. That's very respectable then. What a nice man. All right, fantastic. I got to ask you, though, about your next series. You're up against Yandex, and I've got some bad news. These boys have not beaten this team in 5 months. Now, I know you are a new addition. You might be the extra. Are you going to make that difference? What is the plan going in against Yandex?
I think we punish them.
You punish them? Do you know as much about the Yandex as you do about Liquid, or do you need to study now?
Не понял по моему вопросу.
Скажите, пожалуйста, вы уже готовы или нужно еще прям проанализировать, изучить их игру? Что нужно сделать для подготовки?
Miposhka needs some analytic this team, like every team.
Absolutely.
Analyst, good draft, and we can win easily.
That's a true Team Spirit player answer. I don't care. That's up to the coach and the analyst. I'm just there to kick some ass, right?
Это прекрасный вообще ответ, самый лучший настоящего игрока вашей команды, поэтому вы просто могли бы сказать: я здесь всем, чтобы одно место надрать.
Да.
She did say ass, right?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's bring the rest of Team Spirit. Team Spirit, come on up. We got some business to attend to. Here at EWC, you don't just beat a team, you crush a team, baby. You guys need to take out Team Liquid's key. You have eliminated, ladies and gentlemen, let's go to the Crusher, baby. It's time to crush them down. Please follow me. After you guys are the MVPs, take a walk. Activate the Crusher. Yeah, baby. All right, don't walk into it. This is where we have to go. Yes, yes. Now I must ask, who would like to crush Team Liquid? Not me. Not you. Not you. You then. All right, not me. To the Keymaster, please. Gather around, gentlemen. Gather around. There is Team Liquid. Their heart and soul and representation. And your newest member will now crush them. Go, yes! The key is in danger! The Team Liquid fans! Liquid's coming out of their eyes! They're crying! Crush it, baby! Woo! There it is! Shards! Bring it back, not me. There you go. Now we need to inspect this Keymaster. Come and inspect the key. Has it been adequately destroyed? We will see soon. Okay. Do you accept this, not me? Take a look. Is it crushed enough for you? Yes, baby, there it is! Team Liquid is gone! Your champions from last year, Team Spirit, continue! And we will continue right back after the panel.
Thank you very much. What a crushing it was as well in the series. We said that if Team Liquid is not able to get a foot in the door in that laning stage, if Team Spirit is able to get ahead, it's going to be very difficult for Liquid to make a comeback. And we saw exactly that in action, Seb. It was not possible.
No, I think it was so well executed by Spirit. Like, they got ahead in the lanes as they should have. And they never really let their foot off the gas pedal. Like, Yotoro played a pretty much perfect gyro game. I think we got to see also the synergy in their lineup, as mentioned by the casters, like the String Master save, the Centaur cart, eventually Yotoro. I think this is where he really shines, when he's like buffed by his team, also where he's allowed to just be as aggressive as he likes by nature, like buy the items, get the damage on. And he plays really well off the limits. Like, you give him, like, you know, an ability to be more aggressive, he's going to use that. He's not your typical kind of carry. I think he really has a good understanding of the bigger picture, you know, the full lineup, how it comes together. And this was like a classic Yotoro performance. Like, he's unstoppable, I think, when he's set up like this.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it seems like all they have to do when they get on stage is click some buttons, because Miposhka, he's doing all the analytical stuff with the coach as well. And yeah, look at it.
Look at production trying to hide his heroes, like he could play it again, you know.
yeah. He's like,
if there is like a trace of this that he played gyro, we're not gonna see it again. So it's like he didn't. He played a hero.
Yeah, he played gyro. Now it's gone. Like he can't play the gyro anymore. That's why they're not showing the hero, because he needs to find a new one.
And we did also see Laurel never dying on the Earth Spirit. Overall, I feel like every player of Team Spirit really showed off that they're on top and that they are feeling the EWC buff that Collapse talked about at the very start of this event. It felt like we did see a little bit throughout the entire series that Spirit was just a step ahead in gameplay as well.
Yeah, they were. They're definitely ahead in like laning matchups as well. If you look at this Bane plus Centaur, they did amazingly well, where Centaur was picking up 2 points in double edge just to make sure to run them down. A lot of body blocking happening in the lane. And also his itemization. I think we need to point it out. He's not tunnel visioning the new build on a Centaur. Instead, he is picking up pipes straight away after the Dominator, getting the Blink Dagger, not allowing the enemy team to get any kind of map at the moment, making sure that they are going to be able to close out, get the initiation going, and also be the body for his gyrocopter to be able to deal the damage. If you think about like two very strong, like very high strength gain heroes, that's Earth Spirit, that's Centaur, who can provide vision for your flak cannon to go off. Essence Distiller, we're pretty much seeing this item in every single game, which also does benefit gyrocopter a lot in a way, because you see the target for like 8 seconds, and the flak cannon's always going to connect.
Yeah, it was very well orchestrated by Miposhka, the draft coming out from Team Spirit. And you heard our commentary team already praise the support duo from Team Spirit. We did, of course, choose an MVP between those two, and it was very close battle. But we have to go for Not Me. It is so difficult to believe that this is only his 4th Tier 1 event ever, with the first one being years back on a different team as well. And he's like not missing a beat, playing on the big stage and being able to just showcase your best performance. It is so promising, Seth.
Yeah, I mean, his Ringmaster was amazing. His Dark Willow in this game was also like very pristine. I think he's really making a name for himself, like in these big events. Obviously, he's known already now by like a lot of players. He's very high MMR. Like he's been around for a while in top games. Anyway, also why he was picked up by Team Spirit. But you know, when you're put back against the wall and you have to perform against the best in the world when the stakes are at the highest, this is when it really counts. And he really showed up today. I think I don't want to say he's making Ringmaster look really good, because the hero looks really good by itself, but he's making it look imba. Like it's just too much. Like laning presence, he's dealing with summon heroes now also, like the saves, the team fight control, the damage is also a lot of damage this hero is dishing out. the way he's positioned all these Wheel of Wonders, it's just nice. Like you can see that.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, he chainstorms to perfection, and he has a really good understanding of how the fight is going to develop. Like where do they want to run? Like which angle they want to take, and he's always closing that path for the enemy team. It's just really nice.
And he's very good at crushing keys as well.
Yeah.
Like he split it in pretty much
In like
pieces.
4 pieces.
Yeah, we haven't seen it. This is the first time we saw it. Yeah, the man has a very strong head indeed, and very strong hand when he plays that Ringmaster. I've been very impressed by him. There's also a reason why Team Spirit decided to pick him up. You never doubt once Team Spirit decided to pick a new player. This is not like, oh, we got some like random guy. Yeah, sure, you might not be familiar with him, but the same thing happened with Laurel. The same thing did happen with True, and it's happening again with Not Me.
Yeah, they're seemingly like the best organization to be able to scout talent.
absolutely.
They're so good at that, and it's almost it's every time it's a hit. For Team Liquid, of course, today was not a hit. They exit stage at bottom 8-12th, which it does not grant any club championships point, and for the team is definitely going to be a disappointment. For some final words on the team, we're heading over to Nisha.
Hello, I'm here with Nisha of Team Liquid. Just got knocked out of the tournament. I wanted to check in with you and see how you're feeling right now.
Feels bad, disappointed, mad, angry. Yeah.
What are you frustrated with? What are you mad about right now?
I think last game mostly, because I think it was kind of free win, but we just got fucked.
What went wrong?
I think the runes were a joke. I think we didn't get one rune with Oracle. Yeah, I mean, every fight around runes was just... we're getting run at. I think a little miscommunication as well. We said we will dodge at some point, and then we still showed up. We didn't manage to dodge them, and we just kind of kept fighting. And no trades. I don't know.
What's it like playing puck in a game like that when the early game doesn't go as you want? I mean, they had 2 saves, right? They have Ringmaster, they've got Bane, they got tons of lockdown if you make a mistake. What's it like in that game scenario?
I think it's fine. You can still play map forever. It's just the rush contest kind of dragged on. I think it was good for us at some point, but they finished Satanic, and then we just took a really bad fight. So, yeah, that's not good.
That's tough. Definitely under what you expected, I think, probably going into the tournament. But we've got more tournaments coming up soon, of course. So you've got that part to look forward to, at least. What are you guys going to do until then?
I feel like there's like 10-day break, maybe. Or there's like 4 days at home if I don't leave early. And then we bootcamp for TI. And that's going to be so hype. Yep.
Yeah. It will be nice. Lots of games to play, lots of things to learn. Are you going to watch the rest of the tournament, or are you just kind of like brain off when it's over?
No, I like watching Dota. I'll watch.
Okay, that sounds good. Well, we'll keep tuning into the rest of the matches, as will Nisha. Thank you for joining me, and sorry that you guys lost.
Us. Yeah.
The frustration was very noticeable there indeed by Nisha. Disappointing to see the team exit this early, but that's the reality of Elimination Series. It's the survival stage for a reason. It does mean the Team Spirit is qualified for the playoffs. We also see that we have a couple more slots yet to fill, and we can take a look at what our schedule for today is. Series 1 is done and dusted, and BB Team and LGD Gaming are waiting in the wings to take on the challenge on stage. And I feel like, Lacoste, this is just a little bit of tip of the iceberg of the type of Dota we're going to see and the type of heartbreak we're going to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for BB Team, they've been on the top. This is also a team that throughout their careers, they've been disappointed quite a lot of times, getting very close, but they managed to kind of overcome what needed to be done to make sure that they can win tournaments. For LGD Gaming, they're still, they're still relatively new players as well. They have a young squad on top of that, like the speech that they gave back when they were heroic at the previous TI. You know that this team is very passionate about Dota, and I think this is going to be another banger series.
Well, we're going to dive into it very soon. Before we get to that second series of the day, we are going to see what kind of confessions Suns fan has for us.
Human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome to Suns Fans Confessions. I'm curious how this is going to go after my last one, but we'll soon find out. Let's delve into it straight off the bat. What is this Jeremy Kahn situation I've heard about?
Oh man, I'm at the shit on Valve now. So I had a custom game in Dota.
I'm also here, don't worry. I think I take partial blame.
Custom game in Dota where we would make these custom heroes and I would design them and we would sometimes make a model for them, animations, put them in the game, people would play with them. And one of them had, let's just say, a very similar skill set to a hero that came out about 6 months later. The lore behind him, Jeremy Kahn. So Axe, his real name is Mogul Khan.
Okay.
Okay. And the lore that I made was that he left his tribe and left his little brother behind. And he wanted him to fend for himself because he couldn't teach him himself. So he named him Jeremy. So everybody would make fun of him. Right. He would build this thick skin.
Okay.
But suffice to say, he was kind of a disaster of a hero. But overall, it was very much like the hero that is Mars in the game.
Funny.
Very similar. Very, very, eerily similar, some would say.
Eerily similar. Okay. Do you regret the Facebook Digital Chaos announcement post?
Yes. So,
I see. This is
you even know the history of this one?
A little bit.
So, when was that? When we created Digital Chaos, I was having a little bit of a fight with the other YouTube guy that I was partnered with, and I wanted it to. It's the right way to put this without shitting on people.
This is what this segment is for.
I put my name on the video saying this is. Like all my history, Suns fan did this, Suns fan did that, because I wanted to separate from the other guy. I had maybe a bit of an ego back then, and it did not come off well at all. Yeah, definitely regret it.
These things happen.
It happens. You live and learn.
These things do happen. Do you feel like it molded you a little bit? Yeah,
Yes, I would say it grounded me.
It grounded.
I now don't give a shit.
Excellent.
In a good way, some would say.
I would agree it's a good way. Don't worry. When is the next Fails of the Week, and where is Reeves?
So Fails of the Week is dead because of Sir Action Slacks, because he came on and just ruined the show. Everybody hated him, of course, as they do now. He gets hired to every single gig known to man.
Incredible.
Reeves, that is one I won't touch because if I were to explain the situation, it would be disparaging people, and I'm not, other than Slacks, I can disparage because we're good friends.
Of course.
So for this one, I would say creative differences. I've actually learned a lot about myself because I've worked on a lot of projects since then, and I've learned that there's a certain type of individual that I just don't mesh with in terms of business. I'm not going to get into the details of what that is because that's where the disparaging comments come from, but I've learned that if somebody is like that, then we're just not going to work well together, so I just avoid it now.
Okay. We'll blame Slacks for that one.
Yep, that's of course.
Where is the Suns Nugget merch?
Merch?
The Suns Nugget merch.
I wore, so the Suns Nugget is from Fails of the Week. It's when Slacks was on, and I forget exactly how. We used to have like this, Fails of the Week would be montages of fails, and then there would be one small one that's like super quick, like a 3-second one that didn't really qualify as a regular fail.
Okay.
And he named it a Suns Nugget for whatever reason. And I have a shirt that is a chicken nugget with my face on it.
I'd buy it.
And I actually wore it the other day. So it's the only one that's ever been made, though.
I didn't pay attention to what you were wearing in that case.
Sorry about that. If you had told me ahead of time, I could have worn it today.
I didn't know until about 20 minutes ago. So here we are. Maybe something lighter now.
Yeah, I have a lot of drama.
That's fine. We're getting to it. Tell us about your voice line burp issues and the silencer tech.
Oh my.
This is very recent, I hear.
So Valve, whenever you get invited to TI, you get to put voice lines in the game, but you have to send them for approval.
Oh, yes.
Right?
I've heard about this.
And I would send belch.mp3. It's just me belching into the microphone because I was like, this would make me $1 million. This would be the best voice line in the game.
By far.
They denied it. So I'm like, okay. So I put something else in. And then the next year I try again. I try 3 years in a row. And then a Valve employee comes up to me. It's like, nobody finds this funny. Please stop sending it. What do you think I did, Chris?
You kept sending it.
I sent it again. And then they punished me by not putting, I had like 2 voice lines instead of 3 1 year. So I'm like, shit. That's unfortunate. So I'm a good boy now.
Okay. That's probably for the best.
I belch in private and amongst friends.
The final question, what exactly were you warning us about? And that is going to be the end of the interview. Thank you very much, everybody. That was, of course, Suns fans' confessions.
That's good.
Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup continues here in Paris on Survival Day 2, and we have the second half of the day to go through still, so more eliminations on the line. And I'm here with Lacoste and Seb, and of course we're here on one stage, and there's another stage to my right as well, and there's a lot of action happening there as well. So I want to take a quick look of what's been happening there as well, because Rune Eaters versus Aurora, I think, Lacoste, we had certain expectations coming into this.
We certainly did, but also it's not really a surprise, I would say, considering how well they played in round 1. They eliminated Virtus Pro yesterday, and against Aurora Gaming 2-0, it would not be on a lot of people's bingos card, but if you look at the staffing coach behind them, they have a lot of well-known names. They have a TI winner as well, they have Artstyle, they have Mag, who has the IQ same as Einstein. This is not even the, joke people. I love to troll a lot, I love to spread false information on stream most of the time. But this is not it, and they had very good drafts, I gotta say, and also the fact that they're position 5. Ike, he kind of owned that game with Lich, and this was not a support Lich. This was Lich with the Blink Shard Aghanim Scepter, so kind of played off his own. This is the pub style of Dota that you see, and he made it work in professional scene.
Yeah, they looked very strong. It was a 2-0 against a team that, I did not expect that to happen for sure. Very excited to see how they move forward here, of course, making it to the playoffs tomorrow. Now, we're going to focus our attention on another series that also will mean that one of these two teams will make it to playoffs, because we are going to have BB Team versus LGD, and both of these teams are looking pretty scary, I think, Seb.
Yeah, I think this one is a really tough one. Honestly, like I was trying to think, which one do I favor or what do I expect? What do I expect from the series? And I don't think I have a valid opinion on it. Like I think it's really like I don't really know which team is favored in a sense. I think their playstyle, it's hard to also know how they interact. Like on one side you have BB Team, they're very structured, very established. Like they know exactly how they want to play, what they want to draft, and they do it really well. I just wonder, LGD, they always bring this spark of craziness in these games. Like whether it's through drafting or the way they want their strategy to function. Is BB Team adaptable enough to deal with this? If they are, then I think I would give them the upper hand in terms of like just pure execution and how clean they're able to play. A little bit like, Spirit versus Liquid that we just saw. I think they're the more patient and disciplined team in that sense. But if not, and if LGD force them onto their game, this is when it could be troublesome.
Yeah, and we've seen them being able to force people into fights. Focusing our attention first on BB Team. This is a team that we are having high expectations of. They came top 4 at previous TI as well. We know they can do it when it matters, and it certainly matters today. Let's find out how Miero is feeling before this one.
Hello, I'm here with Miero of BB Team. You guys were looking great coming into this tournament, and once you got here, you had a great group stage, so I was curious how you're feeling as a whole.
I think we did a pretty good job. So we are adapting during this tournament. We played much Clan Wars. We played a lot of Dota, discussing about it, and yeah, we are confident, I guess.
Have you felt that much strategy change from before the tournament until now? Have you been like, you said you've been learning a lot, just like meta stuff or what?
Yeah, we're kind of changed our drafts. I think we just add some of the heroes, and that help us to do really good.
That's great. Happy to hear that. You guys had 2 days off in a row. We had the one off day, and then yesterday you didn't play because you seeded pretty darn well. So what have you guys been spending the time?
We just play Dota. We also got some interactive games. So like we played tennis, and we was watching football a little bit. So yeah.
A nice mix is important. Do you like having off time during a tournament? I know some players have said they're like hungry to play the next match. Does that affect you at all, or is the balance good?
In our team, we're always hungry. We want, wish we can play every game for one day. We can play. Like, yeah.
All right.
So we don't like day offs.
Okay, understandable. Totally get it. What did you get from watching LGD's games yesterday? I assume you watched their matches. Do you feel like you figured stuff out, or you just kind of focus on draft things?
We're gonna focus on our drafts, of course, but we want to get the revenge from the previous tournament. So yeah, we're ready.
So as a whole, confidence level is high?
Probably so. Yeah.
Okay, that sounds great. Well, good luck in your upcoming match. Thank you for joining me.
Yeah, and the previous tournament that Miero is referring to is the Blast, where LGD, they faced each other twice, LGD BB team, and LGD won both times, including there in the lower bracket finals, allowing BB team to be third, whereas LGD went on to be in the finals, where they came second. But a little bit of revenge there is in order, focusing our attention on LGD. This is a team that yesterday had good showing against Mouse. They were also able to bring a game back where they did have a little bit of a rough start. We're going to hear a little bit about how they feel going into this. Maybe there's revenge on the line for them as well, as we're hearing from KJ.
Hey there, I'm here with KJ of LGD Gaming. Yesterday, you guys 2-0'd Mouse. You crushed their key. How are you feeling after that win?
Feeling good. I think before we were having some problems, and now we finally can start a good snowball. I think that victory is very important for our team.
Well, it's interesting you brought up the problems, because I talked to Whisper yesterday at the start of the day. He mentioned you guys had a lot of strong personalities in the team. You spent a lot of time working on that. Have you guys made some ground since then? All you need is to go to win once in a while, right? And then everything's fixed in the team. That's how it works.
I mean, everything is fixed, no, but I feel like we just need to have our heads in the right place, right? When things are not working, everyone wants to win and everyone wants to bring solutions, and that doesn't always come in the most friendly way. But now that we're finally, I hope we start a good snowball, I feel like everyone's in a good place mentally.
What's that like to be on a team where, I'll just say it simply, let's say there's drama on a team. How does it affect your guys' gameplay typically in most Dota teams? So you just play worse, like, communicate less? Like, how does it?
I think in our team, so I'm going to talk about us, like in officials, it doesn't really affect us. Like, we're going to go and give everything. But I feel like in the day-to-day, it's where it gets a little bit annoying, because you get tired of
you're around them all day, right?
Yeah. So like in officials, it's like, okay, guys, all drama behind, let's fuck them.
Mm-hmm.
But like in daily basis, like
it's like you got to listen to their stupid jokes at lunch, and like they get in your way sometimes, and just like interpersonal things, like real life stuff. It's hard to get past that in real life. But in Dota, you're just playing Dota, right?
Yeah.
Like that. Okay. Gotcha. Good to hear. Yesterday, you guys played super fast against Mouse. We talked a little bit about the game before we started recording. You felt a little sloppy about it. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
No, it was just second game. I feel like we were trying to outplay them too much instead of winning instead of doing what our draft asked for. I think that this also can be good that we got a win out of this, so we can discuss it in a more chill way and then bring a good game plan for today.
I see. What I felt the oppression watching game 2. You guys were just like jumping in, poking them, running back, jumping in, poking them again, stabbing them with knives until they slowly died. I felt the pressure though. So, I mean, maybe it wasn't as clean as you wanted, but from a viewer perspective, it was a great show. So that part was really cool. If your upcoming match, how are you feeling as a whole? You guys feeling confident?
I'm feeling good. I feel like against this team, I always like to play against them. I feel like me and Yumi, we always have a good lane when we play against them, and just knowing that the game is probably going to start in a nice place makes me confident. And the last time we faced them, we beat them. I feel like it was basically a 3-0 because we throw one of the games. We throw the second game. So yeah, I'm ready.
That's great. Happy to hear that. Well, thank you for joining me for the interview, and good luck in your match. Oh, okay for the fans.
Very much confidence coming off from KJ before his series against a BB team. And to be honest, that confidence, I want to touch upon that because it seemed like maybe the team was lacking a little bit of that confidence during the group stages. The 1v1 mid that Tai Long played definitely brought his confidence back. And I can only imagine, Seb, that series that we saw yesterday would have also been a good boost to their confidence.
100%. I think they seem to be feeling good. And honestly, it's not a small thing to feel like you're gonna go into Save and Miero and you're gonna have a good lane no matter what. Like, I'm sure they're gonna have something to say about that. So I hope this goes as planned because these are considered, like, in my book, they're like a very, very strong laners. But maybe the LG Safe lane is even stronger. Confidence is always good. I think it's very much required, especially for the group that LGD has. You know, Tai Long, Whisper. I mean, Whisper is not as young anymore, but he's still pretty young, and I think he's never going to be the kind of guy to really push himself in the forefront and play the confidence role. So it's good if they can have teammates around them that feel confident, will say it for them, will bring the vibe up, you know, so that they can feel comfortable, at ease with what they have to work with, and deliver the performance that everybody expects.
Yeah, I was a little surprised yesterday when we heard Whisper say that they had some internal issues as well, which kind of came as a surprise because this team seemed to be having really good vibes whenever they play. Like in-game, you can't really feel it. Sure, they might be losing some games, but also a squad that has been recently formed/reformed. So they definitely have some things to work on, but seems like they got it on the same level that they, at least in Dota, once they get into Dota, seem to be having no issues whatsoever, and they definitely showed that in the gameplay yesterday.
They really did. We also heard Purge mention that he found that LGD played fast yesterday against Mouse, which they did. But we also know that BB Team is considered the fastest team. So how is this matchup so far this year going the way of LGD? Are they faster than BB Team?
I wouldn't say so. They showed some speed yesterday because they played against Mouse. I think you need to be able to match this because this team is just straight up crazy when it comes down to the way they play Dota. And they also they showed some of the weaknesses as well in that second game where they weren't able to match the aggression, so against the super speedy team. But, if we compare BB Team to Mouse, BB Team definitely like more strategic oriented, more like secure in what they're doing, and they seem more stable. So I think this matchup is going to be very, very hard for them.
I'd say that BBT maybe is faster in terms of like they aim to be faster, if that makes sense. Like it starts with like the draft and how they select heroes, how they put their lanes together. Like they will theory craft things that work and work early in the game and set them up in a favorable position. Whereas maybe LGD, they don't do this as much. I think they're going to go for comfort heroes and what they think is good for the game and whatnot. But as soon as you give whatever you give them in terms of Dota, like they will make it fast. Because they're aggressive by nature in the way they play. They're always looking for openings, for plays, for actually winning the lanes. You have teams, they go to lanes and they're like, I can't think of Whisper being like, I'm going to jungle anyway. It's like, he's not that kind of guy. Like, he's coming for your CS, he's coming for the denies, he will fight you on it. And, I mean, you really have to put up something in front of him if you want him to jungle. You have to force him there.
Well, with that in mind, we heard from KJ that him and Yuma always have a good lane against Miero and Save, which is tough. But hey, if you have that confidence, great. Whisper, not going to back down from a lane either, so he's probably going to do okay. And then there's only one lane left that then I would imagine maybe BB has the upper hand.
Yeah, that guy is also not going to back down. This is Tai Long. I mean, you are playing against some crazy mid laners in this tournament, some of the world-class mid laners, especially GPK. This guy has been known to dominate most of the matchups that he's playing against, and Tai Long, he's going to need to step it up. He showed really good performances, but when it comes down to stability, maybe if we, go back a couple of years when GPK, when he was a bit of a hit or miss until he became one of the strongest mid laners in the world, we'll have to see if Tai Long is going to be, feeling the crowd, feeling maybe some nerves on the stage, because definitely so far he didn't show it, but we are at the elimination stage, so those things might kick in.
Yeah, they just might. Is the mid lane where BB Team is going to get their advantage then in that case? Because can they abuse the fact that maybe Tai Long doesn't have that?
I wouldn't count him out. To be honest, I
Okay.
think so far he's always delivered. Always, even in unfavorable situations. This is as hard as it gets for him, like, you know, in terms of like being tested. But I would definitely not count him out. He's gonna show up. I mean, at least there are no signs of him not showing up so far. So it would be unfair to him to say he wouldn't.
Okay, I was very distracted by what was happening in the background. There was some dancing happening, and that is because, of course, we can't get a match yet without the players, and for the players, we're heading over to the stage.
Thank you so much, Sheever. Yes, what an incredible first series. You guys have a good time so far? Yeah! There's the Dota fans. I've heard so many games across here. We got Apex, League. Ain't nobody yelling like the Dota boys, baby. We out here. We out here, Milos.
Absolutely. It has to come all the way deep inside your body, and I feel when you're at this age of Dota players, you know how to scream louder than anything else. Your voice gets deeper. It's not this squeaky voice that you get with other games. So I'm very happy about it.
Is this a shot at me? I don't understand where you're going.
No, we're both old.
My voice did not get deeper, and I'm very old, but no problem. All right. Last series was super cool.
It
we
was.
saw Team Spirit survive. Team Liquid finally defeated. Perhaps we will not have any more long-ass games.
Well, 95 minutes might be another sort of stretch and level of matches, but otherwise might continue in one sense or another. But Liquid gave it their all. It was not enough, unfortunately. You saw the tears, the sadness, but hey, they'll be back.
Tears? My God, I hope they're okay.
We got to check out a bump on after all of this. But still, Spirit move on, and now we have a game on our hands. And this one I'm very much looking forward to. Maybe more for your end of the storyline, but let's introduce our teams regardless. Our first one on stage is BB Team! Last year's EWC 25 quarterfinalists are back in force at second place in Group A. They've reached mini-boss status at this point, but this coming match mixes legend building with sweet, sweet revenge, and we all love how that's served. You can see it red in their eyes. The game hasn't even started, and they're all locked in for this game. Can't wait to see how revenge tastes at the end of this sort of series.
Absolutely. You can feel the aura coming off these guys. They walked up, it was the opposite of like a ghost. It was just heat. These guys are bringing in hot heat right now. I am very excited to see how they do. However, an equally excited team for their enemies. You have seen them grow and play all through the season, and now we will see them at potentially their hardest challenge yet. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome to the stage, LGD! The South Americans are back, baby. We have seen this team lose organizations. We've seen them grow organizations. And I will be the first to say they are the strongest Chinese team headed into Shanghai so far. Ladies and gentlemen, LGD has been just a pleasure to watch. It's a scrappy team. It's a team fight team. And they're up against another one that loves that same play style. So we are in for a bloodbath, baby.
I love me an underdog story. There's no two ways around it. LGD have a story that can really push them deeper into the tournament. BB on their side, they want to go even deeper. They want to pass the quarterfinals that they were at last year. So friends, please, can you take your seats? Make sure to place your keys in position. BB Team and LGD. The gods of Latin America are here.
That's right. The keys are placed. Will we get a handshake? Serious. Oh, jeez. Oh, my God. That guy, one of them just got mogged. I'm not going to say who it was. But ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and over to our desk and get this party started.
Thank you very much. BB Team and LGD ready on stage, and we saw the handshake between KJ and Save, which is the lane. And I want to point it out again. KJ's like, yeah, you know, me and Yuma always have a good lane against Miero and Save. And Miero and Save, as Seb already said, they are considered one of the strongest offlaners. So I wonder how it happens that he's like so confident. Like, is there just a play style different, a hero style different that just works out in the favor of LGD?
Maybe wishful thinking also. Maybe it works like that. I mean, no, they indeed had better lanes. Like, it could just be hero matchups, because I can assure you a lot of position 5s are sweating before laning against Save. Him especially, he's really considered as one of the best laning position 4s in the scene. Like, he is so surgical with everything he does. So, I mean, we'll have to see it. Like, sometimes it comes down to past matchups or playstyle, also what they try to get from the lane. Very interesting. I hope there's no jinxing involved. Like, because usually it can happen.
It definitely can happen. That was my point. I wanted to say this. Like, you're playing against Save, you're playing against Miro. This guy looks so stable. Save is going to be really pushing out the limits on the hero. Like, in a lot of these engagements, you see him surviving on 50 HP, getting the salve immediately. They continue the aggression. This is what they're known for. This is pretty much prime, like, 33 plus Saksa at the time. Like, you know that they're going to be abusing stuff in the lane, and that's going to be the lane that I'm going to be looking at the most, because like, if you woke me up in the middle of the night and asking like which lane you never want to be playing against, I'll probably choose two of them. So good luck to them.
Yeah, I feel like today maybe we're having a little bit of a support moment, because previous series it was super impactful. We see the Witch Doctor and the Ringmaster really shining on the stage. And I'm curious about how these heroes that we've seen come out have an impact on the teams that we're about to watch. They're not, for example, take Save. They're not his traditional hero. He's never been really a Bane or a Ringmaster specialist. He's a Wind Ranger specialist. Oh, I know. Lacoste has something to say about that.
Save Ringmaster. It rings a bell. He's up there. He might be the numero uno here.
I'll give you a wild card, something that we might... It's not impossible, but we might, because, you know, the second most played hero for Save on position 4 is actually Lina. Like, it's back when Lina was a thing. Like, a lot of position 4 were running it. Crit, you know, Save, and he was, I think he's master tier Lina, like when it's his go-to mid hero. Like, he's an exceptionally good Lina player. And I don't know if it's viable on +4, to be honest, not as close to the pro scene as I used to be. But if BB team is going to draft Lina, which I think they could, like GPK, great Lina player, loves the hero, it's not impossible that it's a flex.
I mean, we've seen it flex from mid to carry, so I'm here for the mid to +4
I'm
option.
ready.
We're in the draft. We got BB on Radiant, LGD on Dire, and the first pick goes the way of BB team. We already have their 3 bans on the board with the Huskar, the Puck, and the Darkseer. Shadow Fiend Doom out for LGD. I can only imagine that something like a Treant Protector, Lone Druid, Drow Ranger, one of those 3, 2 of those 3 probably will be removed unless they have something special cooked up.
I mean, LGD lost with Lone Druid a decent amount of games. I kind of think, I personally think it's one of the heroes that's going to be open by the end of the tournament. I think the later we get in the tournament, they banned it themselves. Interesting. So that leaves the Treant again, because I think it was left first phase in some of the earlier games today. Tai Long already forced 2 bans against him in the Huskar and the Puck, so already impacting the series, like doing his job, you know. And the Treant first pick, that's a Kataomi classic. Like, he loves that hero. I think.
Oh, absolutely.
Even when he was playing +4 back then, he would already play it on position 4. So he's super happy that he got this hero.
Range turrets mostly gone, at least still 2 of the big ones, even though I'm kind of feeling that Drow Ranger, we've seen responses, like we've seen answers for Drow Ranger, so the hero can definitely be beaten compared to Shadow Fiend. Like, for example, Tai Lung, he had some insane performance on the hero. It was just like him and Nightfall, I think, had 2 best performances so far that I've seen at EWC, where he was super active, 6 minutes in, gating multiple times, just being extremely active, and they're gonna straight up take Necro for themselves. So I want to see if the approach, like, because Doom, he's already gone. You can definitely tell that they practiced this. They wanted to have this potential opener. If they're going to be respecting maybe Ancient Apparition, it's not like the best support duo. Maybe that's why they think they could get away with it. But I think you can fix some of these issues if you have even like AA Treant Protector with the offlane, with the very aggressive mid laner, with you know, some kind of a control. You can make it work.
To me, I feel like this Necro hero is like a little bit overrated. I like, when it has purpose, I get it. Like, if the way Nigma used it, for instance, like shutting down certain mid matchups, I think it's pretty cool. But besides that, this hero has been figured out. I feel like against the worst teams, it's super imba, because his laning presence is absurd. So you have literally no room for mistake. Like, you need to be doing everything perfect. Like, you cannot take a trade you're not supposed to. You cannot forget to pull the waves when you had to. Like, if you do any of that, all of a sudden you're gonna suffocate. You don't get any XP, any gold, and it's a disaster. But against the better teams, I feel like they will just play the game out as it's supposed to. They'll be patient. They're gonna let him dominate the early stage of the game. They know that he's buying Radiance travels anyway. He's just super easy to kill at any point in the game. So I wouldn't be that worried if I were them. They don't need to overthink it really.
Interestingly enough, they leave AA in, sure, but they also leave Ringmaster in, preferring to ban out Shadow Demon, picking up the Largo.
Yeah, I think it's just protection for Necro. This has to be one of the worst matchups for Necrophos, having the ability to purge off certain things. I mean, they played Oracle as well as a team, so this is also a hero that they could potentially bring out to the table if they feel to. But also to point out that they picked up Largo. I think this is also a bit of a steal pick coming out from them, because BB team is the Largo team. I think Aurora and them look like the best team so far when it comes down to utilizing Largo, but we also seen LGD yesterday playing a bit of a different Largo. They played it from the offlane and different itemization. He did go for Vessel, BKB into Radiance, and then went full scaling mode.
Yeah, Largo, it could very well be that. Largo versus Treant, very good on the lane, very solid. You actually dispel the Leech Seed if you want to, which is a big part of the Treant. You dispel Living Armor. When you go, you actually have a lot of kill threat. Treant being extremely slow when he's not like under the effect of Nature's Guise. I love the Lina pick, I have to say. I think it's amazing. Like, it's super good versus Necro. You outrange him, you kill him through Ghost Shroud, you just have too much damage, overwhelming amount of damage. The lane is amazing. I think it's actually unplayable for Necro. I say that, but it is Tai Long, so he might find a way, but terrible matchup for Necro mid against Lina.
What about the matchup that we've seen the other day when they played mid Largo against mid Lina, and it looked very, very good. So close to killing Lina multiple times.
It could be. I still like the Lina versus Necro Largo lineups, because these are two core heroes potentially that don't gap close, and Lina really enjoys. Like, you need to get on top of her. If at some point in the game, if this Aghanim's, Kaya, Yasha, whatever, Lina is allowed to just freely cast spells in the fight, I think you just don't win these fights. And right now, they already committed to two cores that are just stand in the front, try to tank up, but I don't think there's such a thing as tanking up versus Lina. And I'm a little bit surprised we don't see more Rubik's versus Lina, because I feel like this is like a good enough answer. Like, if you get your hands on the LSA, which is not that hard to do.
It's not just LSA, it's also Shackles. Like, this is probably one of the best spells in the game that you can steal. Like, if you give out Shackles, you kind of lose the game, because you're always going to be giving out like one good spell no matter what.
It's a good pairing with Largo also. Like, this could be a game for it. Like, I wasn't a fan of the earlier. Okay, that's an interesting pick actually. Grimstroke. We don't see a lot of it. The hero has a lot of potential. I just wonder who's going to be using Inkswell. They don't really have a great. I mean, there's the Clockwork, but it's the position 5, so it's a little bit squishy.
And maybe they got inspired yesterday when they were playing against Grimstroke. It did look good.
It's a very good hero.
Yeah, also like double Reaper Sight is gonna be very potent throughout the game. Like, Lick is also okay, it's nothing like too crazy, but having that extra bit of oomph in his ulti is always gonna feel nice.
It's just that, like, this seems to be a strategy in a sense by LGD, like, because they're pretty speedy on picking their heroes, but I have a harder time seeing what they see. Like, how is it like particularly good against what BB team is doing? With that being said, I think the Enigma actually very cool pick. In my book, it's one of the best laners against Necro. Like, it's a hero that can win the lane versus Necro, unlike many others. It can also go wrong if you execute it. Again, no room for mistake against this hero, but that's true for any matchup. We'll have to see, because Necro could be safe lane. We could also have a Lina Treant
safe lane,
and I don't think Necro can go there. I don't think Necro enjoys going mid either against Lina. So I think this hero should be dodging Lina, which would send him to the safe lane.
I was thinking maybe the same. I think maybe there's a potential Invoker pick coming out for BB team if they feel like this Lina is going to be on steroids with all of these things, Alacrity. Sure, some of these things are dispellable, but I see Shadow Shaman. I see a lot of Invoker pairing with it. Probably my favorite one, except for the Bane.
Yeah, I would very much enjoy that. I think it's obviously also GPK Invoker, like absolute classic. It's funny, you know, from one series to the other. Here, nobody cares about Ember Spirit. Nobody cares about Earth Spirit. Like
Ringmaster, ignored.
Ringmaster, nobody cares.
Witch Doctor actually is the only.
Yeah, Witch Doctor who, Spectre who is like it's just a completely different meta.
Very cool. I like that. So many different styles of Dota that can work at the moment.
Yep. On LGD side, they could be looking for honestly all 3 roles, and that's like one of their trademarks, like keeping the enemy guessing on where the core heroes are going. I think they really enjoy that flexibility in the draft. And as for BB team, it's most likely, I mean, a mid or a carry. I have the feeling that Lina mid, it's a very good game for Lina mid, in my opinion. So perhaps like a carry touch hero. But again, most of the range cores have been banned. No gyro, no SF, no draw, no necro, it's been picked. So maybe Lina is your best bet at this point.
Yeah, potentially. But seeing the sniper ban, I assume this is going to be the protection for Lina in the mid lane, something that can outrange Lina. She doesn't get to interact with the hero much. So all of these heroes that don't care too much about getting hit by LSA or anything from the mid lane could potentially be good. But also looking at the pick for LGD, I could see maybe some like Tiny that could come out having the status resistance. It's relatively good in the lane against Enigma, and I've seen different builds of Tiny. Like I've seen Tinies, because Turn Protector is meta, where they pick up Manta style of their own just to have a little bit of a dispel, BKB Satanic later on, so multiple ways of dispelling things.
Very good Kingswell, also partner.
Yes.
Like if he goes for a nerdy blink like we saw Mika did, was it yesterday or was it earlier? It was
yesterday.
Something that they lack, because I think right now both Necro and Largo don't really use Grimstroke, and I don't think you should expect that from a position 5 Clockwork. Like he's just gonna be running around with Tranquil Boots and just get blown up by the Lina Rasta spells right away. So they need Inkswell duo for sure.
Yeah, one more ban coming out for LGD. And they are taking their time thinking about this one, and it is overall last pick for LGD at the end of it all. They ban out the Lifestealer,
which could indicate, I mean, actually, I just have a hard time seeing them run the Largo mid for some reason.
Yeah.
I have a strong feeling it's going to be on Whisper.
Maybe because of the lane matchup, just try to ruin Train Protector, what he wants to do in the lane.
Yeah.
Dispelling his ability is always going to feel nice. And also after yesterday's performance, maybe he thinks this hero is scaling. Sometimes we saw Largos not really being able to transition that into mid, and especially late game where you fall off, you feel like you're another support.
I'm thinking of Trion trying to get rid of the Phantom's Embrace. Miserable, you know, like getting the auto attacks to get rid of the silence from Grimstroke. That's not happening. Miero Enigma though, that's an absolute classic. They go for the Clinks, so they do, you know, secure the Lina going mid. Very good game for it. Clinks Treant. The Clinks hero has looked very good, honestly. Every game it's played so far. It's not the best matchup versus Necro, but again, the Necro's already dealing with Lina, dealing with Enigma.
Didn't we see Extreme Gaming picked Clinks twice into Necro yesterday, or maybe one game, maybe even 2 games, but it looked good. Like this hero is deceptively tanky and it has insane amount of damage. Add Train Protector to this, he's definitely gonna be buffed up. He's gonna be having that extra bit of a tankiness that you might not think that he has. Like we talked about Lina in the previous series also being very, very tanky as a hero, and Clinks on top of that. So it's gonna be Nature's Prophet last pick for them.
Okay, so they're just tanking by the looks of it the Necro versus Lina matchup mid. So Tai Long is feeling confident enough that he can handle that. We'll have to see how it goes. Nature's Prophet, very good pick. I mean, very good with Clock. I think he's not that bad against Enigma on the lane. It becomes bad, I think, like maybe level 5. This is when the lane starts becoming pretty toxic for Nature's Prophet, but it's also when he's thinking about leaving the lane and TPing around, so it should be fine. Wait a minute. No, it's a Tai Long Nature's Prophet, right?
It's Tai Long Nature's Prophet. He'll be laning up against the Lina.
Okay, well, I actually don't know how that lane goes. I'm curious to see it. Like Nature's Prophet is stronger than what it feels at times. Like,
oh, absolutely.
These treants are very strong.
It's very annoying to deal with those treants, and also a bit of a global protection coming out. Maybe the offlane's not going to be as gankable for this Nature's Prophet because the lane naturally pushes in, so you have protection from the tower. But looking at the bottom lane, I feel like they might try to make something work in this lane. And I think the best performance that we've seen from Nature's Prophet mid was from NTS, who kind of carried the game for the first 15-20 minutes. But we'll have to see. I think both of the drafts are very, very interesting. I would kind of lean towards the BB team because I think this draft looks overall more stable. I think the execution-wise is also much easier to execute.
And at some point, Enigma is just going to take over the game. Like they have only one clock to stop the black hole from happening. Funny enough, to me, the big X factor is on the save Miero versus KJ, and
I was gonna ask
it has
about
nothing
it.
to do with the pre-game interview. Like this lane, in my book, Enigma can take over this lane, or lose it really badly. So it's gonna come down to that.
And what's the difference maker there? Who's going to be...
Outplay. Like whoever,
It's just outplay.
Who's better?
So it is, by default, 50-50, but one...
It's hard to say. I think it really comes down to very little things, like how do you micro your eidolons, when do you decide to go, what items you buy, how much regen you use. It's gonna come down to execution. So he said they think they're better.
Yeah.
As a laning duo, it's time to prove it.
I think if you're confident and you go into a series and you think, Yuma, we normally have a strong line or a stable, he said stable time against Miero and Save. Maybe that's a cause for confidence from us as well to believe that they can indeed do it.
Did he say stable or did he say a good lane?
I think he said that they've been winning most of their lanes.
I think you're toning it down.
Yeah, but then afterwards he said that they feel comfortable because they normally get a stable. I think both.
I was under the impression he said they usually have they're just cruising on that lane.
I mean, I'm totally fine with just going, he said he'll smash him. Absolutely. I heard him say that
actually
verbatim.
His words. We're just
he's going to make them rage quit. That's what he said.
We're just quoting him at this point. You can just check the VOD back.
Check the VOD. We're
check
right.
the VOD. That's what he said.
That is what he said.
It's time to do it, though. Now is a good time.
It's a great time. Elimination on the line. Survival stage for BB Team and LGD in game 1 of this best of 3 together with Sunsfan and Gezu right now.
Survival indeed. LGD versus BB Team. This is going to be a sick series. I would be very surprised if it doesn't go all 3 games. But of course, we have some bad luck.
That is true.
And it's mostly you, if we're being fair here.
Why is it me?
Just is. I can feel it. It's the vibe.
Nah, there ain't no way. This is the once-in-a-year treat. You get BBD Bobbity Team against LGD, and I agree with you. This should be a 3-gamer. I don't think...
Even if throughout history, there's 2 or 3 names that pop up. And on the other side, LGD, throughout history, there's 2 or 3 names that pop up. And on the other side, LGD, a very interesting lineup in the carry Yuma Necrophos to go along with the healing aspect of Largo off lane. That should be very... I'm fascinated how that will be tried to be countered itemization-wise from BB. As Tai Lung, like you said, is he going to transition more of a right-click style carry from the mid lane?
I think yes, but also the way we see, I would say what Nature's Prophet or Tai Lung needs to do in this game, you build whatever allows you to play fast. They also touched on the Nothing to Say performance the other day, and I think that was more like I believe it was like a Vessel into Shard, Specialist Array, and then kind of transition into this hybrid style. Because laning-wise, I think Tai Lung, Nature's Prophet does very well against Lina early on, but level 4, 5, 6, I do think that's when Lina can start, winning the lane.
And what's up with this Shadow Shaman for save?
Honestly, I'm not really too sure. We haven't seen it too much. Of course, it is an incredibly strong laner, and Save is a specialist. He's not the type of guy who will play, the melee bros. He's more so the range guy. And I think this offlane dual lane is always something you do have to look at. Something that I touched on as well. This is a very volatile and very skill-heavy lane. And I can definitely see Miero and Save pull out some wonders here in this lane.
Yeah, only time will tell so far. Miero getting pressured a bit at half HP currently. Yuma leading the CS chart at 10-1 currently as they continue to push this lane.
It's around level 3 mark, I can definitely see Miero pull out a little bit more on this lane with level 2 Eidolons, because Clockwork is one of the worst supports in lane against most summons. There used to be a meta where you didn't really want to pick Clock early, you will get Lycan, Beastmastered, Enigma'd. So I do want to see how that goes, because I was thinking maybe you can put the Grimstroke in this lane, but for now, keeping things safe, keeping things very chill.
A nice denial of the rune here, so Beach Boys team not going to be able to get that water rune for GPK level 3 on this Lina.
He does at least have his full bottle coming out, which he will be very happy with. And Nature's Prophet is just annoying for most of these heroes. Lina, you don't want to run around with a Quelling Blade. Obviously, he has it already queued up because you do need it. But yeah, I am looking overall LGD style. They play fast, they collapse, they bring numbers. And who better to do that than a mid Nature's Prophet who can collapse from some of the side lanes?
So when it comes to late game, though, you do agree BB are just miles ahead in terms of what they can offer. You have Lynx for right click, who will outscale a Nature's Prophet eventually, and then Enigma is always just this big bad, very scary creature you have to deal with in the late game.
Yeah, I think especially against the dire heroes, right? Obviously, late game, it's quite far away, but it is something that if you're LGD, you will be keeping, in the back of your mind. They're quite happy when it comes to the early game, the mid game, the overall scaling. We saw Whisper also yesterday on the Largo. He was kind of popping off, with the Vessel into the Radiance build. but I'm definitely looking at them to be ahead. That's also very nice play there by Whisper, drawing the aggro, making sure that the creep stop hitting his own range to screw up Kiritage's last hit.
And what do you think of the answers for the Enigma as we get to, like, because hookshot is the one piercing stun, and after that, what do you have? I mean, Necro's old used to pierce, not anymore.
Yeah, you honestly, you don't really have the best answers. There's also, like, of course, sometimes you have the right-click threat that you can kill him, so maybe Tailong in the late game, you can have some Hydra's Breath or Daedalus, Silver Edge, get, like, a lot of damage into the Enigma. There's always the Wind Wakers, right? Or trying to, like, split the fight into, like, a couple different
You're not
places.
a fan of Basher, Nature's Prophet?
Not really. We could see, like, how about Grimstroke with Aetherland's Abyssal Blade?
Okay,
Save did it a few years ago. It was with Cardle, of course, but, you know, late game against Enigma, it's time to be creative, brothers.
All right, well, speaking of Theolacor's Grimstroke, let's talk about his combos and what he can offer into the late game, because Inkswell, this is the one spell we always talk about every single game. It's the Clockwork. I wouldn't say traditional lineup for the Inkswell overall, but obviously Necro wants to get up close and personal, Largo to some degree as well. And then the Soulbind, which is usually not covered that well. You have double Scythe, which...
It's okay. It's not crazy.
It can be crazy.
It can be crazy
but
if
it's
two
hard
guys
to set
are
up.
stacked up, but usually you just want to, you know, you want to blow up one guy, so it's fine. You have double Nature's ult, but even that, you don't want to, like, click it on the guys. You're usually going to put it somewhere else. It bounces everywhere, so a lot of the kind of just not that great. I would even go as far as to say the Dark Portrait is kind of ass in this game.
Yeah, I was going to say, Klink's Illusion does not sound particularly good.
It's kind of worthless. Same for Lina. So it's a lot about the early aggression. How can you move around, you know, KJ together? I guess the other thing too, you can always Inkflow the Treants, which is quite good in the early game. They're always going to be aggressive. You don't really care if they walk in very far. But I have to say that LGD have done a good job so far at slowing down GBK a little bit in the mid lane. Saw Tailong initially on the minute 2, denying the Water Rune. You also had Theolicor going to the 4-minute Water Rune. So very quiet early game at the moment.
All right, so what about Bowling Ball's counters to the Necrophos as we go forward?
They can kill him, which is quite nice. You have
do they have a nullifier carry? Like, does Klinks have to go for that?
Klinks is a very, very good nullifier buyer, right? You stay on high range, you go super high DPS early on, you have the Deso, you go the Shard, then maybe like some Pike, maybe BKB, and then you can look at a nullifier. But also Lina. Honestly, Lina is very good against Necro, especially the spell damage Lina, which is generally being played at the moment from the mid lane.
Okay.
So I do think they have good answers, and then it just depends on LGD. Can you keep him alive? Because you have Inksflow, you can dispel some stuff.
Okay.
Just saying hello. What's up, brother?
Now we might have first blood down here at the bot lane. Kiritich getting gone on, and that's going to go to Whisper on the Frogman. As you can see, Tailong just barely getting out, being pressured out completely from GPK.
It's very, very good pressure, right? You've got the siege creep. He is at least using the Treants to pull the wave. Honestly, a very, very needed move here to not take too much chip damage on the tower.
Can you play Necro without Radiance?
No.
Okay, because I was going to say, I would love to see Whisper get Radiance again, but I was like, oh wait, Necro is probably going to get that.
Yeah, you're on crack, I think, if you're doing that, so that is definitely not what I want to see. It wouldn't be the first time that we would see a double Radiance. Wouldn't recommend it. Not
that
very
sounds
good.
pretty garbage.
Yeah.
Although you could take it apart later if it does make sense for like a butterfly or something like that. We can see the Inkswell bot with the lick on top of Kiritich. GPK comes in though with the LSA. Not able to hit anything. As he does turn this around at the very least, the Theolicor will survive, but the Courier will not.
Even
so
with the
successful rotation-ish from GPK. Doesn't get a kill, but prevents one from
It's
the carry
decent
again.
pressure, and they didn't die against the first Nature's Prophet ult of the game, as Kiritich had a very timed level up to get level 3 Death Pack to get another charge to stay alive.
Where do you rate Save in terms of support players currently?
Tip top.
Number 1.
Not number 1, but like top 3 for sure, like at all times.
Okay.
This guy...
I actually think for me, I'd choose number 1.
Yeah. Okay, then who is number 2 and 3?
I don't know.
Okay.
The fact that I can't think of them.
Where's Saksa? Where's Crid?
No.
Where's
Come
Mira?
on. No.
Not me.
No, Save is better. Save is
just
better.
no debacle like this. No, okay.
No, there's no discussion. This has just been decided.
Okay, true.
I'm a huge fan.
He is quite a good player for the Blockbuster team, of course, so...
Now we're going to see the Shackle as GPK coming around from the other side. Laguna Blade, but Theolicor joining the fight. And they are going to get the either shot kill onto Whisper. LSA connects on the Theolicor, going to be slowed now, but KJ there with the cogs to push him back. Speaking of bowling ball team, LGD will be the one bowling this time. Gonna get the slowdown to GPK.
It hurts them quite a lot in this early game. Like, you want to be the aggressors. Of course, we still see that they have a 1k gold lead here on LGD. But, you know, losing out on some of these early plays is obviously not good, because you've got the Nature's Prophet in the mid lane. You want to get a couple of plays going. So kind of eyes on Tai Lung here. He's got the next Nature's Prophet ult in 10 seconds. And you would love to be able to attack bottom, you know, against these flames.
He hasn't really been showing up until now, it feels like, Tai Lung.
No, not yet.
Does have the urn, so that would indicate that you do want to join some fights now. They're going to push this wave and maybe pressure, if not just outright take the tier 1 tower. I mean, what do you think of their push overall?
For LGD?
Yeah.
It's pretty good, right? You have Nature's Prophet in the early game, but at the same time, trading for them is slightly favorable for BB team here. You know, you had Safe on the gate, you saw that the Yuma was coming through the gate, so now they're just kind of splitting this top tier 1 for the bottom tier 1 pressure. And like we talked about before, they're quite happy with any trades. Kateomi already setting up on Tai Lung.
Well, actually shows that he has a sentry there. Tai Lung will defend this mid tower. GPK putting some nice damage on it, already under 50% HP. Has the regen rune as well for GPK. And it just goes into the triangle to get a little extra farm. So what do you, if you had to put a timer on LGD's lineup, does that even exist anymore, that concept?
No, I think it's doesn't really exist anymore. Like, even late game is quite, first of all, it's quite vague, and there's so much gold on the map that if you're ahead, it doesn't really matter. You know, gold can make up for anything. You're lacking stuns, buy a Hex. You're lacking catch or movement speed, whatever, buy travels, buy Yules.
Do you think the bigger map and the greedy enchantments, as you love to point out, do you think those are the main reasons that we don't really have this prototypical timer that we used to see?
Not only that, I think it's also just like an evolution of Dota and players like getting better, understanding, okay, we're down this much. What do we need to actually fight again the next time and kind of stop the bleeding, not go, you know, down too much when it comes to the overall gold?
Yeah.
Because I think LGD, considering what we've been seeing, they're doing a very good job on the map. You're up 2k gold still. Yeah, you lost your mid, your safe lane tier 1. If they get to hold their mid tier 1 and get some couple moves going, they'll be quite fine.
The other core is going to be shadowing Tai Lung.
So how early will the best +4 player in the world get level 6 this game on save?
Hey, it's by design, Kazu. He wants to stay level 4, so he's worth less when he dies.
Best players don't usually die that much. I don't know if that logic checks out.
Don't worry about it. Okay.
No, I won't worry about it.
That's support.
Okay.
I am interested to see what the plan was for the Shadow Shaman. Obviously, early game, a lot of, throughout the entire game, great crowd control. You have the push potential, which they're not necessarily wanting to play that fast, though, because of the way LGD is going to be playing.
It's definitely...
And then you have the Hex breaks, which this game, irrelevant, I guess?
Yeah, it's not that worthy. I think it's just overall the type of hero that I guess they were looking at, and most importantly, it's a very good laner. Kateomi looking for a little bit of a touch here onto Theolicor.
And Phantom's Embrace.
We just got some
nullified.
Jungle Skirmish, but in the meantime, this benefits GPK. He's just flopping down on this mid tower. Rushing a Force Staff is kind of interesting, but honestly I don't mind it, as LGD get to squeeze in a little deny here from Tai Lung. But yeah, the Force Staff against the Clockwork, against the Sprout, and there isn't really any real catch. So that is something that LGD need to keep in mind for later, once the map, like, you know, spreads out and it's easier to play multiple sides on the map. If you know where Clockwork is, it's kind of easy for you to just dodge moves.
Yeah, smoke from LGD. They know that Miero's farming in the area. He's shadowed, though, by Kateomi. Still only level 5. Soulbind onto 2 as they attempt to run away, and they're pretty damn fast, actually. We'll be able to walk away just fine, thanks to the drums.
To be fair, Clockworks do deserve this. When you play against Clockworks and they just keep bowling you with their stupid cogs, they deserve to play against summons like this and not be allowed to use their hookshot. I honestly think screw this hero. Stuck on that.
I mean, Spirit last series, that was the best Clockwork bowling I've seen ever, I think.
Oh yeah, they've had some beautiful stun locks. As we do have a current double Radiance being queued up, and I think this is... Yeah.
Oh my god, yes!
With the map being this big, and I think also with you wanting to be like, okay, maybe we can't, you know, like play ultra super fast and do this and that. Instead, just get 6 slotted.
Okay.
Who cares?
So, one thing I will mention is you can take it apart for a nullifier if needed. I'm not sure if it's actually important against the basketball team this time around, but...
Not that much. You have an aggressive Dispel anyway with the Largo. You can just lick it off, which is quite nice.
Yeah, hook shot from KJ. Finding the target in Kateomi. Miero nearby. Debating whether he wants to actually fight. His save comes in with the Hex into the Shackle, and that's going to set up all the damage from GPK. Should be able to clean up too. So a clean one from BB team.
Yeah, absolutely. Just get to walk into the enemy jungle. Okay, so since they're just going for triple scaling items, right? You have the double radiance. You also have Tai Lung with a Maelstrom. You know, there's no vessel upgrade. There's no shard that he's looking to buy. So everyone's just gonna look to farm, which I need to see how it ends up going. Because if you have the idea, okay, you can speed up the game, then I'm okay with it. But I don't know if even with high scaling that it's like just beneficial for you to take this kind of trade farming game.
Stacks are being created now by Theolacor, so I'm sure that is going to be, well, yeah, a little mess up there. It's always the Prowlers that mess things up.
And it's just time to remove them again from the game, cycle them out every couple years.
Yeah, let's put that evasion neutral that we were talking about.
Oh yeah, there's some thunder lizard, triceratops dinosaur.
Yep, it was a dinosaur of some kind.
Yep.
Or a lizard, rather. Close enough. We could get a giant chicken in there. That's related to dinosaurs, in fact.
Surely.
LGD. I mean, in terms of the pace, are they happy with how things are progressing right now? It's not
hold
like
that
a huge
thought.
lead.
Just kidding, they don't really have any catch. They are probably, I guess they're making the best in terms of like the read that they're having, right? They're like, okay, we've got the Necro, we've got Largo, Nature's Prophet. Not the easiest for us to make moves, so we're just gonna go for this scale. Again, I don't know if this is the best way for them to go about it against the Radiant draft, but if they have an understanding and they feel good about, you know, the game dragging out and waiting, then this is a very good way to go about it, where you just get fat on 3 heroes with 3 scaling items, double Radiance and the Maelstrom. It does mean that you're tapering off later. Like when you're fighting with a double Radiance in the team fight, that's, well, 5k gold that on one of them isn't really doing anything.
Yeah, that's true. Well, it gives you evasion, I suppose.
Sure, that...
If anything, actually, double Radiance makes a lot more sense than the old version, at the very least, but...
Sure.
Still a bit weird in the fights because, like you said, the damage over time does not stack at all.
I am just thinking that, at least for now, LGD are doing a very good job when it comes to the overall, I would say, like, state and net worth in the game. But what's important about Dota as well, and that people need to understand, is what happens when it's 15 to 20? What are your next items actually designed to do? And I think when you look at BB Team squad here of Klings and Lina and Enigma, the more items they get faster damage, they can pick you off here, they're more elusive. Whereas I think LGD's items only kind of helps them farm, at least for now. It doesn't really help you get pickoffs. So I do think that the next couple items are a bigger game changer here for the BBD Bobbity team.
And GPK is going to group up with the rest of the BB team here. Invade the enemy triangle. Theolacor might be the one to tank the gank, and Malefus ensures it. LGD going to be happy to trade a smoke for a support at this stage.
Yeah, it's good for Theolacor to TTG there, tank the gank. It's obviously a good move.
That's my favorite abbreviation. Yeah, that's a good one.
TTG?
Yeah.
Should start using it.
Now some pressure finally to the baseball team's tier 1 mid tower.
It's a lot of damage from these treants. I do like that they overall buffed Nature's Prophet. Like, they just made the innate a lot better, where the treants, they don't need to be close to you. They also don't need to be close to each other for them to have overall damage and for you to get buffed up.
All right, well, it's official. Double Radiance online for LGD. Now, you're saying that they do or do not want to fight yet with this? As we're going to see BB team enter the pit with the Serpent Wards. I believe that's the first use save.
Honestly, they can fight, but it's, again, it is very conditional, because how are you starting the fight? It is only really KJ with the hookshot that can start, unless you're smoking around or TPing behind, and that is one of the things I'm a little bit afraid for when it comes to the LGD draft here.
And LGD do spot that a little bit late with the rocket flare, so in the end, GPK does secure first Aegis of the game. It's funny, these treants are actually just going to 100 to 0 this tower over the course of a couple spell usages from Tai Lung.
Well, that's a super early gem as well from Theolacor. Yeah, you're all playing against Treant, but 16 minutes? They're the team with the fastest gems. Remember Whisper?
Yeah,
he spotted like minute 12.
They spot him here, surely. Whisper gonna get Malefus. There's the Overgrowth to follow. Inkswell right now, but they're gonna use the first black hole of the game into Laguna, so goodbye Froggy. And Tai Lung, apparently he wants to fight. Might be able to take off Miero, but no, gets stunned at the last second from GPK. Into a hook shot, into the bowling from... No, he can't even get the right click off, so now he's going to get shackled and right click down into Oblivion. Meanwhile, Kataomi, the only death in all likelihood. Is he actually going to live through this? Yuma does take him out with the Radiance Burn in the end, and now GPK completely out of mana. Reinforcements are kind of here. Miero is very low on resources. Reaper Scythe not quite enough to take out GPK. This is going to be life number 1, though. He's going to come back with full HP, full mana, and a full shackle now onto the Necro as Yuma gets hexed. Another stun coming out on the GPK, trying to turn this around. The LSA is missed because of the shard usage from Yuma. And with that, GPK has to exit as Kiritich going to be able to take out the Theolicore just barely. It's a double kill, but he burns to Yuma in the end. A very long, drawn-out fight from both sides. And who won this?
that was a nicely played fight from LGD. A lot of
quite even, it looks like, gold-wise at least.
I do give a slight advantage here to LGD. I think just being able to fight back and inject one of your heroes as, hold on.
Now, Whisper. Okay, that's unfortunate for him.
Yeah, good
3 deaths now.
Yeah, very needed by GPK here to get that. I like, honestly, this looks weird from Thailand, but this is a good play. Also, at the same time where Yuma like slows down GPK a bit with the Scythe. Because once you keep this fight, like Necro, Yuma at this point is incredibly strong.
As, they've turned this around at GPK. Remember, he does not have the H anymore. Bowling ball successful, but not enough damage. Living armor applied now. So GPK should be able to get back. Rocket Flare's not going to do nearly enough even if he does hit it.
It's interesting to me too that GPK decided to go for the build that he's going for, right? Like most of the right-click damage, you have the pike into the BKB. As Kateomi, he will be dying here.
Yes, indeed. I want to pay attention to how often Yuma and Whisper are going to be in the same fight at this like stage of the game. Because obviously it's not always going to be a 5-man thing. Because then the double radiance is weird.
I guess it's like one of the things where, honestly, Largo, he's a lot about dancing in and out. He's not really like all the way in your face all the time. He's more like in the back, high range, heal up your team, do like a catchy lick, a frog stomp here, a small buff. Whereas Necro is more, he's more in your face. Maybe he sidesteps back for a moment. So I don't think they'll be overlapping all that much. But Whisper, he just wants to go for the overall scale.
Well, Reaper Scythe, oh my goodness. I cannot believe they found Kiritich after all of that. Who has the gem right now?
They gave it to Yuma.
Okay, that makes sense.
No,
that's a huge kill for LGD.
They are amping up the game right now. Didn't quite get the Scythe stack for Yuma, but obviously you will absolutely take that kill onto the Klings there.
Those stacks are kind of overrated, I find.
They matter.
They're like okay, but it's kind of like Tidehunter's fish. It's like it's okay.
I think that's an L take. I think level 1 Reaper Scythe is kind of useless because it's not retroactive. I think if the spell was retroactive, it would be kind of OP. But level 2 onwards, you take that stuff because later with the Aghanim Scepter that people underrate on this hero, every HP region matters, my friend Shannon.
Okay, all right. I've learned a lot today. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Blinkdagger now online for Miero.
He's been pretty quiet in this game, I would say, on the Enigma.
So far, yeah.
Yeah. Of course, it's a hero that can take some time, you know, to come online. He's got the drums, he's got the Vessel. Vessel not really doing too much. Perhaps that's one item that he's currently somewhat regretting.
Yeah, first Tormentor will go the way of LGD. Although, Kiritich in the area, not there fast enough. As KJ will get his little rocket pack.
They should be happier that they got the jetpack here, because the way it's going now, you're up 4k gold, and it's all kind of just about whether you can catch the Radiant team. So giving yourself the jetpack, more vision, and easier, you know, catch onto them is very, very good for you. GPK though's got a BKB. So far, flawless game from him.
Now Beach Ball team ready to smoke up into the enemy triangle again. And is it Theolicore once again going to tank this?
Will he TTG X2? We'll have to find out. At least for now, it seems like they just have a full-on read of what's happening.
Yeah, LGD have done a pretty good job at avoiding these smokes.
Yeah, you can also see, like, Miero, it's when you buy Shard this early on Enigma, it's because you are just looking to delay the game, get more Eidolons, push here, push there, wait for your greedy enchantment, get your Blink, your BKB later. So continuously, if you are LGD, you want to keep amping up the pace here. You have the gem as well to continuously deward the map.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Whisper, only the recipe away now from the BKB, just 300 out. That's going to be very nice, and it's going to couple pretty nicely with the Heart of Tarask for Yuma. So he's going to go for the tanky. I mean, when you get Heart, you're going to get Ags at some point if the game goes long enough, but it doesn't look like he's itemizing for that in the near future.
No, you definitely, like Aghanims on Necros want like a 5th item, 6th item. It is quite luxurious. You already kind of windows drawn out fights anyway, so I like what he currently has queued up. But Yuma is going to be a very hard hero to deal with. Like you said, they're going for the heart. You have a Dispel from Whisper. You can keep people alive with the heals. You also have a Inkswell later with the Shard that Theolicore currently has queued up, so another basic Dispel and more heal. And we all know how Necro works. If you go on this guy and you don't kill him from full to 0, you are conceding the entire fight.
Yeah. My question to you is, does he go for BKB once he sees this nullifier, which Kiritich is starting to build? He's 2k into, in fact, already.
You definitely need, I would say, a Shiva's first, like just against the physical damage, and then you can absolutely go for one. Could also look for like maybe some Linken's Wind Waker later, because you do want to eventually end up building Wind Wakers in the late game here, if you are LGD against the BB team squad.
Like a lot of players are building towards that BKB, so GPK has his. Miero, obviously, that's the next on the list for him. Not really that far away, and of course Enigma does farm exceptionally fast if left alone. And Tailang, I'm interested in his build, so the Mjolnir, Manta style into Hurricane Pike, so nothing too crazy.
I kind of like the Manta. It's not an item we see all that often, but first of all, movement speed is great, especially when the game is getting stalled out. Same for split pushing. And Manta overall is great. Overgrowth, Malefice from Enigma, you can easily dodge LSA. It is not difficult whatsoever. So I like the scaling that they're going for here on the LGD side. 5k lead now.
And the lead is growing ever so slowly. As Kataomi, oh, he spots a juicy kill. Nice Manta, but you have an overgrowth after the fact, so big kill coming out for Barbecue Brisket boys. As KJ, he's gonna get the rocket flare. Looks like they still want to try to catch them out, GPK. Now, it's gonna be the Treant instead, so they lick off the living armor into a Reaper Scythe for Yuma. And that's the first stack of the game for him.
It's of course a good kill for them, but BBD Bobbidis are happy here with a kind of, you know, delay of the game. You've got Kiritich, who's getting closer to the nullifier, and honestly, that is one of the earlier timings that they can go for. Ooh. Close enough to try and hit the hooker here.
And when does Kiritich become something that you're truly scared of?
Nullifier is a good start.
Is Ags not purchased that early on this hero anymore?
It's still quite good. Like, you still want to go for it. It's more about later on. If you need other items, you will always go those. But if you have the luxury of going Ags later, you will absolutely do so. But I like what he's currently going for. You know, you've got the nullifier to then have a kind of condition to start fighting. Then also the Inkswell is absolutely worthless. So nullifier, BKB. And then maybe Daedalus if you can. Otherwise you can go for the Pike.
I feel like no one's really pushing the envelope, which makes a little bit more sense for BB team, as they now have the nullifier for Kiritich, and I think this is where you group up and try to kill off this Necro, surprise them.
BKB as well on Miero. LGD now, at least you have the nighttime available. I believe that this is where you could look for, you know, a couple of plays where you have KJ going into the front, scout out a little bit.
Wow.
Because like we said, I think that the late game here definitely does benefit the Beyblade team.
So GPK, he's going Satanic super early, and I'm trying to figure out what the reasoning is. It the Dispel for something for the? I mean, he has BKB already. That's really interesting. Usually this is like a 4th or 5th.
I honestly don't mind it, because I think the way Lina works nowadays is that first of all, she has a lot of damage. Like even with these items, you're at 200. You're gonna have a lot of stacks on the Fiery Soul all the time. At level 20, you get another talent for it. And if you think about Necro, if you're not dropping below half HP, you're not dying. And there is no real stun lock on the LGD draft. So if they go on this Lina and GPK gets 1 or 2 hits off, the fight might just be cooked for LGD.
It does feel like both squads are a bit timid at the moment. And if I'm BB team, I feel like I'm waiting for them to push into me. Is that not exactly their mentality?
Honestly, I would say that is semi-true. If they ever have map control or like a good read on the map, you can definitely look for something. But I would say it's more up to LGD currently to look if they have a couple of moves on their own. You know, you've got the gem. If you can keep finding a couple of, you know, vision and wards here or there, as of course, yeah, we have 4 greedy enchantments on the Dire side.
Classic.
Tell you something.
They're not going to do a whole lot of right-clicking, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, none of the heroes really do, other than Tai Lung, so it just makes sense to get those.
Yeah, fair.
Get a little more gold injected into your draft.
Way too good.
I mean, that's one of the early Roshans, right? If you're LGD, of course, it is one of the weaknesses of Necro. His objective taking is really not that amazing. Largo is okay at Roshing, but also not good at taking buildings, so it's kind of all up to Tai Lung.
And smoke from LGD as BB team on the high ground. Satanic now up for GPK. So very tanky.
Yeah. If you go on him, you better make sure that you have a stun lock where you kill him without stacking too much.
Funny that Yuma turned off his Radiance. Whisper did not.
Guys, you need to both turn off your Radiance. And I guess they didn't really meet any creeps or anywhere, so there's not too much happening.
Now you can see Bed Bath & Beyond team have already headed north, so they're actually dodging this as Tai Lung is going to be spotted. Just briefly here.
It's doing a good job at dodging the smoke on their own.
And Roche obviously up and running, so this next fight, crucial for that. Kataomi spotted, licked in. Yolakor there with the Ink Swell. Looking for the full connection as Whisper pops the BKB, try to finish the job on Kataomi. That would be a nice way to start the fight, and indeed that is the case. Did cost them a BKB charge for Whisper.
Still,
as they are going to go into the pit. Now, keep in mind, Kataomi has buyback, and obviously didn't use any spells. He's going to use it right now. Overgrowth at the ready, and with that, LGD exit the pit.
Look at the aggressive wards, though. Okay, it is going to get cleared out here.
Now 6k lead for LGD with that buyback, giving a little injection
it's
here.
It's kind of time to evacuate.
Yeah, Blink in, Malefice onto Theolacor. He's dead to rights, and he does not have the buyback to work with. KJ, of course, very hard to take Roche into. He's going to take a Laguna Blade to the back of the face. Meanwhile, they find a connection on Yuma, but able to get the cancellation on the stun. Reaper Sight does absolutely nothing here as he gets a black hole onto the single target, but it's a really important one in the Necro, and Yuma takes a tumble as a result. Theolacor bought back into this fight. Looks like he might be burning out.
So
did barely lives as GPK finding another connection, this time onto Tai Lung. Every kill going the way it feels like for BB as now Miero getting chased from Yuma. Mass buybacks from LGD turn into 3 kills onto BB.
What a weird fight as Yuma, he's not done yet.
And GPK gonna be spotted, slowed down just briefly. He's extremely fast. Tries for the 4-staff TP.
Will make it.
Looks to be good.
That was, this is a very costly fight from LGD here. That's a triple buyback and also on Yuma in the middle of this fight, boxing back in. That was just a good timing from the Beatbox team. They just go for the smoke. Tai Lung wasn't here anymore. He TP'd into the, like if you look on the minimap, he's not in this fight for forever. He had TP'd out, then he goes back to the base, also safe. You call him the best support, rightfully so. Look at this, gets the 4-step on the high ground before the scythe. And it's just a very disjointed fight from LGD.
Yeah, very discombobulated overall. And LGD, I mean, this fight, it felt like they were BB. They were the buyback team.
Oh, yeah. They absolutely...
I mean, how often do you see 3 buybacks at the 28-minute mark?
Not that often.
And they didn't even get Roche.
That absolutely hurts. Of course, they did get some return kills, which, yeah, very much needed. But we'll have to keep stressing that the overall scale, at least from the idea and brain power we have, we
very
favor,
considerable here on the desk.
Yeah, we favor the BB team squad here. You know, with the Klings, and they did show off, you know, the nullifier against the Necro.
For me, it's always Enigma. I've just seen it too many times.
Yeah.
Especially when you don't have a team that pushes exceptionally well, which LGD, like in terms of tower hitting, they have Nature's Prophet, which can be quite good, but not crazy good.
It's just, it's like you're saying, it's this factor of, it's Enigma with very little pressure against him. Whether it's on the map, being picked off, losing your towers, or dying, or being cancelled in your black hole. And he's now got an Aghanim Scepter. My bro on Miero is ready to slay. This is gonna be difficult. Like, not just being pulled in, but also dealing percentage max damage against a Largo and Necrophos dual core.
Yeah. It's going to be up to KJ to get those cancellations somehow. Very, very difficult, though.
It's definitely a tough one. I do like that he's got the Blink Dagger queued up on the Clockwork. I mean, the only thing you can kind of play for is that you go for a big play here on the clock. You get maybe a fast cancel on the Black Hole. And Miero queuing up one of your favorite items, the Chasm Stone.
Oh,
Give yourself some more AoE.
The classic. Theolacor popping the smoke here as the rest of LGD get out of dodge.
Yeah, that's a GTFO dad type of situation when they all smoke up the high ground.
Well, they're going to attempt to go for Roche now. They put down the Serpent Wards. Of course, the vision advantage LGD. And of course, they don't really have any buybacks to work with. In fact, only a single buyback in the entire game. It's on save currently.
It's not, I want to see how LGD go about this. You're going to keep using the Rocket Flare and maybe some Treants, but it seems that they're just too far away. There's the Belch.
Yeah, it's a little late. They get it. As Miero jumping in, gets the Midnight Pulse. Trying to turn this around as the Laguna Blade hitting Whisper as he tries to walk it
Look
off,
at
but they
Yuma.
find the Nullifier. There's the BKB onto Yuma, using the Death Seeker to get out of dodge as well. So LGD will be going back to the fountain or elsewhere on the map. At the very least, they don't feed any kills, but the goodies go the way of BB.
It's still a strange game because stat-wise, you can see LGD have a gold lead with 3K, but going back to earlier, it's just difficult for them to use this type of lead. And this is also sometimes where net worth and stats overall can be a bit, I feel like, misleading because they're not stronger than the BB squad here. You have only Clockwork. He's the only guy that can start the fight, but he's also the only guy who can stop the black hole. And he's the lowest net worth guy in the game.
Yeah.
So you're expecting a lot of big plays here from KJ, which is quite difficult for him to pull off.
They are sticking with it in terms of the net worth, though. As looks like second Tormentor will go the way of the BB squad.
Yeah, I guess one of the supports on Barbecue team will be happy here with a free shard onto the tree end.
I mean, what were the choices there? It was between him and Shadow Shaman, I guess.
I did say one of the supports, so I thought maybe you would...
Well, it's just... Well, I figured... I forgot. Just shut up.
Wow.
Just shut your
mouth.
mouth.
That was a great return.
I don't remember what Shadow Shaman's... Oh, it's the Urnaconda.
Yeah.
That's right. I forgot about that. Is it any good?
Nicki Minaj would be proud. It's okay. It's a decent bonus. People don't really buy it unless the game is kind of cooked one way or the other. So very often it's just you get it from the Torm.
Yep, fair enough.
The other thing that happened earlier is that LGD, I believe they did drop a gem to the enemy team, of course, when they lost one of their earlier fights, but did rebuy one at this point as well.
And yet another BKB for the Banana Boat team. Kiritich picks up his own. So they got 3.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
1 for each core. And for Tai Lung on the other side, he is actually almost done with a butterfly.
I like
this feels like MKB has to come out for the Clinks at some point.
Kind of.
Running out of room, though.
I would say it depends. I think it's good if you do. Maybe not both cores need to get it. As we do see that GPK is buying it. Like, if your Clings, like, the shard will always hit, so it doesn't really matter for the Clings that much. And you could also argue that killing all the other guys is more valuable anyway.
I mean, they have 2 Radiances, though, so...
True.
You're going to have evasion on 3 cores.
So I would say you go either Bloodborne or MKB eventually, as a Theolicore trying to go for a bit of a sneaky play. And... yeah, it's
Overgrowth
a bit
just
difficult to get out.
Yeah. And Miero, with late game on the mind, will be going Octarine Core next.
More Eidolons, more stuns, more farm on the entire map. I do like that Tai Lung is you have to go big or go home. And I think that Tai Lung has been this type of player, whether it's his Zeus or his Puck, where he's not afraid to go full damage, buy some early Rapers if you have to. Because eventually you have to either deal a lot of pressure on the map with Nature's Prophet split pushing, or you need to be the threat to kill the Enigma in the black hole with like some Silver Edge or Blink with full DPS.
And they put down the Roche banner, so BB team looking to pressure. Have that Aegis on GPK, who now has the MKB. Gonna get licked up.
Double
lick, in fact. GPK not a fan of that. Will force staff to the low ground, but of course, Roche banner actually is taken out by Tai Lung eventually, but this tower is not long for this world.
No, it's just dropping. Of course, GPK has a Satanic if they do want to stick around. I'm also a fan that he has kept the Dagger of Ristool on the Lina for this long. You know, some nice right-click damage.
Okay.
Because you have insane attack speed on this hero, so damage goes a very long way, especially with the level 20 talent.
Yeah, he's starting to pack a punch. And this is what I was worried about for LGD. I feel like they haven't gotten enough out of the map with their lineup. I mean, I'm willing to be proven wrong, but it just feels like they itemize to farm to be able to get to these next items faster, and then surely they have to have, I know it's not a true timer, but in a sense, a semi-time, I don't even know how to put it.
No, honestly, it is true. You are playing a draft, as hold that for now.
Yeah, they find a connection onto the Frog. Save. Gonna get canceled out by the Cogs. There's Laguna Blade. Save just for Tai Lung. As a nullifier enough. Actually, he gets completely blown up. As the Reaper Scythe doing absolutely no damage because the Black Hole right on top of Yuma gets taken out. And the real carry of this game is GPK on this Lina. Gets the double. LSA is gonna hit. They're gonna be able to take out the Olo Core. That's a triple for GPK. Weren't able to take out Whisper in the end, but GPK just going absolute ham right now.
Yeah, Safe is just starting the fight, and you can see that there are so many problems to deal with. And
Karatic showed up and just died.
I think
that's without a Clinks.
Maybe he misclicked the pike. Like, instead of piking someone to create distance, I believe he piked in, unless someone was the one forcing him in. But, you know, you talked a bit.
He's right there. Gets cogged up. Pops the BKB. Yeah, what was that? Interesting.
Yeah, maybe he was just trying to use it on Tai Lang. Either way, honestly, it didn't really matter because GPK just goes ham. It's a one-man black hole where your carry dies early on. KG with a slight miss on the hookshot, didn't have quite enough range. But you are playing a very, like, you don't have good catch on LGD, and you're playing against three long-range guys who you have to deal with in the Lina and the Clinks and the Enigma. And I don't think you have very good answers.
Yeah. And Bed and Breakfast team do get the first barracks of the game. And it'll be in this mid lane. It'll be a full set. No longer with the Aegis. Obviously, the tier 3 top was already taken out, but with Tai Lung coming back shortly, they will back away.
Yeah, I don't know if they need an Aegis. It's a nice bonus for GPK. Like, at this point, Lina has crazy magic resistance from her 15 talent. She now has also crits whenever she applies a spell to someone when they're slow burned, which, mind you, this is undispellable. It doesn't matter what you do, so she will crit you if you're applied by one of her spells. And GPK has already been owning in this game.
I mean, how much more room does GPK even have to grow here? So he can upgrade Blink and then, I guess, Treads. Do you buy Ags on this hero?
You definitely can ship an Ags eventually. Like, just, you know, having flying, walking around is quite nice. He's queuing up the Daedalus.
I forgot that the Ags gives 35% magic resist. Which, against this lineup, that's really good.
And she already has a lot, like, with her talent. But yeah, it gives you even more. Personally, I wouldn't mind the Silver Edge that much as well. Obviously, Daedalus is crazy damage. It's the highest damage output he can go for. If he values a bit more mobility, you know, you can swap it out for Silver.
Oh, an Aghanim Scepter now for Catan. We've been seeing this a lot lately on the Tramp Protectors in the late game. It's just about getting that huge HP.
Yeah. It's just the cooldown.
And of course, the cleave is really cool.
Yeah, on the big fat tree, and you can kind of I would overall give like some shout out to my boy Tapsan. He was the first guy, you know, to go for the axe, kind of show it off. You become this big stupid tree and with like 8,000 HP. But as a support, the cooldown is quite nice, and just being a big boy who can't really die.
Yeah, it reminds me of Deadwood.
True.
Classic.
Shout out to one of the best games ever made, of course.
BB team, smoke up. And nobody took the Arcane Rune, but I guess that's because they're in the smoke and they didn't want to make it that obvious. Not going to find any connection initially. Save is just itching to find one connection. This will be a crippling blow to LGD.
It's just, I'm always the fan of like looking at the plan, like what do you do, and no matter what the situation is for LGD. Some of the best answers I see for them is where you take a split fight, so Enigma gets like a one-man black hole at best, or Tai Lung gets to go on the backline, or the third option is going to be you have to play on buybacks, which Tai Lung and Yuma would be the best buyback targets because obviously they can die, buyback, TP back in, and Yuma has the boost of travels, so if you have a tree end around, no matter where the fight is, he can just, you know, come back into the game, and maybe that's how you can win one of the Roche fights. Because this game is not really getting any easier. I hate to say it, but it's just the reality of this game.
And you can see Belch Brothers now with an 11k lead. Wait, what just happened? It just went down to 9k instantly. What happened?
So it's a 9k on the stats, but an 11k.
Oh, you can see it's flickering. That's weird.
So we won't question it, of course. Gabe Newell on his yacht is currently playing it. They will hotfix that one. Yeah, refresher on Miero. So if you're any type of Enigma player or fan, you know that he is ready to blast some guys off of this map.
I mean, I genuinely don't know what you do against an Enigma in the late game with this lineup.
You have to kill him
first. The hook shot hasn't come out to cancel this.
No, it's difficult.
And even if you do, now he has a second.
you have to try and kill him. Or try and start a fight where you smoke around. I think going on the backline would be great. Maybe even a Blink Dagger on Yuma later.
LGD on the hunt. Miero up front. They're going to find him initially. Pops the BKB though. Soulbind onto 2. Black Hole finds 2, including the Necrophos already dead. As GPK, a one-man army in a 1 versus 3. And guess what LGD do? They try to run away. Overgrowth finds 2. There's the Mantis Eye for Tai Lung. Buyback now from
1.
Yuma. He's going to pop the Ghost Scepter as they can get nullified initially, but pops the BKB thereafter as Tai Lung killed off by GPK. His right clicks are just way too much. As you can see, Save on the run. He will be the only casualty of the side of BB team. GPK, they're not done yet. Gonna force out the BKB that Whisper still had, apparently.
Whisper still owning.
Still there, gets the silence onto the Treant Protector. It's Kataomi. Looks like he will eventually burn away, surely. Indeed, that is the case. Double kill for Whisper.
Now Whisper's owning. He's kind of keeping them in this game. Yuma, of course, with the buyback.
And GPK is going to get on by Yuma. Still has that Reaper Scythe. It's not quite enough. He's getting to the other side now. Miero puts off another Black Hole. Thanks to the refreshment, gets canceled, but they still have the damage. Double kill for GPK, and that's a dieback now for Yuma.
GPK is just doing too much. Even with Whisper like having an incredibly good fight as hold that. Mr.
Frog Stomp cancels the TP of Kiritich, trying to turn it around, but the Frogman wins the fight.
This guy's
Big
good.
kill for LGD, and the only reason this fight was even remotely close was because of Whisper.
It's because he dealt like nearly, it may have even been like 5-digit damage if the earlier fight would also count. But yeah, Whisper is popping off. You do have good timings on Largo, like with more levels and the talents, and especially the Conjurer's Catalyst as well. Like this late in the game, you have a lot of ways. Because even here, they find the Enigma first, but there's no real way for them to follow. You just had GPK blinking into the front. If Tai Lung isn't there to deal the damage, even if you jump Miero, it doesn't do anything.
Yeah. How many buybacks came out of that? Was it just a single one for Yuma?
I think it may have been only Yuma's, yeah.
Not the most disastrous, but still, Breaking Bread team will go for Roche again.
Okay, let's see. Rocket soon, so they can delay this one. But yeah, problem is that Yuma is down for 50. And you need this Necro. Like, Whisper can do a lot, as we can see, but he needs some people to make a little bit of space for him.
GPK has damage room, by the way.
Yeah, and he has
Whisper
like...
shows up. Oh, he gets it licked off. Laguna Blade onto Tai Lung, trying to heal up at the last moment, but it's not nearly enough. Miero gets the kill, and now the surround tactics onto the Frog. Overgrowth on top of him. Whisper pops the BKB in retreat. He will walk away, but the rest of his team not so lucky. The Olacor likely to be chased down, going to get slowed, and GPK is there to help finish the 4th kill now, and this will set up Roche and BB team in an exceptionally good spot now here in game number 1.
This could just be a game where GPK just doesn't die a single time. He's 13-0-11, 11,000 damage in this fight. What do you do to him? You have so many problems if you're LGD. I feel like in some of these fights, I'm not looking too much at Kiritich because I don't have to. If there's a good Black Hole or GPK getting right clicks off, it's kind of cooked.
Yeah, it feels like Kiritich is the icing.
Yeah.
Top barracks are under attack.
And LGD is lactose intolerant, so they can't handle it.
No, they can't at all. They want to get out of this game real quick.
Yeah, well, BB team are going to help oblige as they get their 2nd pair of barracks now and a 20k lead. They probably go for Roche next, although the respawn timers rather for Tai Lung not that far off.
I mean, we have to see what LGD can kind of come out with, the cooking here. You have Yuma who's queuing up a blink, which I like. You need to find a way to go in together and then apply the utmost pressure the moment you go in. Like maybe if you get to double blink on Miero, you get to immediately siphon with some follow-up. You can make some stuff happen.
Yep, Roche has belched for all to hear. Unfortunately for LGD, hook shot in the last moment. GPK picks up the Aegis, but the Clockwork not able to get anything. Just dies. Not much to be done there. A good attempt, and honestly, what else can you do here? You had to try.
Absolutely. You're down 20k gold. You got to go for some of the overall bigger plays, because now they can go push the high ground. They're up 20k gold. And if you're LGD, you have to come up with the best plan to go about this. Daedalus completed. There's a Roche banner. It is starting to be... It's already been difficult, and it's just getting more difficult. You also have a banner you can place with the double siege wave, which is still incoming here.
A very late game Blade mail for Kataomi.
Yeah, it's a very nice combo with the Aghanim Scepter. Quick 1-2 punch, 6k HP, then you walk in with the Blade Mail.
Yep, there's Roche's banner, as Kiritich now has a Daedalus. Trying to open things up onto GPK. He's going to pop the E on this immediately for Whisper, turning on that Satanic, and there's the Black Hole, only onto one, but it is an important one. Tai Lung dead, 90 seconds, no buyback. And just like that, look at all these skeletons. That's mega creeps for BB Team.
Yeah, and I don't think they have any reason to stop. You know, Miero, if he really wants to or has to, you've got the Refresher available.
Hook shot.
Immediate Hex.
Miero still has that second one to work with. He's going to pop the Refresher, tries to go for it. He gets a Reaper Sight to the face instead. A beautiful kill from LGD. They still lost 2 as Yuma running out of resources. Gets the Ghost Shroud off as GPK focusing on the Frog, who's just stun locked. And that should surely be it. There's only 2 alive now from LGD. The LSA clips Yuma, and the right clicks will certainly suffice. And that should do it for game number 1. GG's called. BB Team looking really good.
Just overall nicely done. I think great performance from, honestly, everyone. But I would say especially GPK, 18-0. Just a very clean game on the Lina here. So I think if you're LGD, you have to think a little bit about the next game. I don't think your draft is very well equipped here, you know, to fight into these 3 range cores from the Bikini Bottom team.
Yeah, they look good overall. It's just, I feel like for me, and I'm an idiot here, so don't listen to me.
Yep.
The draft, the way they played it, it should have been a different draft.
And
or
they've
this
got
draft
problems,
played a little different.
And they've got problems when you're right, which you are, and that is not a good sign for them.
Oh boy, that's not good.
No, I do agree with you. It's obviously you have the choice of how you itemize and how you take the game, but I think when you play against this triple range hero of like Lina, Klinx, Enigma, and your lineup has trouble catching and gap closing, you are in for a rough game. So I am expecting more from LGD. I do think that Whisper still had a crazy game on the Frog. No problems there at all. But the rest of the itemization and how you're playing, yeah. BB Team just, I would say they kind of got a free one here.
Yeah. GPK ends the game 18-0 on Lina mid. What a crazy performance. And this is a guy that, I mean, I joke about it all the time. He used to be that guy that tilted out of the face of the earth. He'd be super inconsistent. He'd have incredible games and then really trash games. And he's really turned it around to just being exceptionally good and consistently so. Not many players, I feel like, turn it around.
No, he ain't that guy anymore. I think this guy is very clutch, very clean. I think Miero as well on the Enigma had a very, very good showing here. And Lina as a hero overall has been impressing. We've seen it now from carry. We've seen it from mid, both with the magical and the physical build, which I have to commend GPK for. I would thought, you know, maybe the magic build is quite good against the Necro, but I'm pretty sure he showcased the perfect itemization for this game.
Yeah, you can see GPK. Basically, all these highlights towards the end of the game are
it's just him.
him right-clicking. If Klinx dies at the beginning of the fight, literally doesn't matter at all, somehow. Just a crazy performance from the side of Better Believe Team, Sheever.
We are believing, for sure. I couldn't think of another word with a B that fits there. But yeah, BB Team take that first game against LGD, even though LGD, they did have, as they say, a nice lane against, a nice start to the lane where KJ was talking about with Yuma, and it just couldn't turn into anything after the mid game was done, Seb.
Yeah, I mean, at least he delivered like what he promised, which is like a good lane versus Save and Miero. It really happened, but you know, I think their lineup was supposed. Or maybe I had a misunderstanding of the lineup, but you know, I think of Necro with a good start, Largo, Prophet mid. Like you want to bring the tempo, you want to like accelerate the game, especially versus an Enigma, a Lina, and a Klinx. And we saw the late game scaling coming from 3D0s, but then you buy double Radiance and Maelstrom on Prophet, and
how greedy can you be?
Yeah, it's like it's so greedy. You're looking to farm. And you're okay farming versus Enigma, and then Enigma things happen. It's like you kind of wonder, like maybe they missed out on their strategy, like they didn't really execute it properly. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either, because it looked like everything was going according to plan, and it was actually, if you were to ask BB Team what they would like to do with their drafts, like, well, we're gonna get farm, and the later we go, the happier we are, because the scaling definitely on our side, and we saw that in action. And I will say, seeing GPK on the Lina again after a long time, it's been one of his
it's one of his siggies indeed. I really love the itemization as well coming out from him, like casters touched upon it in the end, but also this Force Staff slash Spike that he picked up, and also you can tell the team, they played around him. Like, he gets one item, he gets Hurricane Pike, immediately they start to play around him. He gets a BKB, they smoke again, they try to find something on the map. But I do feel like this build was so much superior in this game because they couldn't really close the gap on him, seeing that this Force Staff is really good against the hookshot, it's very good against like Clockwork in general, it's very good against the Nature's Prophet, so you can get out of the Sprout at the later stages of the game, and he never felt threatened. Like, there were a couple of situations where they're like the Reaper side, but they didn't have enough damage. Their damage was also mostly coming out from damage over time, with the Frog Stomp, multiple spells coming out from Largo, Necro with the Ghost Shrouds, like Radiance Burn as well. Nature's Prophet needed to be the right clicker, but he also wasn't really interacting much with Lina in a sense.
Yeah, and with these kind of lineup, they can't really stop him from getting the Satanic off. They don't have enough lockdown, they don't have enough control, and he really abused that. And you know, like, now that I see his item build and I see how the game played out, I think the Rasta pick was super nice. Like, you know, he was probably very grateful. He had all this, you know, disables in front of him, the hexes, the shackles. When the draft went on, I was like, Rasta Lina, you know, interesting. I don't know, like, why is it that good together? Because the Lina just plays on bursting a hero down. She already has like some sort of lockdown, but this right-click Lina with Rasta looked very good. So I think they already had that plan laid out very beginning. You mentioned that he already played Lina with the physical build, so this is maybe just his go-to at this point. Like, that's how he's used the hero strength.
I think also with the Shadow Shaman, once you're doing well and once you're ahead, towers will fall, buildings will die really fast. Klinks helps a lot in that as well, and we did see that, something that we don't see that much in other games. BB team, when they are ahead, they're like, okay, you know, they take objectives, they take buildings, and I felt like that's something that LGD couldn't provide, even when they did win fights.
Yeah, there was like this one big fight that, you know, around Roshan that I'd like to showcase, because they, at the time, they were 5k gold ahead. They weren't really able to like find a way how to make this fight work for them, because they were definitely lacking some of the damage. And this is pretty much, if they win this fight, the fight could have been going like even maybe the whole game. Like, it would give them quite a lot of momentum with the Aegis on Necro. So we're gonna showcase like the angle that BB is approaching from, immediately finding Theolic Core. Like, the heroes are gonna melt. The insane amount of damage that they do have. Also GPK checking inside Roche Pit, making sure that they're not doing it. And then Necro, I feel like Necro a little crumbled here using Reaper Sight, thinking maybe the damage is going to be enough. Maybe the Radiant Burn is going to kill Rasta straight away. And then Miero, he has one job. He needs to black hole this Necrophos, and they have more than enough damage to bring him down. And because of all these things are happening, because all of these buybacks that they're committing, these are 3 buybacks on side of LGD. So sure, you're going to be getting a kill on Miero, but also like the positioning where they manage to reposition themselves with the Force Staffs, with the Pikes as well, making sure that they are going to be running away. If they find a kill here on GPK, maybe it's a bit of a different thing, but also if you look at the timer, it's 29-23 at the moment, which means that you're not going to be able to kill Roche off of this, which also means that BB team is going to be out, managing to contest the next Roche as well. That's exactly what they did.
It is what they did, and seeing these fights still makes me wonder like where it all went wrong for LGD, because was it the draft? Was it just their indecision to not push more, pressure more?
Yeah, I think the draft a little bit. Like, I'm not the biggest fan of the draft personally. I feel like Prophet, Necro, Largo is a little bit too much of the same thing. It's like, I think of Prophet as a hero, like especially Prophet Pit. Like, he wants stuff to be happening around the map. Like, that is what the hero's made for. Like, you have to think about it this way. It's like the hero has an ability to TP to places that others don't. So it's like he doesn't use any resources. He can be in the fight, and as soon as you get an advantage, he TPs away and just farms like the whole map because he got the info from, well, they also TP'd there, let's say. So he really enjoys when there's stuff happening and he gets info on the map so that he can be aggressively farming areas that usually you're not allowed to enter. You just don't have the tools to do so. In that case, he has 2 Radiance heroes that are also kind of vacuuming the map, and they're not really making plays. So he's just there, and he's trading farm. But Prophet is not a hero that at equal farm will scale. Like, he scales from getting ahead in gold, and that didn't happen. So I don't think to me, the Prophet mid really never came into play. Like, he didn't get to TP to side lanes early in the game. We haven't seen Prophet ultis. cute things you can do with Prophet mid, like the teams that abuse that, they stack Ancients, they place a ward there to buff the ulti. These kind of cute things that are going to make this hero feel really strong. I think it was just a casual Prophet mid. Like, he could have been anything else. And I don't think it's the way to play the hero, personally. Maybe it's a little bit out of their comfort zone, but we didn't see the full potential of the draft, is what I'm trying to say. And what we saw was not good enough to beat BB Team.
But this was overall last pick, Nature's Prophet.
Yeah.
So normally you'd expect something there that gives a little bit of a win condition.
I mean, it could have looked better if it was better executed.
Okay.
I don't think we saw the potential of it. Like, there was no ganks. He was just trading farm, essentially, with very greedy side lane heroes, which, again, I don't think is what Prophet is built for. Like, you need active heroes with him, at least one, so that he can skyrocket with the farm. A little bit like an alchemist, you know, you have to make space for this hero.
Yeah, I also like the early gem pickup that they did. Basically, 16, 17 minutes into the game, Teodor decided to invest his gold, but it also like has a little bit of anti-synergy because of the double radiance. I feel like if you're trying to push the tempo, because it's like very good to D-ward, it's very good to see Treant Protector, this Clinks that they managed to kind of punish even in this game because he has been pretty silent, but if you think about some of the timings that you want to be hitting, like it's definitely not the double radiance timing. Sure, it sounds like good. We saw him doing quite a lot of damage in most of these fights, but it just felt like this wasn't it.
And it's not just that; it's double radiance and Maelstrom first item mid. You know, like it's more. We're thinking maybe Midas and one of the supports. Like at this point, you know. And honestly, like I would love to go back to the replay. I'm sure I could find moments where core heroes were idling because there's no camps to farm anymore. It's like BB Team is defending their side of the map and everybody's just looking for another camp to farm. There's no more. So there's like, you can only greed up to a certain point. At some point, the map doesn't have enough camps.
Yes,
I mean, farming potential.
This is Necro with Boots of Travel and Nature's Prophet that can TP anywhere, plus his ulti. So they are consuming, I would say, 70% of the resources, maybe even more. And Largo is just getting a little bit of extra. He could definitely be farming at a faster speed or providing something else for the team if they're trying to utilize that extra bit of a farm that they're getting on the map. But it never really came down to that.
Yeah, I feel like maybe this is also a situation, though, for LGD that it is, from their perspective, probably relatively easy to pinpoint where they went wrong. So in terms of game number 2, I am expecting there to be adjustments. I'm also expecting there to be adjustments on the side of BB Team, because I'm sure they would have liked to have the lanes go a little bit better. That's something that they potentially can be working on for that game 2. There is elimination on the line, so a lot of pressure coming on to this stage for this best of 3. And one of these two teams will be going home after this one. We'll find out if LGD can force out that third game to the series or if BB will take this one 2-0. And of course, all around, we have a lot of action throughout this day. We had a lot of action yesterday where also elimination was on the line. And I'm sure that some of the conversations that were happening were maybe heated. I actually have no idea. But I will have an idea very, very soon because we are going to listen in to some of those moments with the Saudia radio comms.
Supports. Support that. Hit Willow. I can't cancel this. Buybacks. Chill. Buybacks.
SK wants ult.
I'm gonna die here maybe. Nice.
可以打吗？
发聊死。
你们没有宝石啊，宝石在地下。
这个没
大。还能溜吗？我在。看我没蓝。我买了。被我吸了。
杀兔子没 BKB 的。
还行吧，
射箭了！ 哎，被救！
I'm running over now.
Maybe we can go on them.
Oh, creep on you guys. They might vacuum guys. Okay, be ready.
I see the hoodwing.
Yeah,
What's the vacuum? I want it.
Foxy, you need to interrupt them.
I'm going this hoodwing, guys. Kill them.
He's vacuuming the Ember guys. We got. I guess. Nice. Dodge it, guys. Focus dodge. In pit.
He's dead.
Nice.
I want you. Wait. Listen to me. I want you. Yeah. Smoke the Husker. I want you to flare when I tell you. Flare, and if I see Londra, I just burst him.
Okay.
Flare.
Welcome to the last round of the survival stage. We have LGD versus
the Boomer Boys.
That's correct. BB team at it again. They have been very strong throughout this tournament, throughout the last 6 months, in fact. LGD are just starting to catch on fire, though. What do you think?
Was that like a natural
That was the throw to you.
I think
what do you think?
LGD, they're quite good. I'm a big fan of both Whisper and Tai Long. I think we've seen them pop off, especially yesterday when they were playing. You know, BB team, they're very good. They're the favorites to me, but just by a little bit. You know, we know that they can be very good, but they're also, you know, they've got some other stuff. So Tai Long versus GPK, I got my eyes on that one.
All right, 3 games, 60 minutes each. Let's go.
We're at the STC Arena. Things are kicking off today, Ginny. We've got the league starting. Don't boo, Dota fans. A lot of things going on. Over here, though, we got the French fans getting themselves involved.
Yeah, Casey, this is their second time on stage today because our format is a little bit different than what we had in Valorant. We have 4 groups of 4 teams competing. You need to win 2 matches to go on to that next stage to be in that top 8. So far, Casey has actually lost their first game, which now puts them in an elimination match against Team Secret in a best-of-3 series. So anything can happen in that regards. But for the teams that have already won that first game that they need to win, the most notable ones that I would say for the club championship is going to be G2, AGAL, just from the sheer amount of teams that they have competing, but also Gen G going through flawlessly. They're the ones actually that beat KC, and they're the title defenders. So this is a potential 1,000 points up for grabs for them.
Yeah, there's a lot of points up for grabs for some of these teams. Some of the big club championship teams very much involved here at the STC Arena. We'll be keeping up as the week goes on.
Thank you very much, Chris and Gennaro, for that club championship update, as we will find out which one of these 2 teams will get points on the board for the club championships, because you don't get any points if you're not top 8. And this is the fight for top 8. BB team is 1 game up here against LGD, and LGD is looking to strike back. We're hoping for some cool adaptations from, actually, to be fair, both sides going into this game number 2. And I was expecting a bit more of a brawl in the mid game, and instead it felt
you got the Radiance. That's why.
Was that just a result of LGD's draft then?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he did pull it off yesterday in a bit of a different order as well. He didn't straight rush it. He did get Spirit Vessel, he did get BKB, and then went back for Radiance for a bit of a more like scaling build because he thought he needs it this time around. He switch priority, and I just feel like this isn't it. Even though it was dealing quite a lot of damage, like you're running people down with your extra bit of a move speed with the Frog Stomp, it does synergize nicely, but also it has a little bit of anti-synergy in how you're playing the map. I do like what they did yesterday against Mouse in that first game when they were trying to speed things up. I think this might be the key because you are playing against BB team, so you want to be matching up with the speed when they had the quite a lot of synergy between their carry and their offlane. You have Ursa, who you can surge, give the Ion Shell to. You have a Ghost Push. He did go for the Helm of the Overlord, not just the Dominator. And you also had the, your mid Huskar that puts quite a lot of pressure. You are the ones controlling Roshans with both of these heroes. So I would like to see something similar, not just like hero-wise. It doesn't necessarily mean to be just pick those heroes. It's more about a strategy and how they interact with each other.
Oh, they can't really pick all the heroes because Huskar is already removed from the pool. We also see the respect on the Enigma there with the ban that LGD brings out. The sides will be the same for this game, but we did change pick priority with first pick going the way of LGD, and it is their turn right now.
Yeah, and BB team, they will put more respect on the Treant. They don't want to play against it. They first picked it last game. It was given away by LGD, and to be fair, I think they did a pretty good job at surviving the lane against Treant. If anything, I think they got a couple kills on the Clinks, and BB team needed a little bit more support and help. I think GPK ganked that lane pretty early to try to stabilize what was happening. So, like, regardless of the outcome of first game, if you think about the early to mid game, I think LGD were pretty much in the driving seat, even though they went for greedy item builds. Like, they made a lot of cool moves and rotations around the map. So I wouldn't count them out whatsoever. I think if anything, they played, I don't want to say they played better, but they had a good 10-minute sequence where they were completely dominating BB team.
Yeah, I would like
right? Yeah.
Yeah, the early game looked really good. They were kind of trading the farm in the mid lane. We were thinking about like what's going to happen in that matchup because it's Lina. We in the green room, you mentioned like the block that Lina did have or didn't have. So the lane was kind of on top of the enemy hill, which she wasn't able to control too much, which did lose some of the CS, getting harassed by those treants as well. But Largo again for LGD.
Yeah. And Lina banned out by LGD, also smart against BBK.
I think against BB team this year will be banned a lot. Like again, they can play it on mid. I'm sure Kiritich can play it position 1, and Watson is probably gonna put that hero, in really high place this tournament, just because of how successful he is with his team, and we know he's gonna be playing it more. And everybody looks at the winning team and the most dominating team, and that's how it goes. I also believe it can be a support hero, so. Glad to see that ban on LGD's side. I think it's one of the key pieces to BB's drafting right now.
Yeah, we saw signs, something about, Latam, what LGD stands for. In the previous one, it standed for Lina Godlike Dota, it seems, because they needed to address that problem. They definitely did. And also removing Doom, which potentially does open up Necro again. Doom is also very good against Largo. But on the other side, you are just having stable position 5. This is gonna be also I think like Bane doesn't really suffer that much against Largo compared to some other offlaners that he could be playing into.
Yeah, I mean Bane is just such a strong laner that it's gonna fare well against any lane. Okay, they go for the cuddle. That's a little bit more interesting to me because I think of Largo as being a decent hero against cuddle, especially the earlier timings. It's not good against all the cuddle combos, to be honest. Like I think it's very good versus cuddle Ember, for instance, but I don't think it's as good versus cuddle Storm or cuddle Pango for that matter. So pretty good pickup actually. Like at the end of the day, accelerating GPK, we saw what happened last game and how he's able to take over a game and how well they play around him. So save GPK, they're super used to the cuddle combos. I think they're probably the team that has abused it the most.
Yeah, so I think a lot of people will remember Save's
Abyssal Blade against Enigma, of course.
So this is their bread and butter. Like they're super happy. Getting Cuddle +1 is BB team's trademark at this point. There's also the Cuddle Beast lane that we've seen them run, like Save and Miero, with great success. They've played versus Connors and they destroyed these lanes. I think it was banned also in the first game. They did not let them get their hands on it. So I'm looking forward to some Cuddle Beast Storm kind of lineup.
I was about to mention Beastmaster. Like this is the duo that kind of owns the Grimstroke as well and Nyx Assassin. So they're potentially preparing for maybe Ember Spirit also coming out as well. Some of this uncontrollable damage that could come out, which Nyx Assassin is very good at.
But I have to say, these two supports are very weak against Beastmaster, both on lane and in the game. So I'm really surprised that they're not covering that angle. Like they must be discussing it. And probably Yuma is thinking about what he wants against that lane. I was going to say Necro is one of the best heroes against that lane, in my opinion, and it's been banned out, so a little bit worrisome. I'll be surprised to not see the Beast come up here.
Well, for now, we're starting things off with the Kez.
Classic. I mean, it's been banned. Honestly, it's been one of the heroes that, like, we haven't seen much Kez, but it's been banned a lot against.
Yeah, I think all of the games that we covered, this might be the first Kez that we're actually seeing.
Yeah, but it's been banned a lot. Like
you covered a lot, Shiver, so I'm talking about, the combo between us two and you.
Casual Kez bans, like, I think a lot of the carry players, like, it's not all of them, but, Mickey, Kiritich, Watson, like, they are satanic. Like, some carries this tournament, they have really practiced Kez hardcore, like, they're insane on the hero and they're getting a lot of respect, so this time around it gets through. Good hero versus Grim, I guess, on the lane, like very susceptible to killing him. They go for the Centaur instead. Okay, so there's not going to be a Beast. I'm trying to understand why they would prioritize the Centaur here.
Maybe they think Grimstroke combo is also like could be annoying with the Stampede. You could easily get out of it, and also not seeing the matchup yet. Centaur is kind of strong against pretty much whatever, and it also amplifies carry-to-carry matchup in a way where he could be building the pipe, he could be building the Lotus, and the later stage of the game picking up the Aghanim Scepter, which sways the matchup pretty heavily in his favor.
What is surprising is that they decide to not pick the Cuddle combo from the mid lane, so they probably believe that usually what happens is you would list, the heroes that you're happy playing, and if it's more than 2, which is the number of bans the opposing team has, then you're happy, with pushing it to 24, which is what they have. Like they have the ultimate last pick of the draft. So maybe Pango, they feel worse about it because there's a Grimstroke in the game. The Spirits, Nyx notoriously known as a counter to Spirits because they all play with the AoE damage and they're very susceptible to getting stunned. So we'll have to see what GPK wants to play. Centaur mid, Dobson style with Carl?
It could be. I think I saw it maybe in the
right?
I don't remember GPK playing it, but I saw it in TI qualifiers. I think 1 or 2 teams in European qualifiers played it, and it looked pretty good.
Centaur mid, last pick beast, as an outdraft if they forgot that it could be a possibility.
Yeah.
Why not?
And the overall last pick for BB team, so they would get the.
Could work. Yuma, Meepo. Is it a Meepo game? Is Meepo good against Kez?
I think I saw Satanic use it against Kez as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a good Ursa game. It's one of the heroes that the stacking damage against the Centaur. It's one of the heroes that can square up against Kez. This is the hero that they used. They need an extra bit of oomph. I don't know if they want to be going out with Ursa as their overall last pick in a game where they're already 1 game down, in a series where they're already 1 game down. Maybe they want to pick something more stable, something that's not going to get out of control. But this has been used as a counter to Kez because you have a Dispel, you have damage reduction as well. And Kez, what he likes to do is he likes to get in and out of the fights multiple times. You get 5-6 Fury swipes on him. He can't come back because she's straight up going to die to it.
Back in my days.
Storm
Ursa used to be a combo because you would get Aegis for your Storm and obviously best Aegis carrier in the game. So back in my days, Ursa would have been a good pick.
If it is a Centaur mid, how does it do against a Storm Spirit? Is that fine?
I think Centaur mid is fine against anything. Almost, yeah. He has such high strength gain, base regen. He has spells to secure last hits. It's easy mode, basically.
Fair enough. We got a Viper banned out on the side of LGD and a Lifestealer so far banned out by BB team. As for now, we are looking for a hero for Yuma carry on the side of LGD.
And most likely a GPK hero, because the next ban would not happen if they were thinking about the beast route, so they're talking about mid laners, for sure.
Unless they're 5 heading in.
Yeah, maybe the suggestion comes later. Maybe we think quicker than they do, and it's going to take them another couple of minutes to be, hey, wait a minute.
But wouldn't you want to ban out carries that are good against Centaur, just to make your opponent believe that you're going to put Centaur on the face?
That's the next level play.
It's real. It's actually a thing. Very, very true. But, I think you see Storm, maybe it's not great. It's... I think maybe that door is open, but they need to see something that seals the deals. Okay, this is a checkmate. We will pick it.
Well, they see an alchemist.
It's not. Just forget about it. Just forget about this idea. It's just gone.
Gone.
So now maybe most likely a GPK hero.
Quick question: we said previous game that Largo and Necro, they were both farming, and even though they both farmed very well.
Radiance again. Let's go. Double Radiance. Who cares?
Yes, fine.
I don't think so. I personally think it's never fine, but I'm just a hater personally.
Okay.
Maybe it is fine. I guess I'll pass.
Lacoste.
I mean, do you really need it? You might eventually even get the Aghanim Scepter, so you will get the gold back. You'll get 6,000 gold influx, and GPK is going to be playing Invoker. This is
Bane Invoker, you mentioned it, I think, earlier today.
Yes, I wanted to see it. It's just too good of a combo. And also, I think Kiritich, he has a lot of buffs. Every single hero can give him some kind of a buff. Whether we're talking about Chakra Magic, which works insanely well with Kez and all his abilities, with Stampede, later on Card, and also Alacrity. I think this is the highest DPS that you can have in game. Maybe Morta with Alacrity, but Kez, he just eats pretty much anything. And once this hero goes in with the BKB, I'm really not seeing how LGD is going to be able to punch back.
I think I've seen it it now, like the Kes butterfly alacrity timing.
Yeah, just
going and building,
bazillion
and I'm like,
attacks.
what is this? You know, sometimes the game just breaks. You see something that's just not, you're like, that
It's not supposed to work like this.
Yeah, that is not okay. This is way too quick. This is way too much damage. And this is typically that kind of draft. I also really like their side lanes for Invoker. They have setups on both lanes, like Centaur Stun, Bane Nightmare. Even my Invoker would hit the Sunstrike. So GPK is going to do great. Very solid aspect, honestly. Like the lane, I think the lane can go both ways, but you know, if both mid laners are delivering and a stable performance, it should be pretty even, that lane.
Is there a team that will outscale the other one, definitely, if it does go late?
I would say BB. I mean, it kind of depends what the gold graph looks like, because if Alk is completely uncontested and they're bleeding gold, then, you know, it's a different story. But if it's even, I would say BB.
Yeah, I gotta agree. BB, they look super solid. These, like, strong mid lane, strong side lanes as well, super scaling draft, and I feel like they can put quite a lot of pressure onto the Alchemist lineup as well. Grimstroke plus Nyx Assassin support duo that we probably haven't seen so far in this tournament. LGD Gaming trying to dig deep, trying to find something that's going to work out for them. But this type of a support duo is also very, very bad at the early engagements. They don't provide you with much damage, so playing with the Storm Spirit is not going to be as strong.
We're gonna have to find out how it will play itself out as we're ready for game number 2 between BB and LGD with Sunsfan and Kezu.
Thank you, Shiver. Indeed, if our predictions are correct, I almost called you Cinderin. Wow, that was
It's been like 10 days.
I just miss him so much. This will go to a game 3, according to us pre-series. Do you still believe after these drafts?
I have faith in LGD to give us a better game than in game 1.
That didn't answer the question.
Well, let me get there.
Okay.
They have better chances, and I believe that they will take us to a game 3 here. Because you can't just go up against Bada Bing Bada Boom team and think that it's going to be easy. You know, you got to get clapped once in the face, come back, do it better, not build double Radiance, not farm for 30 minutes and lose, but take it to them and show them what's up.
And that double Radiance is not going to age well, I feel like.
No.
Maybe they just didn't know. Yeah.
They thought it stacks double burn.
No, maybe they didn't know they were building it.
And the cool thing is, as a hold your thoughts about the bounty runes and whatever is unnecessary and useless information, we got a Nyx Assassin.
That's right. It's been a while.
It's a good hero. Great against Bane. Great against the Injoker as well. Can always, you know, you can catch him. You can always use the Carapace on the Caudal Blast as well. So I like this here.
Caudal too.
Yeah, the Illuminate.
Yeah.
What?
It's very good against the Caudal.
That's what I said, did I not?
I thought you said Invoker and
the Caudal.
No, you didn't say Caudal. You said something else.
Very good casting.
Go back.
Very good.
Back to the cast, of course. GPK playing the Invoker this time around. Exort Invoker, here we go.
Yep.
And in terms of later in the game, because we're always going to talk about the Cataclysm at some point, is this a build that he can go for, or is that just a luxury these days?
It's definitely just a luxury. It is nice because you have Centaur who can definitely set it up, which is quite nice, but we generally see, you know, the different items. You see the Meteor Hammer, the Boots of Travel, like the Shard early on, an Octarine Core. So we'll see how it goes later, of course, for the double XB team and how they want to itemize.
Yeah, so BB obviously winning game 1. This is the survival stage, so if they win this game or the series overall, they will end up in the playoffs here at EWC, whereas LGD, elimination game for them right here, right now. I'm glad to see Tai Lung on a Spirit Brother.
Yeah.
I feel like he is exceptionally good at these high skill cap heroes, generally speaking.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, because I did not like his Nature's Prophet in the last game. Obviously, you know, there's only so much you can do on specific heroes, but I feel like it didn't really fit all that well. I think he's better equipped, especially Storm Largo and Storm Grimstroke, an incredible combo. Even Storm plus Nyx, you know, the 1+1 kill thread that you have on the map. And even like Alchemist Largo is something we saw at the start of the patch, because you can give the Aghanim Scepters away later. Of course, it's been nerfed, but it's still very, very strong.
Whisper, second game in a row on the Frogman. Obviously, that first game not working. I mean, they have two heroes that can buy Radiance
yeah.
in the Alchemist.
The thing at least is, with Alchemist, he's farming more for himself, and then he can give the Ags away later.
So I was going to ask about that. So
and then he can split it.
What do you mean by later?
What?
Like how late?
The Aghanims?
Yeah.
It's gonna depend a little bit on how the game goes. I think with how much they nerfed it, you wanna like build your own hero, you know, like Radiance, Blink, BKB, and then Ags.
Okay.
But
so
in some games, you can go Radiance, Ags. You could do it potentially.
All right, so let's rate. This is the most fun part of the cast for me. Let's rate the Ags on this team. You have Largo with the double song.
Yeah.
You have Nyx with the burrow. You have Storm Spirit with the blue hole, as it were.
Yeah. You have blue hole against white hole potentially later in the game because there's a Coddle.
That's a good one. And Frog gets. Oh, I already said that one, didn't I? It's Grimstroke.
Yes,
with the
double
Dark
song.
Portrait.
The Dark Portrait is okay. It's like the Kez Illusion is not bad, but he does need a couple of slots. So the only one you would rush an Axe for is the Frog, especially if we're also looking at overall like player impact, because Whisper, he's been owning. Even the last game where they looked like they were getting dumpstered, it was all him. Sunstrike.
It does clip Yuma. Going to use the concoction, but he gets double edged along with the hoof stomp, and that's first blood going the way of Berry Bursting team here.
What is Berry Bursting?
It just is something. Don't
That's
worry
good.
about it.
Yeah, I'm sure it's the correct abbreviation, therefore it does count. But this is why you have to fear this dual lane. The Miero save, you know, you get the blinding light, you start chasing them down. It is one of the things where, you know, Nyx Assassin is a good hero for the game, but his laning is atrocious.
GPK almost dying there, has the cold snap that will fall to the right click as Tai Long eventually taken out. Now his save drops in to take the freebie.
Oh, very clutch from Tai Long to go for the play, but GPK, he had a Fairy Fire available, maybe didn't quite do the math there, you know, and ending up dying there to Tai Long, but you know, save. He'll happily TP to the mid lane, get himself a bit of bonus golden experience.
Yeah, but it looks like Theolacor is going to take a tumble, although the stun coming out just in time onto Kiritich. He's going to try to walk away. Theolacor was sticking around very greedy as Whisper does kill off the Chicken Man. Theolacor will be the trade as Kataomi now getting chased by Largo.
I'm all for
Lick
it.
is up in a moment, but I don't think it's going to be enough for him to actually pursue. Does have the Frog Stomp. Not able to get the double connection. In fact, it's being turned around now by Kataomi.
Just brain stepping it up. I'm all for it from my boy Adrian Dobles, aka Whisper, to have another good game here on the Largo. He's kind of, he's performing. And if I'm looking at any one of them to kind of bring it together, it's definitely him. But also Tai Long should be able to step up this game on the Storm.
Yeah, in terms of BB Team's overall strategy, since we talked about LGDs a bit, what's the pacing looking like for this team?
They are happy scaling, I would say, again. But this time it's a little bit, it's more dynamic. You can look for plays a lot more this time around. Of course, Invoker is maybe a little bit similar to the Lina, where you just farm, you throw some Sunstrikes around. But Miero can be a lot more aggressive. And honestly, Kiritich on the bird as well. He is one of the best Kezes, even as of like half a year ago. This guy had banger performances. So definitely looking at more skirmishes.
Save already level 4, by the way, 5.5 minutes. Best support in the world.
Yuma's looking for something.
Concoction will hit with the help of the Acid Spray, as well as KJ there with an Impale, and that is going to be more than enough as Theolacor also dropping in with that Ink Swell to get the kill.
It's nicely done. I want to see if they're able to stay here for that long. Sunstrike down bottom.
And hits onto Whisper. Echo Slash to follow. He puts down the Frog Stomp to delay, and it's enough for him to walk away, but it is a very scary lane to be in a 1v2.
Yeah, it is definitely good pressure, and you can see both sides moving to the mid lane. That's also why this 5-minute support rotation that LGD went for is very good, because you end up in the safe lane. Now you have post 4 and 5. They can go to the mid lane together. Tai Long gets himself a Region Rune, which is, of course, very good, as we all know, on the Storm Spirit, brother.
And sticking around is Kataomi trying to make a play, but KJ and Theolacor also in the area, so both teams have similar plans right now. A save will spot out the little bug in the trees. As Tai Long being harassed now by that cold snap.
I like this current posturing where you can look to aggress the Wisdom Shrine. Now here it's very important, how do BB Team go about this? How do you want to contest? Are you going to go aggressive down bottom, try and force some TPs?
Yeah, the zip onto the Horseman, save, impaled up. Ink Swell coming, but the nice tornado from GPK into the Deafening Blast. Save might actually live through this. Sunstrike not going to hit, but Miero gets the double hoof stomp into the double edge onto Tai Long. Just slowed up as well, thanks to the Invoker. Now Tai Long isolated from the rest of his team, brought back with the Wild Wing Ripper as Miero just cuts off his head. Beautifully done from BB Team. They did end up losing the Coddle. Okay. Yuma, at the very least for LGD, will steal out the Wisdom Shrine.
Well, very much needed. So I thought, you know, he's going to be A-okay, Tailong with the Region Rune, but either I missed him using it way earlier, or GPK got the Dispel off with the Tornado in the middle of the fight there.
Stampede used, but the Concoction has already hit into the Impale. Be able to kill off this Silence. A Sunstrike and a Clip, but Miero continuing to get chased now. But Yuma brought back thanks again to that Wild Wing Ripper, has lived a good life, but not for much longer. Meanwhile,
you see
Leap onto Whisper. Yeah, it puts down the Frog Stomp. Avoids both Echo Slashes, though, so he'll be able to walk back. But the Grappling Claw into the right clicks, and he ticks away to the Chicken Man.
Yeah, even with the missed Echo Slash there, getting the kill. You gotta see what LGD can get out of this, because they had very good pressure down bottom. Of course, you're leaving Whisper alone. And even though there's, like, everyone on LGD is kind of playing in this top lane, look at Miro's net worth. He's top 1 on the board. Not that much pressure on him anymore. Now Dominator completed. You have high armor. You can just keep cutting the waves around as he is doing. You know, this is why Centaur is so good right now. You don't really have to interact with anyone, and then you just return it up on the neutrals.
Yeah, we've been saying quite consistently that this Centaur has been just top net worth for a good portion of the game, which for me, I don't remember a time in Dota when that was actually even semi-consistent, so very cool to see.
Maybe when there was like Poorman Shield and Shrines or something. That's like when Legion Commander and Centaur were played a lot. That's the last time I can think of Centaur being like a banger hero over and over again.
Yeah, it's great to see.
Has me think of like S4 or something in the offlane, which that is a long time ago.
Yeah, that's true. Some vision wars going on over here on the bot side. It's Kataomi, another Nightmare. There's a backup in the form of Theolacor, though.
I hear an Alchemist.
The Grappling Claw away. Yeah, you're right. Coming from the south is Yuma with the Concoction onto Kiritich.
Stun locked.
You get stun locked and destroyed. Beautiful kill from LGD, as now the supports will end up dying as well. Save falls as GPK actually makes the rotation. Nice Nightmare from Kataomi will keep him safe.
Yeah, interesting that GPK ended up going for the TP here, potentially thinking, you know, what if Kiritich gets to live, gets off the Raptor Dance, and you can kind of turn it around. But this is exactly what I wanted to see from LGD in the last game. You know, play fast, go for the collapse, Tailong.
Well, Meteor coming out. There's Kataomi and GPK on the high ground. Whisper will give him a little poke and then change his mind. Gets
Birdman is back.
As, yeah, Kiritich joins the party onto Tailong. Raptor Dance is going to be canceled thanks to the silence. Gets off the Raven's Veil as Tailong in the middle of a few creeps. Looks like he's okay. Whisper not so much, though, as GPK gets the job done.
Yeah, even Tailong, he's still stuck.
Yeah, he can't even use his ultimate. There we go. We'll take this time to farm it up.
Let's see. Does mean that they're not going to get the active rune, at least I would assume, as save or...
Kataomi.
He's being very oppressive on this Bane, like not receiving any deaths this early on. Every time Whisper walks in, he just stands his ground. As GPK is going for a scan on Tailong to try and maybe squeeze in a Sunstrike.
Yeah, attempted it, but...
Yeah, not quite on the money, but you know.
Good effort, as they say.
If you hit those, can definitely upgrade to being the Blockbuster team, of course, which is very nice for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, if you're talking about the Blockbuster that went out of business many years ago, not so much. So it depends on the perspective.
Perspective is always very important, Shannon.
That's right. So Whisper, we can see in his quick buy not going Radiance this time.
We like that.
Lessons have been learned, even though I was a fan of it just because it was funny.
Yes.
Not necessarily good.
Funny, exactly, is not always good. And I like Whisper's different itemization. You know, the Vessel, as we watch Yuma farm it up a little bit with the self-stun, the Acid Spray, of course. Alchemist loves
and you're right.
Farm it up.
It's a Radiance, Blink, BKB into Ag. So who gets the first Ag? It's got to be Blue Hole, surely.
No way. The problem is that it's way too early. You need like 4 slots on Storm to make that useful. It's gotta go.
Frogman then.
Yes, you need the Frog. You need to tune it up. Okay, a little bit of a poke, but not too much happening. We will see how this game ends up going, because this scale I will again give towards the side of the Bada Bing Bada Boom team here. You have Kez, you have Alacrity, you have Centaur with the card, and they already have very, very good net worths.
Yeah.
As KJ takes an Ogre Bruiser smash to the face.
Yeah, it does feel like Alchemist throughout his history, I mean, by design, just falls off at a certain point of the game. But depending on how good the Ags can be, can definitely... Oh, we're going to see the grip, actually. My goodness, Tailong completely stun locked, nowhere to go. Nice setup there from BB Team is KJ. Gonna attempt to defend this tier 1, but it's not
difficult.
looking good.
Like, also look overall, like, Centaur is just farming up top, the Dom creep is mid. Even Kiritich went, you know, he was angling towards the rune. Once they get the kill, he's now going back to the bottom side. So this is a mid tier 1 gone, and you are the team with better scaling and with the Invoker on your side. Of course, Alchemist needs a bit of time. Once he has the Radiance and the Blink, they can look to speed it up. I wouldn't mind if they try for another dive play down the bottom tier 1, which is what they did earlier.
Yeah, so first tower goes the way of the Better Business Bureau team. 2K lead them now for them. And we can see that Miero is farming up a Storm. He's been left completely uncontested. Has the Helm of the Dominator, of course, and it's going straight into Heart. Has actually the casual... Wait, is he going straight into Heart?
He has pipe. His pipe is flying out, which means he can match the Radiance timing with a pipe, which is a huge problem. Because for now, all you want to do on Centaur is farm on your side, put the Dominator creep somewhere, and then press Stampede for your team. But now if a fight ever breaks out, you just TP there with your pipe. As the Angry Bird wants to go back to his lane to hold it. Also, it's got the Mage Slayer, a very good Mage Slayer game, mind you.
And Smoker from LGD. Save is caught out. KJ in the area with his ult. They don't even get the kill onto the Coddle. The Vendetta. See if they can find a target, but the rest of LGD now on the run.
Yeah, not really too much happening, as of course BB Squad have a good defense in their own jungle with like how they're playing. Because even Safe, he's quite tanky. If he gets the ult off, drops one Illuminate, that's quite a bit of heal.
KJ, Vendetta running out here shortly. We'll get the free hit onto Kiritich with the silence and the lick from Whisper, but not enough. So he will be able to get out just fine.
Well, let's see if they can turn it into more. This does at least mean that Stampede is on cooldown. Oh, not again.
Caught out is Tai Long. That is... He has 4 deaths. I didn't even realize that. 4 deaths already at 14 minutes.
Yeah, he had that one earlier. Now those two back to back. I'm also kind of missing one. But yeah, not that good, because he is one of the players that he is a standout player for this team, and they do need him to perform. Sunstrike gets the last hit.
Nicely done. The bug has been squashed.
GPK is really pulling up some performances here.
Yuma, Concoction will find Miero, but the Tornado's going to clip him along with the Meteor Hammer. Theolokor shadowing him behind, but the Soulbind comes out. The pipe is going to mitigate so much of this damage. Thailand desperately needs a kill here, but a nice deafening blast comes out from GPK as Yuma now in a lot of trouble. Slowed up, gets licked up as well from Whisper. Another double edge from Miero, but Yuma is too fast. Eventually, Kataomi finds him from the north, so great collapse from him to get the hoof stomp into the double edge. And it's Whisper now under the cover of the tier 1 tower, completely surrounded. Question is, do they have the stun locks for him? Because he's going to start to speed up here on that frog. He'll do just that. No Blink Dagger, of course, from Miero. But the tier 1 tower does go down, so Beyond Beef Team, another good fight for them.
They are doing there's just some trouble here for LGD fighting into the pipe, into the Mage Slayer, and also the heals from no way.
Oh boy, they don't have the Fiend's Grip this time, but they still have the damage anyway. 5 deaths for Tai Long.
Oh, this is starting to feel very, very bad here if you're LGD, and especially Tai Long. Had a very good early laning stage, did get the solo kill as well onto GPK, but since then, honestly, not really that much.
Yeah, this was a relatively long drawn-out fight, but this pipe made the difference, I feel like. They just took no damage for the first 15 seconds or so.
And also GPK even being here this early on, like just before this, he got the Sunstrike kill down bottom onto KJ, then he's turning around this play onto Miero. And like you said, the pipe with all the heals. Like the effective HP on the BB Squad is insane at this point.
Yeah.
I do not think you can fight them. You need to use this Radiance, farm it up, maybe get a blink and look for a split play. Because when they're together, you are not dealing enough damage.
Absolutely not. And now BB Team with a 5k lead, and this is starting to snowball out of control. LGD, and this is against an Alchemist, so this is actually way worse than it looks.
Who had Alchemist the other day too? That was like the biggest lead I've ever seen against an Alchemist, and this one is looking a little bit better, but certainly not good. But the Bebop's team, they'll be very happy about this situation right now.
Yeah, and Yuma opting to go for a Blink Dagger after this Radiant, so almost there. But still very far away from seeing these game-changing Aghanim Scepter potentials. I mean, is there a point where you're doing... I have to hold that thought.
Yeah, because that's a dead hero.
Well, okay, it's a dead Theolokor.
Yeah, keep talking.
Is there a point where you're doing poorly enough that you actually change your game plan as both supports
die?
take a tumble.
That's a solo kill that Mr. Kiritich found down there.
Like, if you find more value in an Aghanim Scepter early, just go for that instead of trying to fight, because if you're going for a fight now with this much of a deficit, it's going to be difficult to really get value out of it.
The problem is, even if he goes Ags right now and you're pulling it to Whisper, he's level 9. This frog ain't doing shit, I think, even if you give him an Ag. So that's not a good sign. At this point, you're top net worth on the Alchemist, and I think you play for that. You get the blink, you go for the BKB, and you try to help your team find some of these pickups. You are still Alchemist, I understand you're down a lot, but if you find a good jump with the Inkswell, you can maybe find an attack onto the Boom Boom team.
It's LGD now smoked up. They need something to go their way. Kataomi gets the Nightmare off. So he's going to be able to exit, although Tai Lung finds a potential target. On the other side, Concoction, self-stun though. Oh boy, disastrous for LGD to start things out. Bean's Grip into a double hoof stomp from Yarrow into the double edge. That's 2 kills right off the bat, including for Frogman. Tai Lung zips away, abandoning the fight completely. And they're going to likely find KJ as well. So Brown Bag team with a 9K lead now, as this is getting out of control.
Yeah, this is very early on. You can tell. I think that there's a little bit of... You can feel both the pressure and the nerves, I would say, on LGD at least a little bit, because Yuma had a good jump there, but it's behind the tier 1 tower. He's now farming on an Observer.
Yuma.
They didn't have any detection for the Invoker, and yeah, Yuma in trouble.
They need the Centaur. Illuminate into the Sunstrike. Actually, I don't think that hit, but either way, they have the damage in spades. Tai Lung too late to the party. 10K lead for BB team.
Yeah, I mean, Team BattleBots, they're playing on like extreme level difficulty. Whereas LGD, I don't know what their strength is at the moment, because they're dying one by one here. They don't have detection against the...
Surely not again.
Too much.
Surely not again. They don't have Fiend's Grip.
Nice grief.
Sunstrike, it's a no. He gets off the Essence Ring just at the last moment. Now double TP coming in from LGD. Have to get something out of this, surely. Another Nightmare for the road for Kataomi. Will eventually pay the price as KJ joins the party. They're getting healed up, though. They just don't have any damage. Is this real? They can't kill a single support. That is really unfortunate for LGD.
This is one of the most annoying Bane performances I have seen. Kataomi is constantly in the right place at the right time. Amazing sleeps. Save is always behind him with Illuminate and Holy Locket charge heals. At this point, even killing this guy would feel amazing if you're LGD.
Absolutely. Anything. Nice BB team now smoked up. As I have to say, Kataomi has been incredible so far this game. Fiend's Grip up in 1 second. So if they run into anyone...
Yeah, and he's got a lot of stacks. I don't know how to pronounce it. The Icar of Nektasha.
Yep, that's right. Yeah. Okay, they get the Soulbind. Actually does end up connecting onto 2 with a double Electric Vortex into the double Concoction as well. Is there more damage follow-up, though? GPK gets off the Meteor, and now the Alchemist just blows up. Tai Lung and company just have no damage to their name. They had the perfect setup, but just absolutely nothing going the way of LGD. So Bunker Busters team get a 3rd kill.
What the fuck did you come up with Bunker Busters? That's a good one. No, you can just tell that LGD don't have the damage. Like, perhaps you could have channeled one of the stuns longer to like kind of keep it going, because I think they had the Nyx Impale, you had the 2-man Zip, and also the Alchemist stun. But even in all of these stun looks, there isn't enough damage coming out. Because it did look like a good initial jump, because they are trying to go on Tai Lung, but he's got the Greaves, he's got the Essence Ring. Like, maybe
that is like the perfect setup. Double Electric Vortex, double Concoction.
But maybe you could have waited on the Concoction a bit longer. I mean, at this point, everything needs to hit, and you also, like, Whisper couldn't really connect. He zoned off KJ as well. Because, yeah, this is just starting to be a bit of a problem. Belly Button team are just kind of owning them.
Yeah, a lot of lint in there to get rid of. So 13K lead for BB team. As the Tormentor is gonna go their way as well.
Keep it up. Maybe this one, with KJ looking for a scout. Of course, you know that they're a little bit split after the Tormentor. I mean, even Kiritich, who we've not talked about a lot, he has incredible timings. Mage Slayer, Deso, his BKB is up. the next time you see this Kez on the map or you're going to fight into him, he's going to have that as well.
Yeah, he's been a part of the story, but he hasn't been the story, and eventually he's going to get to that point.
Yeah,
and
he will be main character eventually. Currently, he's going through the training arc, the time chamber. If you're a Dragon Ball fan.
Meanwhile, LGD have been basically NPCs, if we're being real, so far this game. They've just not shown up to
it's a bit
the
rude,
second
but
game.
it does seem that way. He's got the Omi, he's got the Cobalt Cup, got an Aether Lens to help out for now. You need to kill these supports if you're LGD, but I have to stress it over and over when we cast these games. If you're down a lot of gold in the game and there's every tier 1 available, it's very difficult to find the enemy team out of position. They can constantly TP around, they're ahead. Even if you go on this Kez, there's an Aegis, there's a Mage Slayer.
Yeah.
I don't currently blame LGD for trying to slow down the game by any means. Courier snipes, cutting some waves is good for them.
Tylung on the high ground finds, he gets Nightmare though. And he's going to be surrounded. What is happening? What is happening? What was that?
What do you mean? What didn't he zip out?
He had so much time.
I mean, he didn't expect Kadomi to play in.
All right, Hoofstomp finds the Froggy. And Whisper going to be another casualty for LGD. My goodness. Bleeding Barracuda team is owning so hard as the Raven's Veil comes out, but KJ...
At least this one, he does
not worth the chase, apparently.
Get to walk off. He's just scuttling away. I mean, let's see, if you're LGD, what kind of moves can you look for? Because if you're the best buddy team, honestly, you are... Holy cigar!
Yeah, well, it's going to have to be attempted TP, so Kiritich is BKB.
He didn't have to BKB that quickly, but that does show me he's in the zone on Kiritich, because that was a near instant BKB reaction by him.
The lead continues to grow for BB team.
I mean, how are we looking on Yuma? He did now finish up his BKB. The problem is, and it's the problems we've talked about the entire game, they have damage issues.
Yeah.
How do you go about these heroes? There's a pipe, there's, I believe, a BKB coming out soon also for GPK. You have a BKB on the Angry Bird who's running around as well. On top of that, Glimmer, Holy Locket, defensive sleeps. And it is, like we said, it's elimination on the line here for LGD. They gotta find something big in this game to stay alive.
Well, the saving grace, the Aghanim Scepter, 1,000 into it.
Yeah. They do have decent scaling, right? You have the Storm, you have the Largo for later as a Theolicor. Not the best scaling because he's dead.
Yeah. You don't tend to scale too well in
okay,
the raid.
Kill the Bane. Kill the Bane. I'm invested.
That's
kill the Bane.
Concoction, a lot of damage with that Acid Spray combination, and they get him. That is very therapeutic, if nothing else, as GPK. He's continuing to chase, though. Stampede going to close the gap. Yuma.
Nice
Ice Wall comes out with the meter, going to force out the BKB, as Yuma will back away. KJ gets spotted on the way.
Definitely hasn't been able to find much yet on the Nyx Assassin in this game, but a much needed kill. Any type of trade or where you force, you know, the BB squad to come around and kind of go together is good for you here for LGD. Create a little bit more time and more space for your draft. Get a couple of levels, you know, 15 talent on Largo with the Crow. Maybe get closer to the next couple of neutral items. Maybe you get some Spell Amp from the Partisan brand. You get closer to the tier 4 items with the Conjurer Catalyst. All of these things can add up.
BB team ready to go high ground. They have that Aegis. They have Alacrity on the Chicken Man, so a lot to fear for LGD. Concoction onto 2. Soulbind to follow. Nice Impale as well into the double lick. But there's the pipe. Going to mitigate a lot of damage now as a result. Meteor coming in right on top of the Frog. And the Raptor Dance brings Kiritich back to basically full HP. And he gets the last strike onto Theolicor as well. He will be isolated, and that's life number 1. Buyback now immediately from Theolicor. Tier 3 tower down and out. Hoofstomp connection onto the Alchemist, Miero. He's going to get ink swelled up. Impale to follow, but gets licked up on the other side. And it looks like he's going to be able to get away as a result. They find the Fiend's Grip again reserved for Tai Lung. Death number 7 for the Storm Spirit, and this is going to be surely a full set of racks now for BB team.
Yeah, and you're starting to see some of the strengths of these heroes. You see Kiritich with the Alacrity and everything. The hero's already nasty as he is. He doesn't really need any buffs going his way. 25k lead at 26 minutes. You know, we've kind of said it. When you out GPM the clock by 1k, you know, the game is in trouble.
They're not just fat, they're bulbous Bison team right now.
Yeah.
They are going high ground. with no fear at all.
Okay,
Yuma coming with the
good
BKB, connection made. Look at the HP regen coming out. They get the heals, they get the pipe, and now the Raptor dance back again to get the full HP. Yuma gonna bite the dust here. Double Edge brings him down. Miero with a double kill. And BB team in a huge momentum swing. 30K lead to their name.
One of them.
They're gonna get a second set here.
It's just one of the cleanest games I've seen from them, and I think just in classic EWC fashion for our BB team, they're just kind of owning.
They might even try just to go for mega creeps.
Okay,
There's
they're done.
So Bad Breath team able to take this game number 2, and they're going to stay alive here at EWC, whereas LGD completely eliminated, and unfortunately for them, not the best performance in this game number 2.
No, honestly, I would even go as far as to say in neither of these two games, and I really love this team, and I know that they can do more, so this is it's gonna hurt them, absolutely, because they know they're capable of more, but if you look at BB team, you know what these players are capable of in both games. Very, very good performances as a team, individually as well. I think GPK in game 1, in this game, kind of all of them, but I think especially Kateomi on this Bane went ham.
Easily MVP of the game is Kateomi. I feel like, am I being conservative when I say there was 4 Fiend's Grip kills on Tai Lung?
No, I think that's correct. And even on the other ones, he had like multiple innate stacks on all of the other people. And I do think it does make sense for a BB team to kind of, stack it up here and make...
where do you stack up BB team with the rest of the field as they head into the playoffs now?
Quite high, probably within like the top 4, I would say, parameter. It's also important for them, of course, there is no, loser bracket, no bottom bracket. They gotta keep it together, be the beatbox team to kind of keep it in there and keep showing us good performances.
Yeah, and they played exceptionally well. Game 1, a lot closer, of course, and Game 2, not so much, as BB team rise out on top, and you can see some of the reactions from LGD as they know that they didn't give their best performance here, because they're one of my favorite teams to cast and watch just as a spectator alone. Unfortunate that they will not make it to the playoffs here at EWC.
It just hurts, especially when you're so close and you know what you can do, and perhaps you go back to game 1 where you feel like, okay, we messed up one of the picks or some of the itemization we didn't like, but here in game 2 they fell very flat.
Yeah, as BB team will take it, let's go to the stage for an interview.
Very much so. Curtis joining me here. BB team victorious in a quick 2-0 against LGD on the other side. There you go. Fans are cheering for him. They love him. Maybe to the fans and to myself, you're the MVP of this game. Who do you believe was the MVP of this match in your mind?
I think it's GPK. He destroyed first game solo. Won X9.
Worked very well for you, but I want to talk to you about the Kez and really ask you about it. Uncommon hero pick. What was the idea behind it?
Just casual hero. I'm very confident in this hero. It's my signature, so that's it.
It worked out well. It was a 2-0. Was it just also the Kez, your comfort altogether? What won you over this game so effectively?
I don't know. We just played very good. That's it.
It seems like you're ready to go, and if I have to tell you this, next up in the bracket, you're playing Nigma Galaxy. That is a huge matchup. I think one that we could all expect to be a wonderful game. But is there anything you'd like to say to Nigma, to GH, to all the team on the other side?
Wait, Ars. We're gonna destroy you.
Oh, there you go. Fighting words then. Fighting words. You know what? I'm going to leave it to you and the team to crush LGD's key just to get that adrenaline pumping. Gentlemen, come on over. BB team, come over here. It's time to crush that key. Come on in. It is always a different experience. We'll see. Who would you think wants to crush it? Is it going to be you, or are you going to give it to someone else from the team?
Me.
Oh, Kiritic wants to do it himself. Give it up for Kiritic and BB team. Let's bring you guys back. And let's open that damn door and get this game done. Because we got to crush some keys over here. And this is just to tell you the quality of the crusher, because Slacks has been crushing for 18 hours here in the back door. And he's going to take us in for this one. Go ahead, gentlemen, please. Be careful on your way in. The key is ready and set. All right, Kataomi is gonna pull this one off. The man is on crutches, but don't you worry about it. Doesn't need any of that. And so, Yet another key joins the pile, and it's time. It's BB Team crushing LGD. Look at that. Look at how it rises. And it's snapped in half. Boy, with that 2-0. LGD looked like that key at the end of it, too. That's BB Team. A huge victory for them. And I'm telling you, their game against Nigma Galaxy in the main bracket, oh baby, is it gonna look good. They crush it so hard, it's practically embedded in that crusher. There it is, it's done. LGD are out, and BB Team advance back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Milos. And yeah, if Kirtish want to crush a key, they'll need to take down Nigma Galaxy next. But this one was for Kataomi, as he indeed made sure that the key was almost locked in the crusher. LGD is out. BB Team is guaranteed top 8 here. And a lot to break down with this game because this was teams adjusting. We just saw BB Team adjusting quite a bit better, Seb, than LGD did.
Yeah, I mean, BB Team, I would say that they, were even better game 2 than they were in game 1. They were vibing, I think, a lot of really cold plays, individual, very solid laning. This time, they won their offlane versus LG Stefan, but again, they were laning versus Nixalk. I think if they lost that lane, it would have been very worrisome. On the other hand, though, I feel like LGD, they talked about the internal issues they might have. I think there could have been a resurgence of that because they felt completely disconnected. It was just off. Honestly, like I don't know what happened to them in the game, but you could definitely tell that the vibe was not there. Like it felt like they were just not playing together at all. So that's a little bit sad to see. A little sad to exit the tournament this way.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a bit crushing seeing how well they perform in some of the games as well. But today it was just not it. Especially in the second game, feels like they kind of fell off the cliff pretty much. And BB Team, they speeded things up. They're like, you know what? We were feeling ourselves in this game number 1, even though they were like 5k gold down in that second game. The first game. In the second game, it was pretty much smooth sailing for them. You talked about the safe lane, which does allow Centaur to get pretty much the free farm in the lane, completely uncontested. You don't have the damage, like probably the lowest support damage that we've seen, I think, in pretty much the whole EWC with Grimstroke and Nyx Assassin. These heroes don't really do much early on, and you're playing against BB Team, so you need something to be able to punch back, which does allow Centaur to get his 13-minute 5+ Helm of the Dominator as well, and completely cruise through the game.
Yeah, Miero also never dying on that Centaur, never really threatened. The damage was not there from the side of LGD.
Just some weird moves by LGD, like Tai Long, like shoving the mid lane out like alone, not getting really help from his supports. You could tell the communication was off because it just doesn't happen, right? He gets caught by the Bane and the Invoker like 3 times in a row, same place. He's not really getting the help, maybe not asking for it, I'm not sure. It was just, it felt like they didn't believe in their chances to come back or to win the game. I mean, it happened so early that it wasn't even about coming back at this point. It's just like, are we able to win this game? So a lot for them to figure out. Probably maybe something about game 1, lingering disagreements, or maybe just not feeling it, feeling like BB is just too good for them today and that they don't really compete.
Yeah, even though they did win against BB, so we heard from KJ that he was confident against them.
They should have been, and I think they came in this tournament with more momentum. They didn't have like a bad group stage. I think they had some very solid and strong showing. They had a really good showing yesterday. You kind of wonder what happened. It's hard to know within a team everything that could happen, but definitely was not the best version of themselves. No. 100%.
On the other side also, I think because BB Team, we do consider this team a championship team. They might not come in every grand finals, but they definitely are at the top almost every single time.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This team has been very consistent, something that they struggled with in the past. They also managed to win a couple of tournaments, which gave them quite a lot of confidence boost as well, something that you need in your career as well. But a team that I would consider to get to top 3 kind of easily. I know that they're going to be playing against Nigma Galaxy, which, stars did align for them. They are back for the 15th time, but not going to be easy for them.
That's also strong words from Kiritish when he was asked about that on stage. We're going to destroy you. That's strong words. A lot of confidence coming out from
There's
you.
a king on the way, so good luck to you. But you know, you can always try.
We'll see how it goes in the playoff. Of course, top 8 is there for BB Team. And this series, this best of 3 series, we chose an MVP. Now, if we only chose him for the last game, maybe it would have been different. But we chose him for the series, and it has to go, Seb, to GPK.
Yes, I think exceptional performance for him. He's so important to that team. They play really well around them. You can tell that he's vocal, like they know what he wants to do. He's probably, saying these things, and his Lina was absolutely stellar. I think the best Lina performance I've seen this tournament. You heard Kiritich, the carry player, say, well, he literally carried us. So, they also recognize, he said he won the game alone or something, which...
Yeah, 1v9.
Yes, obviously he didn't, but in a sense he did. Like, he just did so much for that game. It was crazy. He created so many issues. It's like they couldn't focus only the Enigma because they had a Lina problem. The laning phase was perfect. Like, everything was perfect.
Yeah, he died once combined in these 2 games together. Yes, which is pretty insane to think about. This like Lina performance plus the Invoker performance itemization coming out in the second game, picking up Road of Athos, making sure to completely ruin Storm Spirit. It's a setup until somebody comes close with either Bane or one of the other supports as well, making sure that he is smooth sailing like through this game, and they kind of ruined Tai Long in the mid lane completely so many times, catching him off guard. And it's GPK Invoker. Like we talked about the setup that they did have in the side lanes, also for the First Blood and many others, you see him just hitting that Sunstrike without even having the setup.
There's so many moves where he just Sunstrikes first, makes them run, and then they get to hit stuns because of that. It's like, wait, it's the other way around. Usually you have to wait for the stun to hit the Sunstrike.
It's the zoning Sunstrike that also lands.
But apparently for him it doesn't matter. Like, he makes it... It almost feels like it's a targeted spell at this point when he plays it. So props to him, honestly. Exceptional performance. He's gonna need to bring the same level tomorrow if they want to destroy Enigma. But if that's how he plays, well, it's definitely a possibility.
It was solid from GPK. It was solid from the team. Big win for BB Team here. We can take a look at what we did today, as we had basically every single mini boss on this stage was victorious in the end.
Yeah. I mean, these teams have topped their groups for a reason. So far the order is it makes sense. Everything is in order. But upsets do happen, and we're still far from closing in. I mean, I guess next round is essentially quarterfinals in a sense, because there's no loser bracket. So quarterfinals, semifinals, finals. So big games ahead of them.
Hey, you just need to win 3 games.
Just need to win 3 games. That's all it is. And against the Enigmas and the P Visions and the and the 1W of these words, I
don't know about that one. But I don't know if it's still finished. But
no, I don't know if you guys, if the microphone caught it. But I mean, I've been talking about what's happening on my right. That's the other stage right there, and there was the loud cheers and a throne falling. VG Gaming won that one.
Wow, that's an upset.
Big upset.
Mini boss down.
Mini boss down.
Yeah, we saw on the other stream 2 relatively massive upsets because Rune Eaters. They did manage to take out Virtus Pro earlier yesterday, and today Aurora Gaming. Everybody talked about Aurora being potentially the team to beat and potential contender to take the whole thing.
2 mini bosses down.
Yes, so pretty even, actually full of surprises. I think 2-0, very impressive by Rune Eaters, and Vici Gaming taking 1W down. That is pretty wild, honestly. Like a pretty big upset.
That's awesome. I'm gonna watch those games back, because that is. I feel like when we look at Vici Gaming, the Rune Eaters Aurora is also a massive upset, especially because that was a 2-1. But I at the same time also know that Aurora can somewhat tilt as well. So I know Rune Eaters play well. The 1W Vici Gaming is almost more unique.
Yeah, and it looked like a very hard-fought series, 2-1. I can only assume the games were...
I have something to tell you, Seb. I caught a glimpse of it. Can you try to figure out which hero they had in game number 3?
Vici?
On 1W. One really bad hero.
Oh, I know.
Mirana.
You know.
Yeah, Mirana.
Okay, which role?
Position 4.
No.
Position
higher priority.
No.
It's mid Mirana. It's mid Mirana. She lost.
Wow.
It's busy at mid Mirana. I've been there. I've been in these games. We lost a lot of. I think we lost ESL Birmingham against Falcons. Like we got knocked out with we got knocked out of a bunch of tournaments with mid Mirana. But I'll do him justice. His mid Mirana it's good, very good.
Yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, again, the hero. What can you do?
What can you do? Baited into that one. Let's take a look at our tournament bracket. A top 8. That's what we got completed, and we'll be working our way through those 8 teams to have only one team survive at the end of it all. And these are our matchups. And to be honest, all of them are looking quite cool.
Yes, I mean at this point you can only have the best Dota in the world essentially is what we're getting. The top 8 in the world. So all these games are gonna be crazy.
The one that I'm looking the most to is probably going to be Team Yandex versus Team Spirit. I think this is going to be, like, unfortunately, we're going to have to say goodbye to one of these teams. But Team Yandex, I think everybody kind of placed them in this, like, grand final position that they're going to probably reach it. But also Team Spirit, we saw them powering up. They looked almost unstoppable today. Yatara on his Siggies, like bringing in some old classic gyrocopter as well, completely dominating this matchup. Anything can happen.
It's like if I were to tell you, Team Yandex are the favorites, pick a team to try to defeat them, to try to stop them from winning it all.
It's that team.
You would probably pick Team Spirit. You'd probably like, you know what, this is my Joker. This is my Joker card. I'm going to put Team Spirit against them. So it's actually happening first round.
At the same time, I'm kind of feeling like what we saw today upsets anything is possible.
Yes.
As every team can bleed. And
I mean, literally nothing is earned. Nothing is granted, everything is earned. Like this is a case of that. Like at this point, forget about the group stage, forget about your shape, whatever. Like you're going to have to earn it.
Well, I do want to reflect back on today and yesterday because the survival stage has come to an end before we go to the playoffs tomorrow. So final thoughts on this survival stage, Sam?
Banger. I really like the format. I mean, if I were a player, I would not have liked it in a sense because, you kind of want a second chance. But at the same time, this is EWC, this is the World Cup. You don't get a second chance. You have to deliver every single game. So as a viewing experience, it's super cool.
Yeah, I also love the fact that you have like one last chance potentially. Like you have to be the best at this time right now. Didn't have too much time to prepare. Like either your ideas are working or you're not, and we're gonna find out because we only have 4 days left, and we've seen some banger of the series, and it's just gonna get better from this point.
Yeah, the top 8 teams are known. The playoffs will start tomorrow, same time as today. But that was it for today and for the survival stage. So thank you so much for tuning in. If you missed any of today's action, don't worry. We'll of course see you tomorrow for more action and relive some of today's. But right now also you get to relive some of today's action with the SEC recap of the day.